Dark Lord more are there, and you also have to respect cards like Triple Tactics Talents and Triple Tactics Thrust.
Yep, definitely. And we see a strong start here for Nicholas. Fool's Burial Goods to send down Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. One of my favorite cards in Tearlaments. I mean, I always just draw the favorite cards in Tearlaments. I mean, I always just draw the Crystal Beast, but if you're able to use it, you can ban.
Yes. By the way, 1900 defense, 2000 defense, great stuff.
Getting the Crystal Beast out of the deck and then discard that because it's a free card. And now you don't get the value out of the Scream here.
Yeah, I thought maybe he would want to have the Scream on the field just because it is one of those cards that can help you play through Dark Ruler.
Just dropping some cards here, making sure. Gotta make sure the deck list is still correct.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, you never want to present a illegal deck here. All right, make sure you get that draw off the Imseti. Oh, that's unfortunate. We drew the Trivia Karma. Would have loved to have discarded that earlier.
Nothing on res.
This is also like really risky when you didn't use the Rainbow Bridge prior, because he did know to use the Trivia Karma when he discarded with Imseti. You definitely want to chain the Rainbow Bridge because you don't want to draw that turtle.
Yeah, it could be. You don't want to draw the field spell either if you're able to search it. But he's going to grab Primeval Planet Pelarino and the Aqua Emerald Turtle.
He's just a little guy.
Yep, but he is an Aqua monster, so he can be used for the Tearlaments fusion.
This hand is starting to look a little bit more awkward, but Primeval Planet Pelarino can open any box you ever wanted. Going for the Rhino Heart here. Actually, Trivia Karma really isn't that bad of a draw because you are able to re-access that Tearlaments Scream.
Oh, you know what would be cool? I wonder if he's playing... I mean, it's probably tough with the Tearlaments extra deck. The Fiendsmith package is pretty big, but if he does play Desiree, now he might like focus to go to Desiree to negate something like Dark Ruler no more. But no, it looks like he isn't. Because I was thinking you have the Trivia Karma in your graveyard, and then you can banish it to chain to a Dark Ruler no more, and then you can chain the Desiree, but he might not even play Desiree.
I mean, he can easily grab Tearlaments Crime at any point during this combo, or just having Sullik, right? If you just have Sullik, you were able to chain it. Like,
true.
Really, there's so many options here.
Yep, so Trivia Karma, when it's banished, can add any card that mentions Visa Sarfaros.
And it just so happens that Tearlaments Scream does.
Indeed,
you gotta look it in there. It's in there, I promise.
You can send the cards from your deck to graveyard if you control a Tearlaments or a Visa Starfrost.
What's he doing there? I don't really know.
He's part of it. He stopped by the planet to see what's up.
All right, this is one of my favorite plays. Activate the Tearlaments Scream, and then normal summon Reinhardt, Chainlink 2 Scream.
This is one of your favorite plays. It's a banger for sure. Here we go.
Look what it did.
Oh, you're right. I was wrong.
Look what it did.
This is amazing. So he's going to send down a Rhino Heart, a Sulliak, and an Engraver.
There's something about just getting the additional 3. You know your Rhino Heart's not getting ashed, and then anything can happen from 3 cards.
And we will go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Chainlink 3.
That's what I'm saying, Chainlink 3.
Chainlink 3, that's not enough. I need more. I want to get to 7. It's hard to get to 7 without your opponent doing anything, though.
Tearlaments has been restricted quite a bit. If they can still do Chainlink 7, I think we've done something wrong.
All right, Garura, Wings of Resonance. Awesome card.
Now the Rhino Heart's coming back, going to be able to discard that Tearlaments Kashtira, which is going to be able to send another 2 cards here.
3.
I'm going to be able to add another Tear Cash off that Sullik.
And then we'll go Tear Cash effect to mill 2.
Alright, here's 2 more coming down. What's in the box? Alright, oh, no.
The lure is not bad because he has the Engraver in his graveyard.
This is fine. It's something. We got something out of it.
Yeah.
And now we're finally able to put up that Totally Awesome again. How do you feel about Totally Awesome in this matchup? Obviously, negates are strong, but negating activations against powerful spell decks, how do you feel about that?
The fact that they could just activate another branded fusion, because it says you can only activate 1 per turn as opposed to use. It's not as good, but if you're able to save it for something like Triple Tactics Thrust or something like that, I could see it being useful there. But yeah, definitely not as impactful as it might be against other strategies that have cards that gets the draw from the Garura.
Ooh, we got a Heartbeat.
That's not a bad one.
I think the very interesting part about Totally Awesome as a negate exclusively in this matchup is usually with Brand Fusion, when that card's activation is negated, they can easily Retribution add it back to hand. Probably not adding it back to hand if you set it off the Totally Awesome.
Oh, you just take it.
You just take it away from them. They can't duplicate it either.
That's pretty good. I forgot about you being able to take it. I was always thinking that they're just going to activate another one immediately, but it does cut off those other lines to access the same one. It's like if you're facing down something like the Forbidden Baron to floor, that'd be a great way to go about it.
It was very common in the past.
So it looks like he's going to banish the Tearlaments Scream.
For the effect of Tearlaments Kashtira?
Yeah, he hasn't summoned it yet.
Like I'm missing something here.
Yeah, he's a little flustered. Sometimes the nerves being on the stage this early in the tournament can really get to you.
Ooh, there's a Keldo in the grave as well. We're going to be able to link those two away, likely going into sequence here. Yep, there it is.
Sequence effect?
We'll call it Tearlaments Fiendsmith sequence.
Oh, you can summon any fusion with sequence, right? So you could do like tier stuff as well, but looks like he's going to put back 2 light fiends and go into Fiendsmith, Lacrimosa.
It just so happens that the Fiendsmith's fusions are pretty good.
Yeah.
He put back a Lurie and Requiem.
Okay. Oh, Desiree's the one that takes Engraver.
Yeah. Lacrimosa requires 2 light fiends.
Yep.
Effect, target, Engraver.
Looks like he's going to add it to his... Oh, no, because, I mean, he could have added it to his hand. He hasn't used Track yet. And he put the Lurie back in the deck.
Yeah. I think he might just be a little flustered.
I mean, yeah, game 1, I don't think went the way he wanted it to. He didn't expect to lose that game, I don't think.
Yeah, but the main deck Dark Lord is pretty common nowadays.
Absolutely. It is. I think he was more thrown off by the Keldo.
Oh, that rattled him a little bit.
But he has access to it again, so he's not, he has a second chance here.
Redeem time.
It was just Solid. It was just Solid. I never used Scream.
He did.
He used Scream in the last game.
Yeah, he screamed on the field,
Search off it?
but he did not activate its effect in the graveyard because it was sent off the effect of Imseti.
Indeed.
I didn't search with Scream.
Yep, looks like our judges know.
Scream, but not. I didn't search with Scream, right? I probably pitched it with this or something.
Yeah, you used it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm just confirming if he can legally activate the effect.
You can kind of tell someone's a little flustered, like, I probably did this. I usually remember exactly what I did in my turn, but
No.
Yeah,
there's a lot of nerves on the feature match stage.
He's absolutely flustered. But you can tell he doesn't want to make a misstep here. He's just asking for confirmation. Like, he doesn't even know if he's done it yet. But it's always good to confirm, asking your opponent, making sure the game state is correct.
You don't want to do something illegal and receive a warning, even though it is just a warning.
Yes, it would clearly be unintentional.
Yeah.
Having Keldo and Medora now, that's going to be really strong here.
Put back.
So I guess, the main way he uses Beatrice is just to get to those shufflers. I mean, obviously it has the potential to send down the Tearlaments during your opponent's turn as well.
I imagine they were originally for the Tearlaments, but when you have access to all of them already, you might as well send the shufflers. Oh, there is the Sprite Sprint. Haven't seen him in a while.
Looks like it's going to send down Tearlaments merely.
Do you think we're going to be using Sprint to detach off the Beatrice, or are we activating Beatrice's effect?
I think you might use it as an interruption. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. It's both. Like, you could detach a Sin to summon like a fusion to trigger the Pellerino.
I guess it's just whatever comes up first, right?
Yeah. Could be both. But it would be nice if we lose the Sprint out there.
What do you think he does with it? Like, where else is Sprint going to go?
It's just going to chill.
I suppose he could fuse with it somehow.
We'll go Planet Pop Scream effect.
Interesting. We're popping the Scream.
He's going for that crime, probably, because he does not want to get Dark Ruler no more. And then this time he's going to have Droplet discard a trap.
That would be despair.
And it's like just the one fusion duplication. He could play more traps, but are you like, if he discards like Retribution with like a spell and just gets it for free, that'd be crazy.
All right, ooh, this hand does not look great. That is a lot of Albion the Shrouded Dragons.
Beatrice effect.
Well, there goes our Sprint Dancer.
Anything here.
What would it be at this point? What do you want to trigger right now? Oh, okay, just having a monster for the crime. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're going to use the Lacrima. Put back the sequence. Get 1,200 out of him.
And then search for
There's the Havness. Could be a potential interruption in his hand, but likely I think it's the only monster in his hand for crime.
It's better to have ness than not ness.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a forbidden droplet in his hand.
I remember Havness used to be so scary. Like, activate monster on the field, Havness, and it's like, oh, the game's over.
Havness had so many hits back then. There was like 3 cards, usually meant to 15.
I mean, yeah, usually, yeah, the Miller, the Kelbeck, and Agito were pretty good. Now they're on the Forbidden Limited list.
They were my best
Full
friends.
Forbidden.
And now they're gone. Looks like we're getting that Bestial Magnet off the Bestial Rebellion here. Very strong in this matchup.
Certainly is.
We mentioned how powerful the Bestials are in this matchup previously, but just had access to none of them, but didn't need them game 1. But having access to them could make a world of a difference. Oh, giving him a card, as a bonus. There is Albion. Going to get another card here. They're putting the Retribution in the graveyard.
It is a cost send. It looks like he's going to let it resolve. Do you put it on the bottom?
I mean, do you ever negate Upstart Goblin?
Maybe. You're technically negating any card that could potentially be drawn.
That is true. But usually I would prefer to negate the actual card.
If you can. What if the Stark Ruler no more? What if he draws it? Yeah, see? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no, if his only interruption is crime, then he definitely wouldn't do it. Oh, Fusion Deployment, that's a good one. It's going to be able to reveal a monster in the extra deck and special summon a Fusion material monster listed on it.
I wonder, normally it is Blazing Cartesia because it gives you the most flexibility, but in desperate situations, Albaz can do a lot.
Sure.
Okay, that is not going to be met with Totally Awesome or the Crime here. Obviously, Crime is being held for something along the lines of Forbidden Droplet, or worst case scenario, Branded Fusion, when there's nothing else.
So he is going to reveal the Granganol, so it looks like Blazing Cartesia is going to come out onto the field.
And now he is locked into fusions. Oh no.
Oh no, what will I ever do with my 15-card fusion extra deck? But Blazing Cartesia being on the field will give him a little bit of protection if he had something like Solik. We know it's crime though. Since you search it, here comes the normal summon of Spriggan's Kit.
This will...
Poor man's a Luber.
I mean, you have some flexibility. You're able to resolve both in the turn.
Very true. I love Spriggan's Kit.
It's weird that we haven't seen a Luber yet.
Yeah, where is he?
He's taking a break. He's on sabbatical.
So he's going to be able to add a branded speller trapped in the hand and then put back a card.
Looking at the fusion, deciding to take it. It's a pretty good one.
I think he already has one in his hand, so yeah, right.
Oh, you can put back that Giving Poking Nightmare if you'd like. I don't think you need that in your hand particularly.
Nope. Checking to see if it negates the activation.
It does in fact negate the activation. We do have to put back one card. It looks like going to be the second copy of Albion the Shrouded Dragon. That also makes sense.
Well, it might not have been Branded Fusion hand. It might be just Forbidden Droplet. The ultimate rare also. Tough to tell.
Yep, that is Forbidden Droplet here. And we are going to be activating the Branded Fusion.
He has the Retribution in the graveyard already. They'll have to see if Nicholas knows to take it. There's no reason not to, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think here you really want to take it. Yeah. But if it's not on the field to be destroyed because of the Forbidden Droplet, is he able to take it?
If it has to destroy it, then no, because you can't destroy a card in the graveyard.
Yeah, I imagine so. This is perfectly playing around it.
I am impressed by Leon's plays, going second in both of these games. Smart stuff. Yeah, see, even his opponent just said you're broken.
It's weird because the Forbidden Droplet isn't actually doing anything. The Kaleido Heart is posing no threat. The Sprint is posing no threat. He's just doing it strictly to put the Branded Fusion in the graveyard to avoid the Totally Awesome.
What did you send? You sent just Fusion? Just Fusion for one.
Is he thinking about using Crime here?
There's no way.
I hope not. Oh, he's thinking about using the Shuffler.
Well, he would be able to chain the Retribution if he does.
And then he would have to use the other Shuffler.
Or the Crime. I think you allow him to just add it back and then Crime it. The Crime shuffles it back into the deck as well, right?
Indeed.
He's going to negate the Kaleido Heart.
Toad effect. Target.
There is a Tearlaments Kashtira in the graveyard, as well as a Rhino Heart. I imagine you want to get the Tearlaments Kashtira. Okay. Going to be adding the Reinhardt back to hand here. So currently in his hand is Havness, Tearlaments Reinhardt, as well as Tearlaments Heartbeat.
Yeah, he didn't set the Heartbeat. I guess, I don't know. I mean, there's really no point you'd probably use it, but maybe like an in phase on a fusion duplication that was set or something.
Yeah. Or just Branded lost on activation.
Yeah,
like
I would probably maybe like a little bit of nerves getting to him, not setting the Tearlaments Heartbeat. Looks like he's activating the effect of Blazing Cartasia.
Sure.
So he's going to fuse with the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. So it's a Despia and a Dark.
There is the Grand Guignol. Where do we go from here? He does have access to both shufflers. He still has access to Crime. You still have Retribution in the graveyard for the Branded Fusion, but that is likely going to be met with one of the shufflers.
Keldo or Mudora.
This is a rough position.
Sends, yeah. He still has the Planet Destruction effect as well.
One card back.
I do think this is very hard for Nicholas to lose.
Yep, so he is going to use the Crime. He does realize he has Mudora and Keldo in the graveyard to shuffle back the Branded Fusion before the...
Yeah,
he changed the Retribution, trying to add it back. It looks like he might be able to take this game just as time's winding down.
They really just want to cut off all options here for Leon.
Kaleido to spin.
The Kaleido, I mean, it's still negated by Droplet, but I suppose you're able to chain block here.
Thinking. Yeah.
There is the Magnamut going after the Havness in the graveyard as well. Which is fine, it's like the only card left. I don't think it's going to be really doing anything. Gets to attack over the Kaleido Heart.
I'm gonna have to go.
But unless he really wants to protect, he just doesn't want the Magnamut to hit the field here. You're going to be able to use the Shuffler.
So he's going to be okay with using both of them?
He's only using one of them, right?
Well, he's going to chain the Retribution probably.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, I do think it's fine.
Yeah.
Because he puts him on no cards besides the Magnamut in his hand. The kit will be destroyed by the field spell.
Keldo.
So,
Sorry, target.
So he goes Mudora and Keldo. This is going to be chaining 3 to shuffle back to the...
Let's get his resources back here.
Freeze play.
That is time in the round. There's a 1,200 difference because of the Lacrima here. Unfortunately, that is a draw.
It will end up being a draw if Nicholas... I mean, he's going to win this game because he's up in life points. So both players are going to move on with one draw. Not a loss, but not great. It feels like a loss, but it is top 64 for the NAWCQ, so sometimes those draws really do come into play towards the end of the tournament. Where if you're X2-1, meaning you've won all your rounds and only lost 2 and then had 1 draw, you're going to still have that chance to make the top 64. But sometimes there's so many of them, it'll go beyond 64 even. You definitely want to be sitting at an X2 record. It'll be a little more solid.
Usually you don't want to have any losses or anything that's not a win at the round 2 juncture. But I mean, it is a long tournament. It is about that grind. We've seen several times people losing game 1, able to take it back games 2 and 3. It's the same situation, right? You can lose early. You just have to hope to be able to grind it out. And, you know, there were some missteps here, but if you're able to get rid of those nerves now, it's great because you just have to play the rest of the tournament round by round.
Yep, definitely. And I do like that Lacrima kind of like, instead of this ending as a win for Leon, if Lacrima didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to do any damage, right? But he was going to probably win this game, like guaranteed. So like the person who was supposed to win the game, thanks to Lacrima, actually got that game win, so it turns into a draw instead of what otherwise would have been a loss for him.
Yeah, definitely being able to take advantage of the bonus effect there. I don't really know if that was the intended purpose, but I think this is a matchup that typically does end up like this because neither player is usually blowing out the other, or maybe Branded, if it's able to go first, is able to blow out the other. But it's one of those things where they're both just fighting with their engines, right? Which means there's a lot of back and forth. It's never really over in just one turn, which means it's typically going to go into time if the players aren't playing at a particular pace.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's a lot of like thinking to go involved. I mean, I play just like lightning quick because I just never want to go to time. Like, I see people going to time all the time, and I'm like, every time when I'm done with my round, there's usually like 20 minutes on the clock. I mean, it's not, it's not just because I'm just 2-0ing everybody I play, but you got to play with like a sense of urgency when the clock starts. You don't wait until there's 7 minutes left, 5 minutes left. You're in game 3 and the clock's winding down to start like playing really quickly. You need to play with that urgency the entire time. You shouldn't think like the clock is how much time you have to play, but it's the limit. You don't want to go to the limit. You want to play as fast as possible throughout the entirety of the match, which is like a lot of advice I give to people, but it's kind of hard because the faster you play, the more chances you are going to have a mistake. But also the more slow you play, chances are you're going to get a slow play warning. So you got to find like that really good balance.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you talk about all the time, but I think this is a difference of you being a veteran player. You're constantly in the competitive scene. Some people, they don't get to play under the clock that often. They don't feel that pressure always. They haven't had that experience yet of knowing, oh, I have to start playing immediately at this pace. It's not just, oh, at the last 5 minutes, I start picking up the pace here. You're just used to it. But I think you got to give the players a little bit of credit here. They have to gauge, that is just his experience showing. And I'm not giving them an excuse here to play a little slower, but I'm saying this is just something you develop over time. And as they play more, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, and we're going to be right back. We're still talking here, but we're going to have an interview with, I think we're going to probably interview, I don't know, which one do you think would be more interesting to hear from? Nicholas or Leon? I'd like to hear from Leon, I think. So I think once Kangas gets set up on the stage, we're going to hear from Leon, the branded player, because I think he played really well in the game 1, going second. I mean, he went second both games and played really well with his hands, so it'd be cool to hear from him in a little bit. But before we get into that, I want to go back to that time thing we were talking about. And like you mentioned, like, yeah, I've played in hundreds of YCSs. I know I'm used to playing on their clock. But when you play test, you can play test with a clock at your home. Get used to that. Get in that environment. Pretend like you're in a tournament. But let's go ahead and jump to Kangas with one of our 2 draw participants with an interview for our round 2.
Thank you, Billy. I'm here with Leon after a close draw right there. I want to get your initial reactions after that. How do you feel about your play and the pressure being on stage?
I felt my play in game 1 was really good. Game 2, I think I held on. Maybe I held on to hope for too long with that forbidden drop, but when he searched that counter trap and milled the Medora, I was like, maybe I should have just tried to go for that game 3 win just to try and get that game 3 out of the way. But by the time I saw that, I was committed to just playing the game 2. So I was like, okay, let's try and break this tie in the game 2. But hindsight and all that, so natural mill, it is what it is.
Now, how many WCQs have you participated in, and how many feature matches have you been a part of? Because I can imagine when pressure's a little higher, you know that the camera's on you, you might be making different decisions.
Yeah, I've been to 2 previous WCQs, 2015 when I was very bad, 2018 a little less bad, but you know, we're still learning, and this is my 3rd one. This is my first actual feature match, so it was pretty exciting. I wanted to be on a feature match for a while now, and I told all my coworkers and everyone, I was like, oh, I'm going to be on the stream, you got to watch me, so everyone was freaking out. I was like, oh, he's on stream, so it was a pretty exciting moment for me.
Would you like to give any shout-outs to your coworkers and friends watching?
Yeah, shout-outs to all my coworkers watching. You know who you are. Shout-outs to my mom and dad. I hope you're watching. Shout-outs to everyone in my friend group and every single chat that I blasted us in. So I hope you enjoyed the show. And, yeah, don't make fun of me. I swear I didn't misplay.
We love to hear about the support. Thank you so much, Leon. We're going to send it back over to the casters to get us into our break.
All right. Thanks, Kangas. Funny to hear from Leon there about just being happy to be in the feature match stage. It seems like he has been progressing, getting a little bit better throughout the years, and he's able to assess like what went wrong in that matchup, what maybe he should have done differently, and that's a lot of getting better, is knowing how to look at something and be like, oh, I just got unlucky, but being able to figure out what you can control.
Yeah, knowing that you could have conceded a little bit earlier, you can get that extra time, be able to start that game 3, and he's showing that he's made progress, right? He considers himself a lot worse before, and he's considers himself better now. I think that's exactly what you want, and I'm glad we were able to give him that feature match that he wanted.
Yeah, and he played well. But we're going to talk about something really exciting here before we go to our break, and that is going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 OTS Celebration event. This is going to be going on worldwide. I'm talking North America, LATAM, the Middle East, South Africa, everywhere, anywhere that you can find an OTS, or EU, of course. If you have an OTS, you want to go there and ask them, how can we be a part of the OTS Celebration event? This is going to be going on during the World Championship. You're going to be able to watch the live stream with your OTS store and win awesome prizes as well. You're going to have the opportunity to get a quarter-century secret rare Doom Caliber Knight and Swords of Revealing Light. Swords just in time for those Mimighouls. And the beautiful commemorative sleeves and game mat featuring that Grand Opolis from the Las Vegas World Championship so long ago. But they look beautiful, and I really love how the sleeves are sideways. This is going to be something you're going to want to talk to your OTS about. Make sure they get involved. Make sure you're there and you're a part of that watch party. Like I said, it's going on worldwide. So everyone, no matter where you are, can be a part of that World Championship event that's happening in Seattle in September. It's going to be really good, but we're going to be back right after this short break. But, you know, it's not going to be a bad break. We're going to throw to the side feature match, so you're going to get to see some Yu-Gi-Oh! Action still. So stick around, and we'll be back with round 3 after the side feature.
Normally, adventurers head into dungeons to loot treasure chests. But when you play with the Mimighouls, it's the treasure chests, or rather their inhabitants, that'll be doing the looting. The Mimighoul style of gameplay revolves around gifting your opponent wonderful, beautiful treasure boxes that give them a nasty surprise when they're opened. Let's take a look at Mimighoul Archfiend to see how this works in practice. The Mimighoul strategy is all about flip monsters. But unlike most flip monsters, you absolutely do not want these ones to flip face up on your side of the field. Take a look at this flip effect. If Mimighoul Archfiend flips face up during the main phase, these three things happen. First, the opponent of the duelist who controls Mimighoul Archfiend draws a card. Then, the player who controls Mimighoul Archfiend must send a card from their hand to the graveyard. And finally, Mimighoul Archfiend scurries over to the other side of the field. It's a devastating swing in momentum, and that's why you want to make sure that this card is flipping face up on your opponent's side of the field. That's why all of the Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden have this effect. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field in face-down defense position. With this effect, you can set your opponent up for a huge fall when the wonderful monster you've gifted them flips face up. Of course, your opponent isn't likely going to want to ever flip it face up, so the Mimighoul strategy has a number of ways to encourage them to open up their presents. In fact, there's even one built in to Mimighoul Archfiend. Mimighoul Archfiends actually work well together in pairs thanks to this final effect. You can special summon one to your opponent's field face down, and then normal summon the other to force it to flip. Do that, and you draw a card, while your opponent sends one from their hand to the graveyard, and then you get that flipped Archfiend on your side of the field, where you now have 2 level 1 monsters available to do whatever you wish. Your opponent has also activated a monster effect during your main phase, albeit against their will, so you could even follow up with Triple Tactics talent to dispose of another card from their hand and plan out the rest of your turn. There are 3 Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting your own strategy. Mimighoul Cerberus flip effect banishes 3 cards from the top of the controller's deck, then forces its controller to hand over one of their banished monsters to the opponent before switching control. Its continuous effect keeps the opponent from targeting your face-up spell cards with card effects. The latter effect will help you keep the field spell that shows the Mimighoul's home turf safe and sound. Mimighoul Dragon's flip effect, on the other hand, destroys all of its controller's face-up monsters, except for Mimighouls, of course, before it heads over to the other side of the field. This monster is very safety conscious, don't you think? Dragon also has an effect when it's normal or special summoned to add a Mimighoul spell or trap from your deck to your hand. The Mimighoul spell and trap cards are vital to victory, so you'll be using this effect a lot. The home turf of the Mimighouls is the Mimighoul Dungeon Field spell. Inside the dungeon, players are compelled to flip monsters face up. Why? Well, it's not the spirit of adventure, that's for sure. It's because Mimighoul Dungeon prevents players who control face-down monsters from normal summoning or attacking with monsters they special summon during the current turn. So what your opponent is going to want to do is try and flip summon any Mimighouls you give them first, so they can play their turn in as much peace as they can after going down a card and possibly having to give away a key monster from their deck. Given that, there's one very important rule that we need to know regarding when you're allowed to manually change the battle position of a monster, since that's what a flip summon is. You can't flip summon a monster the turn it was placed on the field, be that special summoning it face down or just setting it from your hand. You also can't flip summon a monster that you just normal or special summoned that was subsequently flipped face down by a card like Book of Moon. If you go first and give your opponent a Mimighoul, they're going to try to get rid of it as fast as possible, and if they can avoid flipping it, for example by sending it to the graveyard with the Belstar the Black Witch, then they'll try to do that. Knowing this, you'll want to have a method on hand of giving them another face-down monster, either special summoning one to their field, or flipping one of their monsters face down. If you succeed, they won't be able to flip summon that monster, and they'll have to play by the rules of the dungeon. Speaking of the rules of the dungeon, they also specify how your low attack flip monsters are going to get the attack points they need to win you the duel. Mimighoul monsters that weren't summoned or set in the current turn gain attack points equal to their defense points. So Dragon becomes 2500 attack, Cerberus becomes 2200 attack, and Archfiend becomes 1900 attack. Not bad for a group of level 1 monsters. Finally, while Mimighoul Dungeon is in play, you'll get to add a new Mimighoul monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand each turn. This is a strategy that needs a lot of monsters to work, and Dungeon will make sure you never run out. In fact, having access to monsters is so important that there's not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different Mimighoul cards that add Mimighoul monsters to your hand and or special summon them to the field. Here are 2 of the others. Mimighoul Maker lets you get 2 different flip monsters out of your deck and randomly summon one to your opponent's field face down while the other is added to your hand. After that, you can special summon any Mimighoul from your hand. With this one card, you could conceivably lay a trap on your opponent's field and spring it at the same time without using your normal summon. Maybe you could use that to your advantage by adding some adventurers to your deck. If you're a real risk taker, you can include non-Mimighoul flip monsters in your deck and find them with this card. Maybe you want to fetch Cyberjar out of your deck and don't care whose field it ends up on. Or maybe you want to roll the dice on simulating the effect of Delinquent Duo by pulling Fire Sorcerer from your deck and hoping it ends up on your opponent's field. Your opponent will have a hard time keeping the monster you give them face down, because Mimighoul Maker also has a graveyard effect that lets you switch the battle position of a face-down monster your opponent controls if they special summon a monster. Mimighoul Room is the perfect card to confound your opponent. It can special summon any Mimighoul from your hand or deck to either player's field, face up if it's on your side, letting you use its beneficial effects, or face down on your opponent's side, looking to cause trouble. As we discussed earlier, you can't flip summon a monster the turn it was special summoned face down, even if your opponent special summoned it to your field. So a monster given to the opponent with Mimighoul Room is going to stay face down until acted on by another effect. This card is great for keeping your opponent trapped in the dungeon, even after they voluntarily flip their Mimighouls face up. And it also has a graveyard effect that lets you return any number of Mimighoul cards you control to your hand. This second effect is useful because the roles played by each of the monsters changes as the duel progresses. For example, if you're going first, you don't want to give your opponent Mimighoul Dragon because they can flip it without consequence on their turn. You do want to summon it to your field to get a Mimighoul Spell or Trap card. If you're going second, you do want to give Dragon to your opponent so you can clear their existing monsters out before trying to lock them up in the dungeon. But when your next turn rolls around, you'll need the effect to grab a Spell or Trap card to keep your strategy rolling. The graveyard effect of Mimighoul Room lets you switch the role your monsters play, without needing to add a second copy of that monster to your hand with one of your other effects. The final Mimighoul card in the Infinite Forbidden is the mastermind behind the mayhem, Mimighoul Master. It can't be destroyed by battle or card effects if your opponent controls any face-down monsters or you control any other Mimighouls. While in the dungeon, its attack rises to 3,000. As you might expect, the Master of the Mimighouls can grab another Mimighoul monster from your deck when it's normal or special summon, and can also dictate when, during your opponent's main phase, that face-down monster should flip up. Obviously, this is great for triggering Mimighoul effects. But the Master can also flip a monster on your side of the field face up as well, in case you wanted to trigger the effect of something like Guard Dog at the most devastating timing possible. The Infinite Forbidden is just the beginning for the Mimighoul strategy. More Mimighoul cards will be released in the fall, so make sure to take the time to master the first set over the summer. The Infinite Forbidden launches on July 17th at official tournament stores, and on the 19th, everywhere else the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is sold.
su abuelita? ¿Me lo puedo llevar a dar una vueltica? Mira para adentro. Vamos a ver.
El huesazo, pero qué es.
Ahorita, hermana, ¿está alguien?
And welcome back to beautiful Austin, Texas for the North American World Championship Qualifier. And if you notice, we've actually been joined by a guest here, Stephen Kangas. It's good to have you here all the way
They
from
let
the
me on the
stage.
desk. I'm here. I'm going to cast some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah!
Yeah, let's do it.
So we're all very excited again. We've seen some incredible rounds so far, but round 3 is a little bit different. You want to tell us why, Tom?
So when we get to round 3, the VIP duels are now taking stage at their special VIP tables. So we are going to be seeing more duelists. All the top tier players are now also in action, but we're also going to see, who are the duelists remaining that are undefeated as well, and we can updated list of number of duels in this event.
I got to see some of the VIP duelists just hanging out for the first 2 rounds. I mean, obviously they're going to be coming in a little more fresh. We're not going to be seeing any of them until probably later on in the event, but I can't wait to see how they kick off because a lot of them were close yesterday to qualify for the WCS, but not quite there.
Not quite. We did get to see Ruben in there playing too. He did have a smile on his face, just like you said. It's a little easier to play in the World Championship qualifier when you've already qualified for the World Championship. So it definitely makes sense there.
Let's take a look at some of the stuff over round 3.
Right, so seeing our duelists go ahead and get ready there again. Just like we said, round 3 is going to have some additional duelists out there in the field. So first deal is, of course, we have now more duelists that are here because, again, VIP qualifiers don't start until round 3. We also have late entries. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Kangas. Pretty easy to throw to Kangas when he's right here, right? So let me just toss it about a few inches to the left.
It's just like a little handoff. We'll call it a handoff here. But if the duelists are in position, then we're ready to go. First up, in the blue chair, we have John Petrie Jr. from Denton. His favorite card is Vanquish Soul's Raisin, and his friends call him Louie. Up against him in the red chair, we have Isaac Clemente from Surrey, British Columbia. His favorite card is Cyber Dragon, and when I asked him what he would like everyone to know, it is that he is in fact Canadian. So shout out to all the Canadians out there. Those are the duelists for our round 3 feature match.
So you're going to throw it back to the casters?
Throw it back to the casters, right? Yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to.
Just go ahead and catch.
I'll hand it back to you now.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, here's the good news. John and Isaiah are playing some really interesting decks we haven't got to feature yet. Again, Vanquish Soul is such a cool thing. We've shown off that beautiful mat that we have given out to all of our qualifying duelists, but it's not going to be an easy fight here because he's against another really great deck, Tenpai Dragon, that Isaiah is proudly championing.
Tenpai Dragon, enjoyable to watch. Tom Box, we actually dueled a little bit before this entire weekend had started, and I got to feel the full force of Tenpai Dragon. That was a very fun experience.
Oh, was it? But it was definitely one of the strong decks. I think the deck is now definitely a lot more diverse when it comes to other phases outside of battle. I mean, we're going to see whether or not Isaiah is going to be able to kind of move around in that main phase, maybe in the draw phase even, to manipulate the field to establish a really solid field before entering battle phase. We know that the battle phase opens up a little bit of the weakness when it comes to the Tenpai, but if you're able to put out the Transcendent Dragon beforehand and keep the field spell up, it's going to spell a whole world of trouble.
It's neat to see Tenpai definitely evolving into the Infinite Forbidden, not only with the Tenpai Genraku, but other choices like Sangen Kaiho. Again, showing that the deck isn't really just about wait till the battle phase and seize that moment. Instead, they have a lot of preparation. They can stay in the duel. So if they have a dud of a battle phase that first turn, you just last until you get that killer combo of so many synchros and so many attacks in a single turn.
So I've actually played against Isaiah before, back in the past. So he is from BC.
Okay.
So he
can't confirm.
I can't confirm.
Canadian.
Canadian, yep. And I would like to see whether or not he's going to be showcasing maybe some little Dora action as well.
Well, maybe playtesting will help give you insight into his deck. We'll be learning as we go, but also John's deck, very unique take, and I'm excited to see how the opener plays out here, because presumably, if we know what Isaiah's playing, we oftentimes see them choose to go for that second turn anyway, so I'm expecting that we get to see John go first here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good call. Like, based off of the die roll, it's probably not going to matter as much, but I think the die roll does matter if Isaiah wins the die roll. That's going to telegraph his deck if he chooses to go second.
You're right that both players want John to go first, but it's one thing for John to say, I'm going first. It's a different thing for Isaiah to win the die roll and say, you know what, I just want to go second for some reasson. Not any particular thing, but I'm going to make one of the battle phase.
Yeah, anything at all. Definitely not suspicious here.
Nothing suspicious, nothing suspicious. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Both the duelists seem like they're good and ready here, just kind of... It's one of those things where when you're up on the stage, it's actually kind of isolating. Everyone talks about how nervous they might be playing against thousands or playing in front of thousands of people, like the viewers at home. But when you're on the stage, it's just you, your opponent, a few judges. It's kind of actually a primo seat.
Let me tell you, I'm terrified every time I'm up there. So I know exactly how these players are feeling right now. The pressure does raise, and that's one of the common things I hear every time I talk to players after the match. One of the questions I love to ask them is, what's it like to play on camera? And here we go into game one. We get to see how the duelists take to the pressure.
All right, die roll, starting with Isaiah, rolling a 6. Not too bad. Oh, this is good news for Isaiah.
Doesn't have to give away the game just yet.
Yeah, he's not going to telegraph his own deck.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be careful when you draw. Don't reveal the card accidentally here.
Love the fist bump from both competitors as well to get into it. Seems like they're both in good spirits for right now.
Ooh, on the draw phase, we are dropping a Dimension Shifter. Chain Perulia.
Wow, okay, so we're seeing so much happen so fast.
I want to see how John is going to pivot from this particular point where you're under 2 things locked into the field already.
It's a lot to keep track of. Again, nothing is going to the graveyard, but we're going to see a lot of additional draws.
This might pay off, especially against the Vanquish Soul part of the deck, which does summon from hand.
Ooh, looks like we're still in a chain here. We're going to Ash Blossom the Mulcharmy Perulia.
Oh, that's a great counter. I mean, that's not going to pay off for these particular cards, Vanquish Souls. That's going to be raised and summoned onto the field.
We're going deep into the deck here. Again, if you love fighting games, you probably love that beautiful mat that we have for the North American World Championship qualifier, featuring that cool character select screen for all the different Vanquish Soul. Let's see which character Razen goes ahead and tags in here.
Now, that Dimension Shifter might not pay off as much, as Vanquish Soul themselves have been known to play Dimension Shifter themselves.
It is a dark.
It's great insulation there as well to be playing as deep of a deck as John currently is with the Vanquish Souls, playing as well the Snake Eye engine, meaning that, yeah, you could just choose to not go into the Snake Eyes cards if you don't want to.
What's gonna do?
Definitely a lot of flexibility here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and tag into the next.
I believe that is a summon of Jiaolong because a card was revealed.
Targeting.
Oh, we've got a Bestial Magnemut summon, activation from hand, summon, banishing the that's going to be Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, he won't have any other targets, as Dimension Shifter has had its effect go off, but now we at least will get a search in the end phase here.
That end phase search could change up this entire game, depending whether or not that Magnemut is going to stay on the field, because you can go into Genroku, and that would turn into an immediate summon during that end phase.
And it's true that John's still kind of flying blind. Nothing yet quite says Tenpai, right? The only thing you've seen is Dimension Shifter, the Mulcharmy, and Bestial Magnemut does telegraph a lot of different decks, but not necessarily Tenpai.
But I think it's pretty close. These are some of the main deck cards that they would play. I mean, that's 3 in a row already.
You are seeing the Mad Borger hit the field there.
It's a test of how deep John's knowledge is going to be. Does John have this read? Because sometimes, yes, this is a big event. Yes, these are the top duelists in the world. But if your friend group is only playing testing certain decks, if your tournaments you're going to are only playing certain decks, you might not have as much experience against something like this. Tenpai is pretty popular, though, so I do imagine that John should have an idea of what's going on.
No, you're definitely right. You can't just play against an imaginary duelist. It has to be the duelist across from you. But how are you going to know them if you haven't met different types of duelists out there? So a great reminder to expand your horizons and play against a lot of duelists. But speaking of plays, looks like we are going further here.
Yeah, that blocked off Mulcharmy is really paying off now. We're not going to get the additional...
Sure.
Yeah, we're not going to get the additional draws. And... Ooh. We're going to end phase now. We are going to get the search from the Bestial Magnemut.
All right, the cat's about to be out of the bag here.
Are we going to... We're going to go for Pydra.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
We did see the setting up our next turn.
The Droll and Lockbird can't really happen under Shifter, so we're pretty safe.
Just kind of get to stare at it longingly and say, oh, if only you worked.
Now, Tom Bach, I know you've played a decent amount of Vanquish Souls, pretty comfortable with this one. How confident do you think we should see John here with the feel that he was able to set up?
I think there's right now there's one direct disruption, mainly being the Caesar Valius being on the field. And careful there! You know, we got the summon of from the Rock of the Vanquisher. That's going to lead to the summon of the Ryzen. Ryzen does have a reveal effect to destroy the cards in that same column, the monster cards.
Well, over in Tenpai Town, we just added Sungen Kaiho to the hand there. Might be able to see the little Mahjong trifecta getting everybody on the board, but...
Now, we do have a Chandra in hand. There's another Shifter, which is likely not going to do very much for the rest of this duel. So we got the Borger also added to hand from the Ryzen. I mean, that's what Vanquish Soul is all about, you know, maintaining hand resources, drawing cards, getting all those additional searches, and just keep on cycling until your opponent eventually runs out of cards.
It's a very durable deck, so trying to get this big pile of Tenpai against it, well, may not actually happen just because it's able to roll with the punches.
Very slippery deck, too. Hard to actually deal with the monsters that are on your opponent's field when you feel like you actually want to. They're able to quickly bounce away.
We get the summon of the Heavy Borger bouncing back the other monster now, the Dr. Madlove. And we're going to reveal two to pop the monster, to destroy the monster in that same column. I believe that is Ryzen's effect.
And there is a little bit of information given here, as one of those fires revealed is Snake Eye, so all of a sudden Isaiah knows that maybe in the next game, if he doesn't Tenpai to victory now, he will be facing Snake Eye later.
And that is going to be destroyed and banished. We are still under Dimension Shifter, so... I mean, that dragon has gone for good now.
This is one of the tough things about the Tenpai deck is, yes, you can theoretically play the Dimension Shifter. It's very strong against a lot of the top decks right now, but it makes your own line a little harder to manage. You still can, but you have to play it very safe and very resource conservative, because if you just, you know, blow through all your monsters, you're not going to get their recursive effects back from the graveyard.
So now we're going to be activating Sangen Kaiman. Sangen Kaiman lets you add a Fire Dragon. It seems like that's what we're doing. I believe if we are in main phase, we're not going to get the additional summon effect, but adding into a Tenpai Dragon Genroku, it can summon out as well. Oh, we are in battle phase, so we are going to get the secondary effect.
We're charging on in there.
And then we get Genroku effect to summon from hand by adding it to hand.
Yeah. One of my favorite effects in the game. Search it, hand? No. That's on the field.
Now note, that monster summons out as a tuner. Whether or not you want to change the level, that is optional.
Okay, it's level.
So it can be level 3.
And I think I just heard him say level 3. I believe Isaiah confirmed that. We'll see once the synchros start coming out, because we imagine that is what would happen next with this deck.
Seems like he wants to not use it with the Bestial Magnum, but obviously 4 will be really hyped there, obviously, 6 plus 4.
It's a bit difficult, because of all the Tenpai monsters, Genroku is the one that can't really have its own synchro effect in the battle phase, and believe we are in battle phase since the Chandra did get summoned and added.
Oh, okay.
Which is interesting that opting for the Magnum still in defense mode.
Hasn't been switched over yet, but he may be worried about later turns. But now Chandra's probably going to go and attack here, just trying to determine which target.
It has to attack the highest. It has to attack the highest monster thanks to Vanquisher. Rock of the Vanquisher. But damage chef, of course, we are going to get a summon of a monster. Which one is it going to be? We have option of Badra, we have option of Hydra. Many draws.
I'll summon the green one.
Badra.
Or the green one.
I like that.
Isaiah likes to call it.
There's the orange, there's the green, and there's also the white one.
So then...
The monsters cannot... Now, Fire Dragon monsters in particular, cannot be destroyed by battle now. So even if we do attack into, you know, the Caesar, that's not going to resolve in my monsters being destroyed.
Certainly helps there quite a bit as we blaze to victory. This is just one of many attacks. I think that's what's so neat about this deck is it kind of brings the battle phase back onto Duelist radar. There was a while where Duelists might concede when they see a million monsters on the board, but this isn't one that starts that way. It just gets one monster and then works it out.
Especially when you have the field spell, singing, summoning, just protecting everything. Playing without that as of right now, though. So impressive that Isaiah has been able to get to this position.
Now, Genroku has activated its quick effect to tribute itself, and now we are going to summon out another dragon from the deck. This could lead to the field spell being placed onto the field if we are going for Hydra. We definitely don't want that as a tuner. As a tuner, there's not exactly that many monsters that requires 2 tuners. And so we're going to summon out Hydra. And Hydra does have that quick synchro in battle phase effect, which will matter a lot here. Now we have a 4, we have a 6, that could easily lead to the 10, which will lock out the battle phase from any further interaction. But we're going to go for a swing. Now, this time we're not taking battle damage anymore because Hydra now is on the field.
It's a winning combination of all 3 of them on the board, but it's just about time for a synchro summon, so going fast makes you feel alive. We'll be there soon.
Now, note that he's attacking, even though it's not going to destroy by battle, it's not really doing anything or dealing damage, but it's the attack count that we are increasing.
Once we get into the synchros, that will come into effect as they unlock additional effects based on how many times you had attacked, 3 being the magic number.
Yes. We're attempting to use the effect to synchro summon. Now, aren't most of the effects from the Vanquish Soul maybe in main phase?
Usually they are, so the battle phase is definitely where Isaiah wants to be.
Now, the difficulty now is that both of these players are under Shifter, and I can say for sure, if a Dragon player, a Tenpai Dragon player is under Shifter, it's a lot more difficult when it comes to establishing game. And did the Hydra manage to get a search?
Looks like it did not.
Because I am not seeing a field spell on that field, and I believe the field spell can activate even if it is vanished, but that's how you can kind of climb up on that damage. So we're going to synchro for a 10 right here.
For a 10? Yeah, for a 10.
Isaiah's going to have to try and assemble a lethal amount of damage because, I mean, we already saw the Poplar in the hand of John. If we allow the turn to go back, that's going to be bad news for Isaiah because John's deck can very quickly assemble a scary field and probably look for a one-turn win on his turn.
Yeah, especially with the Caesar and the entire Vanquish Soul side already established. If these aren't getting cleared off, you're going to be facing off 2 engines now.
Two great decks that are great in their own right, but taste great together as well. But looks like we're just trying to decide between 2 of these Dragon monsters. You can only synchro summon out one of them. So.
Okay, it's the big one.
It is the big one. We're going to have a Trident Dragon. And that's going to end up destroying some of your own cards. Now, here's the worry here. We are under Dimension Shifter. Why is it so hard? Because you don't get to maximize the effect of Sengenpai Biden Dragon, which summons back from the graveyard. That's the difficulty of playing under the Shifter. You can, but usually that's going to rely a little bit more on the field spell to get that damage.
Yeah. And I think that really threw Isaiah for a loop, because if you use Dimensional Shifter against a traditional Snake Eyes deck, it kind of ends what they want to do. But the fact that John had the Vanquish Souls lines meant that, yeah, I mean, you can just play Vanquish Souls. Wait on the Snake Eyes for right now. Bring those out later.
They are kind of just lurking in the background, ready to establish a field if anything happens to those Vanquish Souls, but we haven't even gotten through this battle phase yet, so it might be premature. We've only destroyed 1 dragon, it appears, so we're just working our way through, but it's just not the same as having the field spell there, so it will have 3 total attacks since 2 were destroyed, but...
So, we're going to start off with the attack into the Caesar Valius. Now, they're going to be on equal attack. However, Fadra is still on the field, so the Trident Dragon will not be destroyed. And likely Heavy Borger can also get attacked now, and that's going to take out 2 of those cards.
And I only saw 1 self-destruction from the Trident Dragon, so
that's
I don't know.
Only 2 attacks.
Yeah, I believe it's only 2 attacks, not 3. So that means that it'll only clear out 2 options. We still have the Link monster. And Trident Dragon, and whatever else is in hand, survive another turn here, because Tenpai Dragon still can have very explosive turns if it gets back over to Isaiah yet again. I just curious if John's going to allow that.
But now, I think if we're going to move out of battle phase, I don't think this is going to be enough. I mean, there's a lot of cards committed on Isaiah's side, so he's going to link them off.
Not used to seeing this many Tenpai Dragons banished in the turn completing, but hey, that's a normal pass of a turn there with the Heretic Seals to the Heavenly Spheres.
It's something.
So now I feel like that Dimension Shifter actually hurt Isaiah's own turn here. Because the Vanquish Soul side didn't really matter as much. Most cards go back to the hand. And now the Biden Dragon didn't make a showing here.
That is the difficulty when you go, as they say, blind second, right? You want to get that Dimension Shifter before you see anything hit the graveyard, but unfortunately that really can hurt. So, looks like we're back in Vanquish Soul Town.
And now we're activating Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, the trap. Isaiah is going to start off by taking 1,000. You revealed both a fire and a dark, I believe, if I saw that correctly.
That's 2 attributes revealed. We're going to get an additional summon. Oh, sorry, we're going to get search from Dr. Madlove. That is going to go into continue.
Well, we'll see if we put another quarter into this machine. We're now just passing across for a cut. Again, the Snake Eyes have not made an appearance other than to be revealed.
Alright, go
I imagine that's going to change this turn, Steven. Let's see what John's got in store for us, because so many resources still available, and there's a singular seals that you're facing down. This is the struggle of Tenpai going first. If you know you're up against Tenpai Dragon, you'll just give it to them because they'll summon the Heretic Seal of Heavenly Spheres and usually just pass on that. But John has the advantage of already having a bit of a field assembled.
Sure. So we're activating the effect of Heretic Seal of Heavenly Spheres. That's going to return the Rock of the Vanquisher. But because the monster was tributed, of course, it's going to activate.
Yeah, you're good.
We're going to see a summon of a monster from the deck. It's going to be a fire dragon, or rather a dragon, any dragon monster summoned from the deck.
With players picking up their deck to search out their respective cards, but goodness, if you're cheering for John, this definitely feels like it is going his way. He's been able to navigate through a lot of the interference that Isaiah put up, but it just hasn't been enough to clinch out the game. So we'll see if by adding Pantera here, he is ready to assemble the cards to victory.
So the monster that was summoned is Chandra. Chandra's at 0 attack and defense, because that's due to the effect of Heretic Seal.
Hey, that's a throwback to actually getting Heretic Seal's effect there. 0 dragons never looked better.
It's something, I guess. One body on the field, 1 dragon to defend his life points, and then I believe 2 cards in hand, if I see that correct from Isaiah. Either way, potential interaction.
Oh boy, we are starting to see the Snake Eye.
It's going to begin.
Slowly kind of come crawling out now.
Just a little bit. Now, we've always talked about this. There is a certain point where you have to consider the time remaining on the clock and whether or not you're going to another game. But at the same point, you can get a lot of information from your opponent here by not conceding. So we'll see if that ends up paying off, just to see what kind of lines he decides he wants to make, or maybe find out if there's some Fiendsmith in the Snake Eye Vanquish Soul deck too.
Yeah, get that info. You got to dig. It will drastically change up how you would interact if you see 2 monsters on the field. That is one of the key points.
That is a good point.
Level 1.
So a level 1 fire monster is going to be summoned out, and that's going to be Snake Eye Ash. Oh,
the combo begins.
Everyone's favorite.
So now Ash effect. I mean, we can grab another Poplar. Poplar can summon out again.
Yeah.
That doesn't really, affect too much. We're not going to get another effect from this Poplar because we already normaled one.
We haven't used the second effect of Poplar yet. Or third effect, I'm trying to remember the order of them. The one that allows you to put one back into the Spell and Trap card zone, but I imagine we'll probably do that here.
So right now, the danger on this current field, especially now, just because you're going into battle phase against, say, a Tenpai player, they have Tenpai monsters, just be very careful. They can still play on your turn. They could synchro on your turn. You want a misstep of declaring an attack could mean the end of your entire field.
Interesting that John didn't use the Oak effect to summon, just immediately went into the Tribute effect to summon the Flamberge from deck.
He may be saving that just in case Flamberge goes to the graveyard, then he could special summon the Snake Eye Oak back and then bring another body. So just like we talked about with some of the Fiendsmith cards, everybody, they see the field, they see the deck lists, they don't see that there's so much nuance here, so maybe that'll pay off later.
Steven, this is one of those moments that I'm always humbly reminded there's a reason I'm here and they're there on the table in the feature match. That would be a very unique read, but we have the DD Crow in hand for Isaiah.
The Flamberge Dragon. I was a bit surprised. I thought we were going to take away the Oak.
Yeah.
But most people have shifted only to play 1 Flamberge Dragon because they're not relying into getting into Hope Harbinger anymore.
Well, there's also very little space when you also have a bunch of Vanquish Soul cards in there. It's not as easy of just like, I could run another Flamberge Dragon. But speaking of Vanquish Souls, field are starting to fill back up as Rosin reappears there, being brought up by Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. And now we're going to our next Link summon.
It's got to be a fire, and it's going to be Salamangreat Raging Phoenix.
And when we talk about real estate in that extra deck, contrary to the popular memes, it's not free. You do have to make decisions. And this is one of the ones that some players have been dropping. I still like it because it gives you that push to end games. And that's exactly what John will be thinking about. I imagine John is thinking about right now is how do I end this duel right now?
Perfect. We're going to the World Sea Dragon Zelantis. Zelantis can technically flip that Chandra face down and more or less bypass that effect. And once you get into battle phase with the Link Zelantis, there's going to be cards being destroyed before they even get a chance to activate.
And speaking of activations, it looks like we're getting the Inferno Banshee here to go ahead and grab another Pyro monster from the deck.
I have not seen this play since the quarter-century event.
That's true. That's true. I almost had a jump scare that we might see Arc Nemesis Protos. But lucky for us, we're just seeing the cards that we're used to here. So again, looks like we're going to move everything up, flip that Chintra face down, and here we are on the battle phase.
I was wondering how the Vanquish Souls bridges into the Snake Eyes, but yeah, there it is. We see it in the extra deck of all places.
And we're summoning back the Promethean Princess, and Isaiah picks up his cards. Game 1 is going to John.
I messed up so bad. I think...
Very exciting duel, though. I mean, we did see the shifter slow things down, and then really slow things down for Isaiah, who's the one who actually played it.
It's true. We've been talking about it. You can't just put the cards out there at the first notice. You kind of have to, like, treat them with love and care and respect. This is the time to use that card. And unfortunately, yes, putting Dimension Shifter out there as fast as possible usually is the play, but it wasn't for this duel, unfortunately, for Isaiah.
That's unfortunate. Well, I would say, he's got a bit of an uphill battle now. One of the biggest challenge when it comes to playing Tenpai is that now they know you're playing Tenpai. You're going to likely make your opponent go first, and they probably also know that. Unless you're going to surprise them, like, I'm going to go first, but you have to side quite a few cards to really gain advantage as a Tenpai player going first. Like, you can put on Heat Waves and stuff like that to, like, essentially kind of skip your opponent's turn. They can't play a monster, so you get to do everything you want. But you have to kind of hard open into that in your first 5 cards.
True, and it's just not as easy as just, being the king of games like Yamayugi in the anime. You really have to just play with what you get. And they have added more cards for that Tenpai engine going first. Of course, Sangen Kaiho, but it hasn't been too popular yet.
Sangen Kaiho is a very difficult card to use, I think, in my opinion, because you have to maintain fewer monsters than your opponent, but you must have at least 1 Fire Dragon. That means your opponent gets to play 2 monsters. With the Fiendsmith rolling around, with Requiem equipping onto the Engraver, which we saw yesterday in those feature matches, that, you know what? Engraver just answers it entirely. Just equip it, send it away, and now you don't have a problem. Kaiho's not a live card anymore. So that's going to be a difficult choice, although it is very powerful. Skipping someone's main phase. It reminds you of the good old Pendulum days, especially with Magic Spectre, when people play Grand Horn of Heaven to skip the main phase.
Oh, yeah, those were some good times. Well, maybe we'll see them again sometime, but the duelists are just going through their side deck here. It's one of those things where, we heard some of the duelists mutter under their breath, well, maybe I could have done that better. And Kangas, just like you were saying, stage is pretty rough environment to be in. Yes, it's isolating, but you still have to keep that focus. One duel at a time.
I love it when the duelists are still talking, though, because we can hear them, communicating with each other. It doesn't seem like Isaiah is too distraught. I mean, right afterwards, he's like, I made a mistake. But still, just the energy he's composing himself with tells me that he has not lost heart.
He's still smiling. He's still smiling. And I know he's feeling the pressure. I've witnessed this face before when he played against me.
He is from Canada.
He is from Canada. I played against him like a few weeks ago, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Subtle flex. Okay. But talk about
it's definitely feeling a bit of pressure. He's never been on the feature stage before.
Really? So well, he's doing a great job of holding it together. Let's just hope the deck helps him a little more than it did last time.
I would love to see where he's going to kind of go.
Was that his team name on the shirt there?
Yeah,
I was trying to read what that was.
He has a team. He's a team for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely having that wonderful maple leaf there, representing his country.
CWG.
CWG, okay.
CWG is what we're looking at.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for maybe some other teammates throughout the weekend, see if we get more CWG representation.
And that's the most important part. While we are in the United States, this is the North American World Championship qualifier. So our representatives, they could be Canadian, they could be the United States. They're just here to show us who the best and brightest duelists in the world are.
Oh, he's smiling. He's relaxing a little bit. Maybe he's going to get into his groove this game.
Shaking it off.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Quite literally. This is just every Tenpai Dragon player, though, right? Just it's all vibes. Like, I'm going to get to battle phase eventually. It'll be fine.
Well, speaking of battle phase, let's go ahead and start our Game 2 here in Round 3 of the North American World Championship qualifiers.
All right, I will go second.
And there we go. Isaiah choosing to go second, so John will get that first turn. Now, this is where we start to have some of our questions answered. What side deck choices will John opt for? And was Tenpai on his radar going into this event? Because you have to make that decision before the event starts.
I'm pretty sure Tenpai was on everyone's radar going in. This is such a massive event. Tenpai being one of the decks that a lot of people like playing. They like going to the battle phase. It's got a lot of cool synchro dragons that you have access to. And the battle phase I think the battle phase part is probably like the coolest mechanic that you can actually play under. So,
well, speaking of playing under mechanics, we did have Mulcharmy discarded there again, so we're going to have some draws happen.
are we going to see Ash Blossom being met?
Oh, did not choose to do that. Needed to reveal a fire, I suppose.
I will special summon from my deck a Vanquish Soul monster of the same
Ooh, this is very interesting. Would you play the Vanquish Soul under the Mulcharmy?
He's going to have to.
There's
Looks like
at
that's
least
what
going
he's
to be
doing.
one card drawn, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering maybe if there's enough other interruption that John has in hand that he's just going to go for a simplified Vanquish Soul's, field and then pass, similar to what we saw in that Duel 1.
So we're attempting to activate the effect of Raisin right now. Now, if Raisin gets that surge, Isaiah feeling a little itchy there on his head. He's ready to kind of interact.
Oh, he's got that thumb on the Droll and Lockbird ready, and now it shuffles back out. Don't do it yet. You'll interrupt yourself, but it could be good to interrupt the opponent.
That is a tough combo with that Mulcharmy.
Gotta let him finish getting that search. Confirm the game state. Confirm the game state here. Is it going for Mad Love, or are we gonna go for something else?
You know what?
Well, he's taking his soul. This choice is important.
You gotta play at a reasonable pace here when it comes to searching your cards.
That is true. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition with the best and brightest. The rules are in full effect, so you cannot... Well, again, it is time to duel.
I'll draw. Yep.
So we got a normal summon draw from the Dr. Madlove. See, if he activates his Droll, he would have just not been able to draw cards. It's like such a big conflict here. I'm drawing cards, but do I want to lock you out?
I'm trying to see what else is in the hand, because that would be the real indicator of, do you have enough cards? Because the idea of a card like Mulcharmy is, what's the purpose of drawing cards? To get to the cards that you want to see on your first turn. If you already have those in your hand, I'm a bigger fan of using that Droll and Lockbird.
Well, I think you're exactly right. He did have Sangen summoning the field spell in his hand, which is a quick way to get Tenpai started, so we are seeing the Droll and Lockbird discard right now.
I find this to be so conflicting. These are both conflicting disruptions. One, putting the game state where every single summon from hand is going to draw you a card. Now you're going to lock yourself from those draws as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you're back down to 4 cards, as if you kind of just traded a few cards.
4 cards in it? 4.
And you're not going to get any more.
It is difficult. Mulcharmy is a powerful card, but only in the hands of a duelist who is ready to use it effectively. But maybe Isaiah thought that it was time to call time. He's got his field spell. He has what he needs. And now it's just a little different here as Diabellstar the Black Witch hits the field.
If you're satisfied with your hand, you might as well use the Droll and Lockbird, even if you're locking yourself out of potential additional draws.
I mean, I think for a Tenpai deck, you just want as much as possible.
Well, we'll have to see next turn how it pays off.
We're going to see if this is going to pay off, because right now we have John bypassing it by just setting cards straight to the field, and that would have been one additional draw as well.
This is the strength of Snake Eyes as well, as if they can get around a Droll and Lockbird through pretty creative means, special summoning from the deck, setting from the deck. You're really only stopping that Snake Eyes Ash and the Poplar as... okay. John quickly recovers the card. No damage done.
5-second rule, card's still going to be played on the field. Of course, we're going to go ahead and use Diabellstar as food for the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, and maybe grab somebody else from the deck here.
Is it going to be an Oak or is it Ash? Like, what are we going for at this point? You can't add a card to your hand, so Poplar doesn't exactly do anything here. So if you summon out the Ash, I mean, there is still technically a second monster on the field. There is still, in the middle, there's a Rock of the Vanquisher. So we're going to go for Snake Eye Ash. We're under Droll still.
So no search. We can go into a Link 2 and then, I don't know, try and play around from there.
Well, Ash into Oak can lead to something, but we need more cards. This is a field that needs more cards.
That shows you with both duelists packing Droll and Lockbird, it's going to be kind of awkward and constricting as cards are really not being added to the hand. The resources are dwindling bit by bit.
And I'm seeing the other cards in John's hand from the top cam here. It looks like there's an Ash Blossom and a Droll, maybe 2 Drolls.
There are 2 Drolls.
And then on the other side, Isaiah's working with a DD Crow, and I believe 2 Sangan summonings, if I saw that correctly. And it looks like, is that it? That's it?
Oh,
Could be
That's the pass.
Ooh, so there is going to be a drawn second copy of Sangan Summoning. Is there a Sangan Kaimin to start the turn? There is not. On activation field, but any response?
Taking a quick look through the graveyard before we make our decision here. This is going to be an important one.
This is a difficult thing to play in terms of Vanquish Soul. Vanquish Soul can hit most things in the spell and trap zone, anything in the monster and spell trap zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spell kind of out of the way. You don't have that column attack on those, and the column pressure there.
Field spell is just a little too far across the field for them to reach.
John,
Don't give ideas for new mechanics, though.
Uh-oh.
John taking a thought here, allowing it, or are we going to hit it with an Ash Blossom?
Yeah, the Ash is in hand. We can allow it, and then Droll.
Oh, revealing the Hydra is likely going to
There we go.
Droll.
Yep.
Droll is okay.
Yeah, and it looks like there is that third summoning. So it was 3 Sangan summonings in hand for Isaiah.
So one thing to note is that, you know, the discard needs to happen before we drop that Droll. Because some people might change up the cards they might throw away.
That is correct. You're right. You got to slow down and let your opponent finish resolving their effects there. But again, just working our way through here. And looks like the Dust Devil's being activated again.
We take 1,000 damage from the trap card. Dust Devil or Snow Devil.
16 minutes left on the clock, and it does... I expect that we won't go to time with these decks. They're both quite explosive, but sometimes that a little bit of chip damage will be the difference maker, especially when you're the one up in the series.
Oh, he tried to activate the effect of Ryzen to destroy the Hydra, but we are under Sangan summoning. That's going to be unaffected.
Ooh.
Powerful field spell.
Okay, now with still under Droll, how likely is it that we can actually win this? We still saw the Ash in John's hand, meaning that special summon from the deck is going to be off the table.
No, it's still available because it's going to be damage step from Chandra.
That's a good point.
Step.
Yes, it does get around that.
It doesn't seem like we're going to go into Kaiman, so most of this stuff is likely going to go through, and all this damage likely will push Isaiah into the next game.
For the dual
very
lesson. For the lesson for those at home, remember that Ash Blossom negates effects, but it doesn't negate activation, so it can't be used during the damage step when Chandra does what it does best.
Damage step, we summon out Fadra, and John
there
is
we
picking up his
go.
cards. Isaiah taking game 2. Yeah, that battle phase with the Sangan summoning, gotta be very careful about that. You gotta get rid of the card as soon as possible, and it doesn't seem like the Vanquish Soul has that option.
And we can go back and look at that Mulcharmy and then drolling yourself, but at the end of the day, you had the cards you needed. You don't need to keep drawing deeper into the deck if you already have the necessary components to set up that type of field. So I'm actually very happy that Isaiah was willing to do that, because I imagine some duelists would be more hesitant. They're like, no, I want to draw cards. I want to see more. Yeah,
I'm greedy. I want to draw cards.
Absolutely right, Tom. It's one of those things where you kind of have to stay humble. You have to make that decision. Do I want more cards? Or, you know what? This is enough. I'm confident. I need to slow him down.
Yeah.
I'm in my lane. I can do this.
See, I would be like, I want to draw into my, lightning storms, my forbidden droplets. I want to break the field. I want to make you feel my power.
I want to send a message.
Yeah, the message is where it's at. But according to
Isaiah,
Isaiah,
about winning the moral argument. For Tom.
Well, as a reminder, that's why Isaiah's up here and we're just back in the cheap seats.
I feel like we just keep reminding the audience of that, Steve. We should have a repeat check-in every 10 minutes. Yeah. Where are we sitting again? Oh, right, back here.
That's right. Behind stage, not on it.
Stage.
But Isaiah managing to tie up this current round. Now we're 1-1. Does John want to go first?
Ooh, that's
see
a tough
the ball's
choice.
back, in his field.
I mean, typically we will see duelists allow the 10-pipe player to go first because, like I had said in that first duel, there's not a lot this deck can do on its turn 1 to stop a deck like Vanquish Soul Snake Eye. They can kind of play through a singular Heretic Seal of Heavenly Spheres fairly easily, and typically that's what I see the 10-pipe end its first turn with.
Yeah. They could play continuous trap cards, such as Rivalry of Warlord.
Okay.
That could restrict a lot when it comes to, especially a deck like Vanquish Soul.
Especially a deck
even
like
Snake
that.
Eyes too. Snake Eyes play Pyro, they play Dragon, they play Spellcaster. Rivalry will lock them into only one typing.
That's a good point.
Whereas, well, 10-pipe, we only have the one type.
Yeah.
All dragons, all the time. Well, speaking of time, it looks like the duels are ready here, so it is about time to duel. It's going to be a really interesting game, again, with very little time left on the clock. Not too little, but again, 10-pipe can't close it out in one battle phase, so it all depends on who is going to get that first battle phase.
Let's do it. I want to see it.
Certainly a coin flip of a duel if I ever saw one. It could go either way, and here we go into Game 3 of Round 3 of the North American World Championship qualifiers.
Good luck.
Here we go.
Both duelists still giving another fist bump, and we have 12 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. This could come down to a game of time, depending on how long these combos are to start off, and it is John going first.
That is an interesting point to make. John going first. He chose to go first. Maybe he's put in some dimension barrier, siding in just to, like, I know you like skipping turns, but maybe I can skip your turn back kind of deal.
Well, he also might just think I can put enough resources in order to hold out on that, but maybe not when Droll and Lockbird slams down.
Now, Droll and Lockbird on Snake Eye Ash isn't the end-all be-all. There are pivots around that particular play where you can still build a rather decent field still, but it does shut down the entirety of the Vanquish Soul cards now.
Yeah.
Well, Isaiah kind of in a similar spot. Looks like we're looking at 2 Sangan summonings in the hand, but also a Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill at the ready as he sort of thumbs that card, just ready to drop it down at the right moment.
Yeah, more disruptions available
It
for
can also
Isaiah.
lead to damage, too. If that monster that's negated gets put into the graveyard, that's going to be damage done, shortening the reach required for the battle phase when it comes back to Isaiah's turn. That's all possibility.
It's actually in hand or deck.
And we are summoning an Oak from the hand. Ooh, that's going to be a costly summon.
Yeah, drawing that is never ideal for the Snake Eyes player. You want to get that out of the deck so you have more resources in your hand. But it will still allow for a combo to continue.
He's contemplating whether or not he's going to drop that Ghost Mortar.
I can't activate anything on the summon. I have to respond to this. That's fine.
He's allowing it to summon back. And get the Poplar.
Interesting.
I'm wondering what we're saving it for then. Clearly we think that there's a bigger threat.
This is going to lead into the Flamberge now. These are the pivots we're talking about. If they get into the Flamberge at this point, we're just going to cycle a lot of cards onto the field. This is at least 5 monsters just going to pop in on and off of the field now.
I'm wondering if we're thinking about trying to stop the Promethean Princess line. A lot of times Snake Eyes will go into a pretty much solved line at this point. It's tough to always say that because duelists are so creative, they'll find other ways to play it. But what we've seen time and time again is this play. You go into the IP, you're going to go into a Promethean Princess, bring back the Flamberge, and then, go. We already saw the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, so maybe we're going to hit that Promethean Princess to prevent that Flamberge from coming back.
Well, it's time to find out if he's going to save it or spend it as we're thumbing through the extra deck here to special summon, yep, exactly, Promethean Princess.
Yeah.
There's a danger to negating this card, though. You turn off the Fire Lock, it means you can just link it away as well.
There's the spending.
So we are dropping, as you called it.
It really is the only other area that makes sense to go for that type of play. So Isaiah is making a calculated risk because, like you said, Tombox, now we can pivot away from that Fire Lock if you're on the side of John.
John setting 1 card. Passing turn. If this top deck is going to be Sangan Kaiman, it's going to be an insane hard
That's
cards
it.
moment.
All right, let's see. Draw for turn.
Ooh, that is not a card that he wants to see at this particular point. He already has that card on the field, and that's Genroku. And if there's only 2 copies of Genroku, that's going to be a tough time.
In hand for John, we saw Droll and Lockbird and Ash Blossom, 2 very strong cards to try and slow this down. Looks like we're going to wait for that Droll, though.
Time to speed things up, though, as we activate Sangan Summoning to grab in the Tenpai Dragon Pydra and discarding the extra Tenpai Dragon Genroku. But that's the Droll and Lockbird.
Met with a Droll and Lockbird.
Here are yikes from Isaiah.
Ooh, shows you that these duelists are not just dueling machines, they're humans too.
Yeah.
I felt like there could have been a different search that could have led to a different play, such as maybe search for a Chandra so you can normal summon Genroku. Genroku can already get the Pydra out, so then you would be able to get both Chandra and a Pydra eventually onto the field. Now you only have 1 normal summon available, and this is all you can do with this. But that is going to be met with an Ash Blossom as well.
And I imagine is just it. There's no more gas in the hand of Isaiah. He says that's really good.
That's really good.
It is really good. Uh-oh.
And he's passing on an empty field.
Okay.
People clapping. It's not over yet, but it does feel like if you're a Tenpai Dragon fan, this may not be your game.
I really am going to feel bad for what I'm about to do.
Does John preferencing I'm about to do something very strong?
So first and foremost, I've already
Looks like we're going to link off into Hita here. Maybe steal a
Hita
fire.
is going to take one of those dragons and summon it onto the field.
Is that quarter century secret rare to boot? It's like, oh man, that card looks so good. Here, see it over on this field. But rarities be gone. We're going to go ahead and link off. Looks like probably the Flamberge Dragon and the Genroku here, which is just going to cause a cascade of Snake Eye monsters on the field.
I mean, you can pretty much play it safe here. You can even go into an Appaloosa just to line up your next monsters. It's going to be a Flamberge. Flamberge is going to bring back a ton of other monsters as well, but we're just going to take the Flamberge and the Genroku, and we're going to link summon those two together into Phoenix, Nightmare Phoenix.
Love seeing a card like Nightmare Phoenix still played to this day. One of my favorite cards of all Link monsters, and it's just so relevant in this Snake Eyes deck, and we can see the power of it here. We are just flooding the field.
Now just gotta be careful with your chain links here now, because that's gonna be a new chain on the Nightmare Phoenix and the Flamberge. So if you're gonna be moving cards, just know your chain links, where sometimes things could be, oh, that was actually part of a different chain. You've actually missed the time. You gotta be careful of those things. But this looks like a ton of damage already. Adding 1100 to all those little Snake Eye monsters, level 2 monsters. Sorry, they're level 1 monsters, and including the Phoenix. This is actually enough damage already.
Yeah. Now, I mean, at this point, we're just styling. Let's see if John wants to do more. There we go. Let's keep it going. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
I mean, that was a bit of a dangerous play a little bit. What if there was a Nibiru?
I'm sorry, my man.
Well, there's no Nibiru, but there's the handshake.
John,
the crowd just erupting into applause there.
Good job, my man. Let's go.
So we get John as our Swiss Round 3 feature match winner.
Quite the game there again, having to just bleed out his opponent to the very last drop there. It was not just a rush there, but again, feeling all of the emotions. Good game though, bro, right? Exactly. What an impassionate duel between the two of them.
You can see some of those side deck cards here. There are dimensional barriers, so that's kind of what I'm like, I'm choosing to go first. I'm going to lock you out from synchro summoning. That's your win con. You're not going to have it for at least one turn. And also anti-spell fragrance. Great way to shut down the field spell, the quick play spells, making it very, very slow for the opponent to play. And these are the cards that you're going to need to fight against Tenpai, especially in games 2 and 3.
No, for real. But you're absolutely right earlier when you mentioned that Tenpai Dragon really is a deck that you're going to have to prepare for. And I think that John did a great job of just reading Isaiah's moves, knowing where the game state was going. And by the way, speaking of side deck cards, I think I just saw Rivalry of Warlords on the table too. So there's so many cool ways to play both of these decks.
And he expected to play going first. He thought that he was going to be going first. He has put in heat waves in there as well, but that was not what occurred. See, I think against Tenpai, most people are probably going to choose to go first. There are cards, especially if you're playing Beatrice, you can side in a card like Rise to Full Height. Just, you can't declare battle anyway. My monster's not there anymore. Or, if you hit them with a Dimension Shifter, they'll pivot their level 1 monsters, making a Fucho, the rank 1, and now you can't, it's unaffected by card effects, and if using the effect, cannot be destroyed by battle, buying you back the entire turn. That's why going first against them is not too bad either.
Oh, poor Isaiah saying, I didn't do anything special. But again, don't be so hard on yourself. It is going to be a long tournament. Again, both of these players certainly qualified to be here. And with a tournament like this, with a top 64, anything can happen. So stick it out.
I would say learn from your experience here. Maybe you kind of caught on a few different things that you could have done a little bit better, but never let it drag you down. Always take it as a learning experience and apply it immediately in the future round.
Absolutely. You don't want to get dragged down into the grave, right? But again, the duelists are going to go ahead and clean up on the table here. And you might notice, we're missing a friend. We'll do a little bit of a magic trick later. But what a cool duel, though, specifically. It was so neat to see all the impact of the Infinite Forbidden on those. And Tenpai Dragon is still looking really strong. So maybe we'll get to see it again. And maybe it'll rise to victory.
I hope so, too. Maybe we'll get to see some of those Dora lines that I really like. Like, Dora is such a powerful card. I don't know why some people are just not choosing not to play, especially if you get Dora with the field spell. It's also a fire dragon. It can lead to a lot of crazy plays as long as you know how to use that plus the Genroku.
True. Again, so many really cool cards here, and there's a lot of neat stuff that we have still to come. But in a moment here, we're going to go ahead and talk with the winner of our duel as we throw back to somebody who isn't here. Let me just pass it on back to Stephen Kangas on the stage.
They know where
Thank you very much there, Steven. I'm here with John, aka Louis. Well, you said your friends call you Louis. Can I call you Louis?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
All right, I'm held in high esteem, that means. Louis, congratulations on the win. I want to start with some of the stressful moments in that duel, specifically in the first one. D-Shifter hits the grave, and you still have the Vanquish Soul line to go down. How are you feeling in moments like that when traditionally, like, a normal Snake Eyes deck would kind of be done playing at that point?
Like, traditionally, I was playing the Shifter as an engine part in the deck, playing Vanquish Soul originally. Like, that's what the deck was supposed to be doing. You just shift your opponent, and your opponent has to play under it. But now I'm just like, well, I wanted to play Snake Eye cards. And honestly, that's why I'm playing the Vanquish Soul stuff too, because Shifter's rampant. And everyone's playing Tenpai Shifter. The trap just flips over, and my opponents in battle phase just look at me and just be like, I got 1, 2, 3.
Well, it worked out for you. That was a fantastic, duel to win there. But I got to ask, what made you decide to go specifically for that line? You mentioned Shifter. Is it just that one card, or do you just have a special place in your part for the Vanquish Soul cards?
So, in particular, as you saw in the game 1, I made the Banshee, and that's what really goes with it. Like, the combos with the Vanquish Soul, when you add Pop and have Jagalong on field, you double search and you chain block. The searching and the chain blocking with the deck is crazy. And Diabellstar says you can set a fire in the spell and trap. Set Raising for your opponent's turn, and then you just play on your opponent's turn with that as well. The deck just synergates. It's not a deck in particular. The Vanquish Soul, I think it's just an engine, which is just meant to be. And then you got the whole Snake Eye deck.
I love the creativity, and that's one of my favorite things being at an event like this, because it's top duelists in the region having this opportunity to play like that. Now, there's a lot of people cheering for you. One in particular making a lot of noise. Do you have any shout outs that you want to get for the folks here?
Yes, I'm going to give a shout out to my whole group. Their names are Paul, fucking Jared, Omar. Omar's my man right there. He's my test buddy. Austin, and Alex, all my buddies from Superstar, all my buddies from the Baltimore area and Maryland area. They know who they are. They know what's up. Shout out to the Rolling Crew. They know who you are.
All right. Thank you very much, Louis. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it back over to the casters.
Just great duelists from all across North America here, and it's really cool to have that great community, right? That vibe of your friends helping you lift you up, right? Just good stuff, good stuff. But speaking of great stuff, let's talk about speed duels, because we do still have plenty of organized play for speed duels. The Speed Duel main event series and that wonderful Dawn Salute gameplay map. Again, these are scheduled monthly, so there are plenty of Speed Duel tournaments to be had. Looks like August 17th, September 14th, and October 19th. Take a look at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG official channels, because they will always be telling you when these cool events are coming up. Still love me some Speed Duels.
Dawn's Luke, what a iconic monsters from just the dawn of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh yeah, one of the strongest decks in the World Championship at its earliest levels was specifically Dawn Saluk. So again, really neat to see it. But we are not done yet. Again, this was only round 3 of 9 today. Let's go ahead and throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
welcome back, everyone. We're here at the North America World Championship Qualifier, and it is round number 4, right?
It's round number 4, absolutely.
We're almost halfway to forever. Still, if you know, you know. But we're really excited to be here, and we're going to keep on having new decks that we haven't seen on stream yet so far. Well, one of these decks we saw on Friday, but Saturday's a brand new day.
We definitely saw a lot of this deck on Friday, but I think it's really interesting that we have so many decks going into this tournament. I really thought it was going to be a lot more dominated by the Snake Eye strategy. But I think this is definitely one of those situations where there's some decks, you know, to be undefeated at this point, this is a tournament where you needed to be having an invite to even get to this point. But I think we're seeing some real creativity here, and that is with the introduction of White Forest from Infinite Forbidden. Cards that, you know, are really strong for synchro-based strategies that have fallen out of favor outside of Tempai, right? But I think one of the more popular decks of old, doing some of the Bestial Runic strategies, this really bolsters that kind of strategy.
Yeah, it really does. I'm really excited to see. I didn't get to hear most of what you said. Had to switch headsets. I've been using this headset, but I guess when we had the 3 people on, is now on headset number 2. I was on headset number 3, but now I'm back in it. I can't really respond to what you just said, but I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited that you at home are watching. I think Kangas is on the stage getting ready for this feature match. It's going to be an exciting one, so stick around. Kangas, let us meet our players here at round number 4 at the NAWCQ.
And for our feature match of round number 4 in the blue chair, from Kansas City, Brady Shields. His favorite card is Vanquish Soul Raisin, and he wants you all to know he thinks he's the greatest Vanquish Soul player on the planet. His opposition in the red chair, Chi Wang. From Toronto, Ontario, while he listed his favorite card as Chaos Ruler Chaotic Magical Dragon, he wants you to know he also loves Sky Striker. Let's throw it back on over to the casters to get into game 1.
It's all right. Thanks, Kangas. This is exciting. Like I said, Fiend Smith Yubel, love that graphic right there. You can see it. But up against White Forest Runic. White Forest is that brand new strategy out of the Infinite Forbidden synchro strategy. I think you might have been touching on this already before. But yeah, you use cards that can send spell and trap cards to the graveyard to summon level 4 tuners from your deck, and you're able to use those runic cards to summon more monsters to the field. I mean, any kind of runic synchro strategy has been pretty popular among our players so far leading up to this.
Yeah, this is essentially replacing the Bestial engine that has been used previously, popularized by players such as Joshua Schmidt. It's one of those things where you're just trying to fulfill the non-tuner category, but this strategy allows you to kind of cover both, right? You get the tuners and you get the non-tuners.
Yeah. That's really cool because you get to have everything you really need. Also being able to send spell and traps to the graveyard. I mean, the White Forest spell and traps, after you send them, get to reset themselves to be able to use them again, especially their normal spell that lets you add a White Forest card. You want to send that to the graveyard first to activate a White Forest effect. Then you can reset it and use it also. So it's like you're not even paying a cost to special summon these monsters from your deck for free.
And this the synergy also comes in with the runic cards there as well, right? You just want to filter the graveyard and just generate the value from the cards that you do eventually have to discard.
Definitely, and there's a lot of other cool tech cards that Chi has in his deck that we're going to wait to see. I hope we get to see one of them specifically. There's a monster in his deck that it was always one of the cards that I really liked, one of the coolest looking cards. I'll make sure to reference it when we see it, but we'll have to see if it touches down. I'm really excited about it. But Brady on the other side is playing the deck we saw in the World Qualifying Point Playoff everywhere. It made top 4, both end up losing in the top 4, but it's that Fiend Smith Yubel deck.
Right, we've seen this deck do quite a lot of damage, and it's able to really take advantage of how powerful its plays are, its ability to play through multiple points of interaction, just be able to generate bodies out of nowhere, really seemingly just because of Phantom of Yubel. And it's such a powerful strategy. I'm not sure how Runic can really keep up, especially without a battle phase, but I guess not having a battle phase against Yubel could be a blessing.
Man.
Yeah, definitely could be. Not needing a battle phase, you're not forced to go in there thanks to that nightmare pain. It's really cool how these kind of things interact. It's something you would never really think of until you're actually watching the two decks face off against each other. But it looks like our duelists are shuffled up and ready to jump into it. It's game number 1, round 4 of the North America World Championship Qualifier. Here comes the die roll. Looks like Brady's going to roll a 7. That's the most likely number.
A 3. Not that likely.
Yeah, very unlikely.
Not good enough.
Yeah, but on the wrong side of the spectrum on that one. But our players are drawing their opening hands.
Now, this is part of the difference in the functionality of the runic strategy. All the runic cards are very powerful at going second because they are really useful at breaking boards, but without the Bestials, you have no real ability to impede your opponent's first turn.
Definitely. That's the downside to playing a deck like this. You're really wanting to go first when you're playing more of a stun kind of strategy, but it is not the case here. Brady's going to start with Track to summon Lurie. Not the strongest play before people found out about Necroquip Princess. We're going to see if that's going to happen to come into play here.
If we're going into the Requiem here, Requiem is going to be able to tribute itself, get access to the Fiendsmith Engraver, assuming nothing happens to it. Looks like it's all good to go.
Yep, Requiem going to summon that Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field. We've seen this before.
Then activate Requiem effect.
Now, the Yubel strategy...
Here comes the Necroquip Princess!
Does he have it? He definitely is going for it.
So Necroquip Princess is this brand new fusion monster. It requires the Fiendsmith and a monster equipped with the card, and then he's able to use both of them to count as the materials, special summons to the field, and now he's going to have 2 level 6 monsters. But continue about your Yubel.
Well, I was just saying, this is a deck you don't really want to try to stop their turn because they have so much ability to play through things, right? So when you have the runic cards that are so strong at playing into a field, do you think the matchup gets better for you?
I think so. I think it will probably get a little bit better because it's just one of those strong decks that can do so well against the majority of the field.
And attempt to activate the effect.
I think the flexibility is going to be really important here, but it also comes down to which runic spells you do have access to, because unfortunately with something along the lines of Phantom of Yubel or Varus, they're going to be able to stop you from the critical tip resolving.
Very true, very true.
Valor?
Looks like Valor coming down here for Fiendsmith sequence.
That is fine.
Will this stop him? This is the key part to affect Valor when they go for the Necroquip Princess line.
Yep, we're cutting off the Beatrice here, and it looks like that might be enough. Oh,
let's
just
go
one
Effect
interruption.
Valor. I heard the Effect Valor wasn't enough because of the Necroquip Princess. That's what everyone's been telling me. But it looks like if you just time your negates at an opportune time. I mean, he didn't start with Snake Eye Ash or Diabell Star.
Really, he had no Yubel cards.
He had no Yubel cards. Yeah, it's tough to win Yubel when you don't have that Nightmare Throne.
I don't know what you were trying to do there.
Throne. You never heard that song? It's a good one. You should check it out. But now the play is back to Chi, and he is going to... Ooh, we see that awesome skill drain in his hand. That's one of the cards I was talking about. That's kind of a cool tech card. With the White Forest cards, you can send spell and trap cards to the graveyard, so you can use skill drain to shut your opponent down, and then send it off when you're done with it.
Sure.
I can't believe you said awesome skill drain.
I love it. It's one of my favorite cards. Beast King Barbaros, baby!
I was a fan of that back then. It's different times now.
So he's going to use the runic spell to summon Hugin.
Yep, so that's Flashing Fire being used here. Cutting that off for the rest of the turn, but Hugin's going to be able to activate if he so chooses. Has to discard one of these cards, and that's going to be, I believe, one of the White Forest cards.
It is one of the White Forest cards, but since it was sent to the graveyard, he's able to set it. This is what I'm talking about. You want to discard it or send it to the graveyard before you activate it so you can get that extra value. And we also see the synergy between the cards. So now we're going to see the normal summon of Astalar of the White Forest. This can send a spell or trap to the graveyard to special summon a White Forest card. That's going to be met by Effect Valor.
So both Effect Valor and Infinite Impermanence, but because he now controls the Illusion or Spellcaster, he is able to activate the tails and add another White Forest.
Imagine he might be looking to go for Rucia. Rucia can special summon from the hand if he controls a White Forest.
Yeah, really showing the ability to extend through multiple points of interaction here. The Valors and the Imperms are not really that functional. I mean, they did cut off a couple really strong effects, but you're still able to extend through. It's just a matter of will he be able to find access to the remainder of his runic engine? Because if you're able to resolve Runic Fountain and get a couple draws here, that you're really just dominating the game.
And it does look like he adds Rucia from his deck to his hand. But yeah, that's cute. I mean, cutting off the Runic Fountain is important because you don't want them drawing 3 cards every single turn.
Yeah, now he has to play this turn without a battle phase, so potentially the sequence might survive.
Ooh, he's definitely going to want to find a way to get it off the field. Now a Synchro Summon is coming down for the brand new level 6. And that is going to be...
Arcelia?
Yeah, it's a tough one to say. But Sinister Soul of the White Forest.
Yep, when this one's summoned, you can add a spell or trap from your hand or grave or field to the graveyard. And then you can add a White Forest.
Yep, so he sends the skill drain. And now let's see what he's looking to add. Maybe going to go after the White Forest trap card that lets you special summon a White Forest from your deck and then Synchro Summon on your opponent's turn. That would be Woes of the White Forest.
Just setting himself up for the following turn here. Still has the Hugin in play. And of course, can't forget, Arcelia is a tuner, so he has access to a level 8 here.
Yep, and there goes the Woes.
Can I read that card? Yes. I understand this one.
Yep, this makes a lot of sense. I imagine I would have to read that card too.
It's a brand. I mean, the Infinite Forbidden just came out, and a lot of people are hyper focused on the Fiendsmith cards for a good reason. They're good cards. But the White Force cards are also incredible, and we're seeing why both these players are undefeated here. So he gets the special summon back the Stellar because is it a monster? Oh, if a spell trap is sent to the graveyard, that's right. So he comes back to the field.
That's right. Yeah.
See which level 8 synchro he's going to go for. He could go for...
Diabell, I'll try
okay, yeah, we're going to go for Diabell.
Diabell's pretty awesome. So if you had to discard something like Infinite Impermanence or your skill drain at some point in the turn, you can just add it right back from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, you think it would limit it to White Forest cards, but no, it's just any spell or trap.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards in the theme for sure. It's like when you read that effect, I can add any spell or trap from my graveyard. Like, you should probably consider looking at these cards.
The only limiting factor is that you also already have to have it in the graveyard, so it's something you already had access to, so not as impactful as something along the lines of Beatrice, which just sends it directly from the deck to the grave, but I suppose if you have them in combination, you could really add anything.
Yep, kind of like a Nightmare Griffin kind of thing. So now he's going to use Rusia's Graveyard effect to shuffle back the Synchro monster and special summon it to the field. You see Rusia really strong here, is able to special summon from the hand and the graveyard in the same turn, so he can continue Synchro climbing. Now he's going for the other White Forest Synchro, and that's going to be Silvera, Wolf Tamer of the White Forest. This card's really cool. It can turn all your opponent's monsters face down on summon, not once per turn, but it boosts up your synchros and they can inflict double piercing damage.
I mean, that's quite the effect.
Oh, that's
right?
the card, Iris Sword Soul. The Iris Sword Soul is a really cool card, and you can special summon it anytime a monster on the field that's effect was negated, and he was able to summon that and use it as link material for SP Little Knight because he had to clear that Requiem, or sorry, the sequence.
You know, I didn't expect it to be SP Little Knight that took care of it, but I suppose it's a pretty strong one.
You can see Chi knows this deck in and out. He played quickly and very well. Clean up the board. I mean, that's the thing about like the Runic Synchro players. They seem to always really know their decks really well and how to counter a lot of the strategies.
I think it's one of those decks that require a lot of practice, so it makes a lot of sense if you're choosing to play the strategy at an event like the NAWCQ. You have to put in the time.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's why I tell you, you can only Therio so far, and sometimes you get lost and stuck in that theory, like, oh, this deck's so good, I can't beat it. But when you sit down and play and figure out why you can't beat it, you can adjust your deck and find ways to have some openings. But he starts off his turn by shuffling back the Fabled Lorry to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard to the field. Now, his opponent still doesn't know if he's using Ubel or not.
It really could be anything. I think this is something that it didn't touch on yet, but Let's Be Little Knight banishing the sequence really cuts it out of the rotation, right? You're not going to be able to access that sequence again.
Very true. Definitely something you want to consider when you're playing against the deck. Trying to get those key cards out of the graveyard. I mean, that's why we see cards like DD Crow and the Bestials being so popular this weekend. But he's going to use SP Little Knight to banish Engraver in response to the Fiendsmith Tract activating. But he has another Engraver in hand, so he's going to fuse 2 from hand with Tract.
That is a lot of Engravers.
I mean, he doesn't have the Ubel card, so he has to have something. And here comes Fiendsmith's Lacrima. This can either add back or special summon a level 6 from the graveyard. Well, Fiendsmith Engraver specifically in this situation.
Considering his options here.
Send this as cost. Negates it, right? No, this will special summon a light synchro to on the.
All right, so he's going to use the Diabell's quick effect to send a spell or trap card to special summon a level 7 or lower tuner synchro monster from the extra deck graveyard or banishment. So he can special summon back the wolf Silvera, and Silvera on summon it can turn all of their opponent monsters face down. And then since the Synchro monster came back, he can bring back more White Forest cards to the field. And he still has... Oh no, Woes is in his graveyard.
Yeah, he had to use the Woes, unfortunately.
Woes. And that's it, right? He's conceding. He's realized he's out of options. And going second, the Runic White Forest strategy is able to take game 1. And Chi is 1 win away from moving on 4-0 at the NAWCQ.
Yeah, a really good showing here for the White Forest strategy, given an Effect Veiler and a Dream really got there this time around. But Brady has a chance to show what his deck is meant to do if he just draws just a little bit better, being able to take the lead here in game 2.
Yeah, Chi just playing lightning fast. Probably the fastest game I've seen in a while with the amount of plays that were being made. So it's a lot to follow, but incredible showing you the strength, the power of the White Forest cards. Like all of the cards when you're reading, they're like, oh, I have to send this, I have to send this. But then you just realize they all just come back onto the field. Not just the spell or traps, the monsters as well. When they're in the graveyard, they can come back to the field. When they're in your hand, they can come back to the field. They have cards that can special summon from the deck. The utility of the White Forest deck is fantastic. You know, I was wondering what strategies people were going to combine with it. Was it going to be the toy cards that just came out in Battle Legends Terminal Revenge? They work really well with them too. So if they're sent to the graveyard, you can special summon them back as well.
And yet,
and there's also Centura Ion is another strategy I've seen a lot of people use with the White Forest cards. Trying to go for that Crimson Dragon into the Calamity Lock as well. But seeing it here with the Runic strategy is something I didn't really expect, but I can see how it's working so well for him.
There's a lot of options with it, but as you might have heard from the players here, Brady actually had tested a lot against this matchup. He just didn't have anything to really play on that turn. But I was going to ask you, do you think he used any of his interruptions incorrectly? Because we saw that he was able to play through extremely well. Do you think... I think the Hugin was a correct thing to stop in every situation because you don't want to generate that many value cards from the Runic engine. But maybe it was a little early. Yeah. No, it might have been premature to stop any of the individual White Forest main deck monsters. Maybe you have to target down the extra deck ones.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the advantage of playing a brand new strategy. When a new set comes out, your opponent may not know those key moments when to use those interactions. But yeah, it's hard to not negate a Hugin effect because that can potentially lead to so many more cards.
I mean, Brady seems like he actually does know what to do if he says he's tested against this matchup like a lot up to this point. I wouldn't say that I would have devoted that much time to playing against White Forest because it's not something I would have expected to play. I would obviously take the time to read the cards, but if you consider yourself proficient enough to know what all the cards do in a situation like this, then you definitely know what to do when you're able to take the lead again and you have your combo go uninterrupted.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the advantages to playing like an unexpected deck. I wouldn't call White Forest Rogue even because, I mean, it hasn't had a chance to even establish itself to see where it fits into the meta. I think a lot of people were not really expecting how good the cards actually are, but they're pretty fantastic, and maybe Runic is the winning strategy with this deck. It'd be cool to see if he makes it all the way. I mean, starting 4-0 is an incredible feat. If he makes it. He still has to win another game of this match, and I know Brady's not going to want that.
Yeah, Brady's going to try to hold it down. Yubel is definitely no stranger here to having these kind of powerful comebacks. It is an extremely powerful deck, and I think just seeing one of the many starters that the Yubel strategy has would make a world of a difference.
Definitely. I mean, he could definitely draw way better than he did in game number 1. I mean, his opponent still doesn't know he's using Yubel, technically.
Yeah, triple engraver is not what you really want to see.
Oh, is that what he had? Oh, yeah.
Because he fused with the other two, right?
Oh, man. But let's go and jump into game number 2 here at the round 4 of the NAWCQ.
Let's see Brady draw playable here. I mean, okay, the hand was not unplayable. It was just weak to one interruption, but just a little stronger.
But a timely interruption, yeah. That Veiler, knowing to wait for that sequence was huge. I mean, he didn't really have a chance to Veiler before then.
He's not going to Veiler the Requiem, I promise you. We're starting with Engraver again.
Unless. All right, Engraver's going to add Fiendsmith Tracks.
That's fine.
Does he have Droll and Lockbird? That's the key time to Droll and Lockbird. Doesn't look like it. Track's going to add Fabled Glory, discard it, and it special summons itself to the field.
Speaking of Droll and Lockbird, that is a very powerful card, typically against the Runic strategy, and Brady does have it in his hand.
Ooh, we're going to see if that's going to change the result of this game from the first game. So far, things are pretty similar.
Identical, even.
I think he just started with just Tracked in game 1, but basically the same.
Engraver?
So here comes Engraver.
Requiem to equip. Sure.
He is doing that same. Yep. Here comes Necroquip Princess. Oh, it looks like he's even going to use that Aerial Eater. I can see it in his extra deck. Really good card for Yubel.
And I will use Engraver's effects. I'm going to put Fabled Lurie back into my
Okay, we're putting Lurie back and keeping the Requiem in the graveyard here.
2 level 6 monsters on the field. Do we link them away? Do we overlay them? It looks like it's going to be the same link summon for Fiendsmith Sequence. You know he's having to worry about that effect negation. Does he have it in the hand again?
It looks like it's working so far. It seems all good. Oh, he does not look very happy. Maybe not pleased with his hand here.
Brady is a veteran duelist, so he knows what he's doing. He knows how to shake off a game 1 loss and move on and play to the next game.
Ooh, going into Appaloosa against the Runic strategy, forcing him to have something along the lines of freezing curses to deal with it. Or I guess Flashing Fire is actually... I mean, it's actually very easy for Runic to deal with an Appaloosa. It's awkward to invest so many resources into it, but if they don't have the correct answers to it, it is very difficult to get all your powerful monster effects through.
Yeah, I think Appaloosa really strong against the White Forest cards, not as strong against the Runic cards. So, I mean, that's kind of the advantage of playing 2 of the hybrid strategies against each other, so you can play through the things that normally stop your strategy. But we see Spirit of Yubel being summoned from the Samsara D Lotus, and then he's able to add Nightmare Pain. Nightmare Pain's going to destroy Spirit of Yubel.
Going to grab the Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Yubel's going to trigger. Summon out another Yubel from the deck. You can summon the Grave Squirmer because you control a Fiend. And then destroy that Yubel. Yubel's going to trigger again to summon Terror Incarnate.
No Nightmare Throne, though.
Who needs it?
Yeah, who needs it?
He'd like it, but
Terror Incarnate comes down. Don't want to leave that up on your field during the end phase.
I don't think it will.
I guess you could negate it with Appaloosa. But here comes Phantom of Yubel, shuffling back the materials from the graveyard. Phantom Yubel can negate a monster. Well, sorry, change a monster effect to destroy Yubel from the deck by tributing Phantom Yubel off the field.
Any effect, right?
Monster effect, I think. Pretty sure. Unless I'm crazy. I'll pull it up, though, on Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, which is an amazing app. If you don't have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, you're messing up. You're able to look up any card and read the effect. Let's see. Phantom Yubel. When your opponent activates a monster effect.
Okay, I'm thinking of what...
It would be really good if it was anything, yeah.
No, I'm thinking about playing around double impermanence by having two, but so it's just so that you can't... Yes.
Yes, it's basically the same thing. But we see Yama come down, adding Shavara, the Link summon for Unchained Soul of Rage.
I will activate Shavara's effects, targeting my rage.
This is the classic. He's going to be able to destroy the rage to add back...
one rage.
With rage.
Yama, targeting my spirit. And... Yep, that'll be it. Sure. I will add back... I guess I should specify. I'm going to add
So
back
the Yama summoning back Spirit of Yubel.
Yep, and the Soul of Rage is adding back
Soul of Rage.
the Fiend's Engraver.
Can add back any Fiend. I hear Fiends are good now.
They've been good for quite some time.
Oh yeah, Burning Abyss. I mean, Unchained as of as recently.
I messed up my combo, but it is what it is. I guess.
Ooh, not what you want to hear.
Says he messed up his combo, but it is what it is. Like, you have to accept that and move on and do the best with what you got.
Pure Aura made him mess up the combo here. There's the Muckraker. The Shavara is going to be able to trigger here since it was sent to the graveyard to set the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained.
Yep, that'll let him special summon Unchained Soul of Rage back during the opponent's turn.
Yeah, having access to SP Little Knight on your opponent's turn, being able to banish those key White Forest cards, you know, cut off that recursion, it's going to be pretty important.
Yeah, that was a big thing a lot of people looked at when SP Little Knight came out, is that because Unchained was one of the more popular decks, is how Soul of Rage can go into SP Little Knight, which you're taking out an opponent's monster, another card, and potentially another card with SP Little Knight's effect.
Not the Shavara, sorry. This chamber? Yeah, chamber.
So we have Muckraker,
your turn.
Phantom Yubel, Appaloosa, the chamber. It's a lot of interruptions.
I would have really liked to have Varudis on the field here. Having some way to interact with spells and traps would have been really nice. But
Stand by.
Looks like there's a few trap cards in his hand there.
He does. We did, when he was looking through his deck in Game 1, see evenly matched in the main deck. It could be something he has here where that Varudis would have really come in handy if he does have it. Can't quite tell. And there's inner battle phase, into battle phase. Some of the scariest words you can hear in Yu-Gi-Oh! So evenly matched is going to force his opponent to banish cards down to one, since Chi only controls one card.
Well, which one do you even keep here?
It has to be Appaloosa, right?
So unfortunate. You have to give up a lot.
It's either Appaloosa or the chamber.
No, it looks like we're... Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't think you keep the Phantom of Yubel in that situation. Nope, yep, we're keeping the Appaloosa.
I might have kept the chamber.
Maybe it's two?
Yeah, I think chamber was quite valuable here, because it's the hardest one for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah.
How's that? Just for cost? Yep.
All right.
Oh, ditching the Black Goat Laughs.
That's value. Get Black Goat Laughs. It has that effect in the graveyard. You can banish, call a card name, and make sure that monster cannot activate their effect. Or any card, I believe, but...
Are we not attempting to stop this effect with the Appaloosa?
You got it, Engraver, right? Off of Rage? Yeah.
Confirming Engraver is one of those two cards in hand.
I think he has Flashing Fire in his hand anyway.
Yeah,
but yeah, you still want to stop it if you can.
I mean, Appaloosa made with that many material, you want to get as much value of that as you can.
Brady hanging on with Appaloosa and a prayer right now, thanks to evenly matched. Evenly matched in a runic deck is a little interesting, just a little bit. Like, you have to skip your battle phases, you got to enter your battle phase, but you just have to not use your runic cards in the turn you're going to evenly match.
I mean, usually just lead with it, right? Like,
yeah,
it's one of those, and it's easy discard fodder for any of the runics when you don't have to use it.
That value, I love it. The utility. And this isn't like people that are sitting at like 2-1, 1-3. Like, no, they're here undefeated.
Yeah, definitely making it this far.
Yeah.
Seen success with their strategies already. Have been playing at least a few rounds today. Oh, we are having to pass back. We get to keep the Appaloosa here.
In the draw phase.
Interesting choice when he has Runic Fountain up.
Yeah. 3? Yes, Spanish 2.
Just taking down the Appaloosa, but
New chain? Yep.
And then he gets to draw one card here. Not the
He
end of the
also
world.
has the Black Goat Laughs. Do you call something like...
Oh, sorry.
What do you call it, the Black Goat
yeah,
Laughs? Like Lotus,
nothing
maybe?
Nothing on neutral.
Maybe, does it have to be Engraver or no?
Oh, yeah, he knows he has the Fiendsmith Engraver in hand. Yeah, you're right. He hasn't used it yet, though. That's definitely something you want to preemptively use.
Well, I guess pass turn.
Oh,
Nothing.
well, okay.
Nothing. That evenly match was devastating to Brady.
You're good.
And there's that Droll and Lockbird.
Back
I
to
think.
Chi.
Yep.
We get another normal summon here. Pitching the other copy of Evenly Match, as we mentioned earlier. No need for the extras, but they're easy discard fodder.
Yep.
And it looks like he is summoning... Trying to look closely. I think that is Sylvie. Yep. Looks like Sylvie onto the field. Yep. Sylvie also can spell summon itself back from the graveyard as well. Now we're going to Synchro 6.
Arcella? Yep. Arcella effect, pitching as cost, the woes? Yep.
Stella is going to discard to add. Discards woes, which will be able to reset itself.
Yep, whenever it's sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, it is able to reset itself.
Brady is having some woes right now himself.
Does he still have that Droll and Lockbird in hand, or did he use it at any point?
I haven't seen it.
At this point, I don't know if it really matters.
Looks like he's considering his options. There's 2 level 4 tuners. He has one of them in his graveyard. He could go for the other one right now, Lucia.
Oh, it looks like we're adding the Tails here.
Oh, no, yeah, he's adding the Spell Trap. That makes a lot of sense. Tails also can search for Lucia if he wants.
Yep. Just to reset this one. Yep.
Able to summon back.
So much value.
The cards are really good. The Alstaller is back to the field. Tails is going to let him add.
I'm just getting the full suite of White Forest monsters here.
Yeah, this is probably where you get Lucia, because you can spell summon Lucia from the hand.
Looks like that's exactly what's happening here. Going to be synchroing.
They are all synchro tuners, so you can synchro into the level 8 synchro.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. It's not the level 2 monsters that are the tuners. It's all the bigger ones.
Yep, and Diabell lets him add back a Speller Trap, so he's going to add back the copy of Tails.
Back to Rukia to summon? Yep.
At least they allowed those cards to be once per turn.
Pitch to draw one?
So he's going to be able to send to draw a card. You see, you can tell he knows this deck so well. And since it was sent to the graveyard, he can reset it. Now it's a level 4 tuner and a level 2. Probably going to make the wolf.
Alright, back to draw.
Yep. Triage Master.
Oh, it's Triage Master. Okay. That'll give him a draw since he used 2 monsters. He used a 2 and a 4, so he gets a draw. It has a different effect depending on what level the monsters were that you used the synchro for it.
Yeah, 2 and the 4 is the typical combination you've seen in the runic synchro strategy.
We'll go tip to add.
The Triage Master looks so much like the wolf because they're both like yellow, kind of.
But we do find a runic tip here, finally, within all those draws. Now we're going to be able to get the additional value from the runic fountain.
What I really like is he's just showing you how good the White Forest cards even are independent of the runic cards.
I mean, any part of the engine that like can get you just a couple more draws, you only need to find one runic card to get the whole engine going.
That's why they work so well together. He's going to lose a card off the top of his deck. It looks like a Bestial Baldrake.
Yeah, sorry.
We're going to be adding another copy of Flashing Fire. Opting to not draw yet, or no, I think we did put back Bun, right?
Effect of...
He's going to be able to put back...
targeting...
Yep. Special summon?
Yep. Both the level 4 monsters have the effect while they're in the graveyard to put back one of the synchros to special summon themselves, and I believe those are both quick effects.
Pretty cool cards. Where does he go next from here? He's not going to... He already uses battle... Oh, no, that was the last one. But he's used a runic spell by now.
He can't act into the battle phase this turn.
Pretty much no matter what, he's not going to have a battle phase. It's just about controlling the game, which is kind of cool because the cards also boost each other up when you get all the synchros together. You can like put all your opponent's monsters face down. You get double piercing damage, and they gain like attack the more you have on the field. So it's really cool.
Yeah, a lot of recursion. Oh, that's a powerful one.
Chiang! I love this card.
The monster's a beast right now. There's a lot of cards banished, so all those stats are being boosted here.
The runic synergy. You get 100. Your monsters gain 100 attack, or he gains 100 attack for every banished card, and your opponent's monsters lose 100 attack. He doesn't have anything.
Another double copies of Engraver.
And White Forest Runic takes one of the most dominating matches we've seen so far at the NAWCQ, moving on 4-0. And you can tell he knows his deck so well. I hope we get to see this in the top cut.
That's exactly what we wanted to see, right? When you display such a new strategy, but you get to see it displayed so well. It does exactly what it wants to do, show how it's supposed to be played, dominating against one of the top tier strategies of the current meta.
Yeah, he played it so quickly, it was hard for us to even keep up with what he was doing as he was doing it so fast. And I guess Brady was probably really familiar with the cards. You never saw him reach over and be like, can I read that? Can I read that? Like we normally see. But both these players, obviously know what they're doing. They were 3-0 going into this round, but Chi just going to try and catch people off guard with this unexpected deck for this weekend.
Yeah, we saw, even if Brady did know what the cards, he couldn't do anything about it, right? He was just he did have a couple points of interaction. He had the Veiler, he had the Imperm, but it wasn't enough. All these cards just generate so much more value because their value comes from the graveyard.
Yeah, it is wild. And when we saw this, we were picking our feature matches, we were like, we have to go with this. It just makes too much sense. I want to see why this deck is 3-0, and it did not disappoint. I hope you at home enjoyed that match as much as I do. I know I need to go get my White Forest cards right now because they just look like fun. The Runic Synchro decks are always a lot of fun to play, and this one looks like it's even more fun. You can tech cards like Skill Drain in the main deck. You saw how you're able to discard Skill Drain, add it back to your hand if you want. You can send the Skill Drain once you're done using it. Really cool deck.
The Runic Synchro piles, I feel, really bring back the sense of nostalgia of just finding a bunch of good cards that have synergy together. Really reminds me of the plant synchro style that you popularized way back in the day. It's
one of the people.
Yeah, it's just really good cards that work well together. It wasn't necessarily designed to work well together, but they just do.
Like a pile of good cards. Yeah, that's kind of the way we used to refer to plant synchro. It's just throw some Thunder Kings in there, Caius, some Reborn Tengus, just some cards that work well together. And now the Runic strategy is kind of similar to that, and it's a control kind of deck. And I know a lot of players out there have fun controlling the game because when you're able to stop your opponent every which way and play through the interactions they have, you might have a winning deck recipe ready.
I think one of those, it's such a weird strategy where you don't have access to the battle phase, but you're showing so much pressure. You're just forcing your opponent to stare down at you and say, "Look at all the cards I have. You have one more turn. I'm just gonna keep doing this." And you're just stacking up the advantage. You have a bunch of cards in hand. You're gonna be drawing potentially 3 cards per turn. You're summoning 6 monsters per turn, and then eventually you will finish the game. But your opponent has to deal with it until then.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool deck to see. That. In a format like this where you have a couple expected decks, you coming into this, you're probably prepared for Fiendsmith Snake Eye, you're probably prepared for Fiendsmith Yubel, but it's those other decks that you haven't prepared for, especially when you have a brand new set like this. This is the time to take advantage of that new cards, those new information, to where maybe your opponents aren't as familiar with it. Maybe they don't have any side deck cards ready for it. Synchro strategies aren't something a lot of people were prepared for going to this event. They're thinking about how can I stop Engraver, Requiem. There's none of that here in Chi's deck, just the cool brand new White Forest cards. The synchros are so cool. They're synchro tuners. Just being able to add any spell or trap from your graveyard back to your hand means you can freely discard anything like Infinite Permanence, Skill Drain we saw, and still add it back. It's just a really cool strategy.
Yeah, I think the biggest point you made there is that it was only released this week. They did have no time to dedicate the time to prepare for White Forest because you had to spend so much time preparing for everything that you thought was going to be way more popular. So that really works in Chi's favor here.
Yeah, and then hopefully they don't have anything in their side deck. I think he's going to want to look out for Angel of Blue Tears moving on. A lot of players brought that with their side deck because when you're doing your Fiendsmith combo at the beginning, if they don't, stop the sequence like we saw in game number 1, and you're able to get that Beatrice, you can send down Angel of Blue Tears, and then you're able to do the effect damage with the Lacrima, do the 1200, and now when Angel Blue Tears, you can banish and set any trap card from your
Probably
deck.
Dimensional Barrier against this deck, yeah.
And unfortunately, Dimensional Barrier is going to be in there just to
Are you going to call Fusion or are you going to call Synchro?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I thought you just call Synchro, but they do have fusions. But I think Kangas is standing by with our winner. I definitely want to hear from him. I know you do too, so Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Chi after winning round 4 feature match. First off, congratulations. We were talking a little bit before going live, and you mentioned how much you wanted to play in a feature match today, and that was your goal. What did this mean to you, and why did you want to do it so bad?
Yeah, my deck, I think my deck is really cool, and it's definitely not the best deck in the room, so I don't have high hopes on making that far, but I just wanted to showcase how cool this deck is, because I think it's really good, yeah.
It just came out in the Infinite and Forbidden, and you did not have a lot of time to practice it. Why did you choose this deck coming into the event?
I haven't played Snake Eye at all in the past, basically in 2024, so I feel like I don't have that much experience in it. But I wanted to pick a deck that was like, that I thought was really cool, and also that maybe a lot of people don't have that much experience playing against it, so that I have an edge there. And it worked out today. So.
How confident were you, though, that you knew how to pilot the deck? Because, I mean, yeah, you could say everybody else doesn't know what it's going to be doing, and maybe they're not comfortable with it, but that also means that you have to be comfortable enough to play the top duelist playing the top decks.
Yeah, I mean, not this round, but like last round, I definitely would have made a lot of misplays. This round, I think I made a few misplays, but I think in general it was okay. The deck is, yeah, it's not that difficult to pilot, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll have to pick it up myself then. So how do you feel about your chances overall at the tournament then? Because you are still playing a new deck, even if you think it's not the most complicated for yourself to play. What do you think your ceiling is? Because you're 4-0 right now. That's not a bad start.
It's rough. The Snake Eye Fiendsmith is definitely the deck to watch out for. And I think the Yubel matchup is definitely way harder for me because I don't play any hand traps. The Veiler in game 1 was a lucky one of. But yeah, like I got lucky that my opponent didn't draw so well, and I was pretty fortunate to take it. So.
Okay, cool. I see that there are a couple people cheering you on here. Want to give any shout outs to your friends?
Yeah, shout out to all my friends that came with me. We're from Toronto, and I'm glad we made the trip down. You know.
Well, we're glad you made it as well. Thank you so much for coming on, Chi. Congratulations. Let's throw it back over to Billy.
All right. Thanks, Kangas. Happy to be back. You know, you thought we were going to a break, but we're not quite going to a break. I think we have our side feature match ready. We're going to probably jump right into their game and see how it's going. This matchup's going to be something that's making me a little hungry. I wouldn't mind getting some dessert.
That's going to be really sweet to watch.
It's going to be sweet to watch for sure. Madolche versus, what is this, Snake Eye Fiendsmith? Yeah, Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
I think you've heard of it.
But before we jump in that game, let's talk about something pretty awesome that we have going on right now, and that is the Duel Links Remote Duel Main Event Series. You get this awesome game map for coming in first place. They're scheduled monthly. Now, these monthly main event series is not just Duel Links, by the way. It's Duel Links. It's Master Duel. You're going to want to check out these tournaments. You can enter them online on a Discord. Definitely go to yu-gi-oh-card.com and go look for more information about these events. But I love Silver's Cry on that game mat. One of my favorite game mats, favorite artworks. Blue Eyes White Dragon, looking awesome. Really cool. You definitely want to check out the Duel Links Remote Duel Main Event Series. Not just for Duel Links, but also for Master Duel. But now I think we are about to jump into our side feature match. Oh, nope, we're coming back to us. So this feature match is going to be pretty cool. One of our players is Bobby Barone. He's someone I've known for a long time. He wasn't playing for a while, came back during Kashtira format. We saw him have success. I think last year he made top cut at the NAWCQ with Kashtira, and he's back at it again, trying to get back to that top cut.
Yeah, it's something you really like to see, right? People taking a break sometimes, but you're always able to come back to it because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is something you can't really quit. You're always coming back. There's always some more excitement, and every time you get new cards announced, it really just brings up the excitement you want to get back to playing.
Indeed, and now we are here in the match. So this is going to be a little hard for us. We have a very tiny screen for the side event feature, so we're just going to kind of talk about what's going on. There's a little bit of glare on some of the cards, so we can't quite tell what it is, but we do see the brand new Madolche Link monster out of the Infinite Forbidden, and it's going to be Madolche Mini Meowcaroons. I love Meowcaroons. They're one of my favorite desserts.
Yeah, I know this about
you,
actually.
Like the pistachio ones, yes. Those are the good ones. But usually they're not cats. They're
yeah, usually they're just a regular dessert.
Yep. But I was calling him Bobby Barone. His official name is Liborio, but I know him as Bobby. It's also the same name as my twin brother. Shout out to Bobby Break out there. And now,
any Bobby Breaks out there?
There's all the Bobby Breaks out there. But it looks like Bobby Barone is in the middle of comboing off right now. He has Snake Eye Bellstar in the Spell and Trap card zone. It looks like he's going to use Snake Eye Ash effect here.
The Madolche strategy had some new cards in Infinite Forbidden as well. It's like sometimes it's so hard to keep up with how many new cards are in the set when there's so many powerful ones that just really take the center stage, like the Fiendsmith engine. But there were at least 3 really powerful new Madolche cards from the set.
Yeah, there are. I mean, they help continue your plays. The Meowcaroons helps you find the Madolche cards you're looking for and get more Madolche monsters onto the field. Tiramisu, always great at removing cards from the field as well.
What's your favorite new card from the Infinite Forbidden Madolche stash?
It's definitely Madolche Mini Meowcaroons.
I feel like the new rank 5, the one you overlay on top of Tiramisu, is also pretty strong.
This is definitely a good one. Offers you a little bit of disruption. It lets you do your Tiramisu effect on your opponent's turn instead of just on summon.
Interesting that it's not actually on the field here. It looks like we're clearing up. I wonder if one of the sets is that new card in Madolche Dessert. It's able to target 2 effect monsters, one of them being a Madolche, and bouncing them both. And then you are able to special summon a Madolche monster from your hand or extra deck with attack less than or equal to the total original attack of those monsters. So that's something to maybe look out for here as one of those potential interruptions that Ian might have in his Spell and Trap zone.
Yeah, definitely. But seeing how he's gotten this far, I imagine there kind of maybe have to be bluffs or something like that.
I mean, he might be waiting for something.
True, could be the case.
No, I mean, it looks like the Madolche monsters are disappearing. It looks like, oh, okay, the Madolche monster over there is from the Flame Birch.
I was wondering how that got there.
Yeah, the Glass Souffle. Oh, these monsters are swinging. That is a lot of damage. But not quite enough here, I don't think.
Yeah, it looks like they're still in game 1, too, with time winding down. I mean, I imagine the Madolche turns took a little bit. They kind of take a while to go through their steps and get all the stuff onto the board.
Yeah, this game definitely looks like it's been through a grind. We see the Black Goat Laughs banished here from Bobby in his Snake Eye strategy. That's not something you typically see, but it's a very interesting tech.
Let's see what he's trying to do. He has the Divine Temple up. He's going to link into Fiendsmith sequence here.
Sequence going to be able to do its thing. Will we finally see a Desiree? We're going to be able to put back the Lacrima for the Fiendsmith here. The Engraver, rather.
He is the main one for sure. And now, where does he go from here? It looks like he's just trying to set up.
Going to be linking
I'm assuming
away.
He's already used Lacrima to do the 1200 at some point, since his one only has 600 left, and now he's going to link away into IP Masquerena.
Now we're going to finally use that sequence's effect. We're going to be putting back the Moon of the Closed Heaven, as well as the Fiendsmith Requiem. That's 2 fusions. We're going to be able to go back into Lacrima.
Oh.
I wonder, that Lacrima wasn't summoned this turn, I think, so maybe we were able to finish it off with this Lacrima right now?
Yeah, that could be the case.
Looks like we're going to be linking away all 3 potentially into Appaloosa.
It's a bow, not a bear.
And now we're using the Lacrima, putting back the sequence. And that is it.
It is the Lacrima that's going to be able to finish things off. Sorry, I cracked myself. But Bobby is going to take game 1. With a minute and a half on the clock, that might as well be the match. They are going to have some time to dive into their side decks, but it's going to be tough to win game number 2.
What does Madolche have in its arsenal naturally to either inflict damage or gain some life points just in the main phase here?
I'm not certain. Is there a card that will help them gain? I think they might have something that will help gain life points, but I don't know about inflicting damage too much. There could be some old school cards. What do you think, Asala?
I think there's a little something that could happen here.
Plop, 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 plop. Cowboy might be coming down. Who knows?
Madolche is like a 2014 reference. You might as well keep it up.
That would be a crazy thing to see. You know, I'm a big fan of Gaga Cowboy. I especially like that his attack can increase when he attacks.
Yeah, that is the main purpose.
Just in case you need to get over something strong. But they are side decking. You know, this is a cool matchup. I mean, I really like that we see Madolche here. It means Vernusself Madolche at that. The Vernusself cards are really good in any Earth strategy because, like, when you discard them, you're able to special summon back from the graveyard an Earth monster and add another card from your deck to your hand, so you can kind of keep the money moving, as it were.
And you're able to access potentially any Earth from your deck, right? The Vernusselfs are so strong at just accessing those Earth monsters. Some of the best support I've seen for the Earth attribute.
Yeah, and it looks like time is going to be winding down. It might have already been called for them. So now they're side decking. Bobby won game 1, and it looks like he's going to walk away with the win here. I mean, that's also the downside using a deck that takes a while to get on. I mean, it looked like Ian went first, probably took a long time to make the board, and then having a really strong Madolche board is not an easy thing to break through. So it probably took Bobby a significant amount of time to get back into the game. If I had to guess, this is all speculative, but Bobby walking away, and I think, yep, we see the records right there. They were both 3-0. Moving on 4-0 for Bobby Barone out of Canada. We got to remember, this is the North America World Championship qualifier. We got Canada and the USA represented here this weekend.
Yeah, it's not just Steven Santoli representing Canada here. We haven't even seen Jesse Cotton yet.
We haven't. Where is Jesse Cotton? We might have to go look for him. I'm going to go run out there and see what he's doing, and maybe we will be able to get Jesse Cotton up here in the future. I know you guys at home would love to see some Jesse Cotton. Hopefully, I mean, I would hate to say all this and then, he's like 0-2.
I see him enough. I don't need to see him again. It's fine.
Yeah, I've only seen him one time this weekend. But we're going to be right back. But first, check out this content piece that's out. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? We asked some players on Friday and wanted to know how they got into Yu-Gi-Oh. So let's take a listen.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh while watching the anime. Meant a lot to me. First anime was awesome. Started picking up the cards, playing with my childhood friends, my brother. And then from there, my brother just kept going with it. And then eventually I picked it back up and started playing now.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh anime as a kid, waking up Saturday mornings and watching the TV series. It's pretty awesome.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh by my mom. Me and my older brother, she bought us starter decks like the Kaiba and the Yu-Gi ones as kids, and we just played from there. So that's how I got into Yu-Gi-Oh. And then that's the first stage. And then me getting the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh is with my brother and friends back at home. Went to our first local card shop and just grew from there. I've been playing for like 11 years now. Actually, no, it's 2014, 13 years now.
The way I got into Yu-Gi-Oh was from my older brother, because growing up, he was always, older than me by a couple of years, But we bonded over playing the game together, and we still play it to this day.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh watching the show when I was, I believe, 7 or 8 years old. And then my brother played the game, so he kind of brought me into it. So yeah, that's how I started.
I got first into Yu-Gi-Oh by going to middle school and playing with my friends. But then after I got into locals, regionals, and YCSs, I really believe that this game has become my family at some point. I love this game, really love it.
I actually got into Yu-Gi-Oh! I went to this locals in Grand Prairie, Texas. It was called Cosmic Comics, and the first person I saw in that store was actually Billy Brake. And I actually learned under him and many other old pros back when it was a different company. It was with Chris Bowling, there was Ryan Spicer, Billy Brake, and I learned under all of them.
I brought Melodious for this event. And the main matchup I want to play is Tenpai, because I feel like Melodious just has a pretty good matchup because of the main card for Arya, where you're just not able to get any of your cards destroyed by battle. So they can't really attack you for game if they can't destroy your monsters.
I brought Tenpai Dragon. I think everybody's worried about the Fiend Smith. So anything Fiend Smith come my way, I'm looking forward to the challenge.
The deck type I brought to the WCQ is probably just like many other people. It's a Fiend Smith deck, and I'm actually just looking to play mirrors all weekend so I can learn the matchup a little more in depth since it's very new.
I brought the Fiend Smith Snake Eye. The Fiend Smith package is really good. It's in the new set, Infinite Forbidden. What matchup I was looking forward to playing? I guess the matchups I'm prepared for, like the mirror match, Yubel, Tenpai. I'm all prepared for the meta, I guess. The mirror match is dice rolling, but it is what it is.
Okay, the deck I brought to the WCQ was Snake Eye Fiend Smith. I don't know if I particularly have a favorite matchup, but I did build my side deck to be able to counter the other matchups that I anticipate playing.
This event, I decided to play Fire King Snake Eye because I think that the build that I'm playing is able to keep up with the Fiend Smith cards that got released this weekend, but it was nothing that's ever seen in the last couple months, so stay tuned if you want to see that happen. My matchup, I hope to play Pure Snake and Yubel, just because I think those decks at the moment have my deck has a really good grind game versus both those decks.
I am playing the Snake Guy deck for the WCQ, and I am expecting a lot of decks, to be honest. I think the format is very wide, but until Top Cut, and yeah, just mainly Snake Eyes, Fiend Smith variants, U-Bell. I'm not looking forward to a certain matchup. I've kind of prepped for everything.
And welcome back to the World Championship qualifier here in Austin, Texas. And we're joined again with Steve Kangas. Welcome back.
They didn't kick me off. This is incredible.
Oh, you did a great job, man.
Oh,
and I'm
thank you.
excited to hear what we get to hear out of, well, this duel. Again, it's been really crazy just how far this tournament has come, but we still have plenty more rounds. So I think it's time to throw over to Kangas for our intro of our duelists.
All right, pass it on over because we got two taken to the stage for round 5. Up first, in the blue chair from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Nicholas Simon. His favorite card is Thunder Dragon Colossus, and he's very proud of that tattoo on his arm. And his opponent in the red chair from Greensburg, Pennsylvania, Taylor Barta. His favorite card is Squeak Knight, and he also is. I will throw it back over to the caster sitting directly next to me.
All right, let me go ahead and catch that pass. Again, this is going to be a fun duel because we have seen some of these decks before, but we haven't seen Rescue Ace in quite some time. Nicholas stunting that with the Fiendsmith engine, and then of course, it's going to be fighting against Fiendsmith Tearlaments. A lot of graveyard effects.
Lots of these duelists have been performing very well. Both of these duelists, of course, still undefeated. I'm going to look forward to seeing what Rescue Ace brings to the table. I mean, there are going to be Fiendsmith featured from both of these duelists. Will they know each other? Will they know how to play it up? I mean, they both kind of point to their tattoos, so do they know each other?
A fun fact, they don't. They just happen to have the same tattoo, which we all learned together right before this. But let's get into it. Swiss round 5, duel number 1 underway.
Shuffling up, this is going to be quite an interesting one because I think both of these duelists want to go first. So, not a lot to telegraph just based off of the die roll just yet. Unlike those 10-pie matchups, Rescue Ace, we haven't seen this in a while. I mean, YCS Indianapolis. That's when
Totaly, that's right.
That's right. That was when they were, at the peak of their power. But now, with the Fiendsmith added, who knows what they have in store.
I'm curious what the Fiendsmith is going to add to it, but I will tell you right now, Rescue Ace is one of those decks where when you first look at the cards and you first read them and you start processing them, I had this moment where I just said, how do they do so many things? How are you just allowed to set 4 cards from your deck? Every now and then you read a card, you're like, I want to play this. Like, that looks so fun. Rescue Ace was absolutely one of those for me. Just resolving a turbulence is one of the most fun and satisfying things that you can do, and I'm excited to see that the strategy, even though, like you had said, it's been a while since we've seen it in top tournaments, it's making a deep push here at WCQ.
Yeah, we'll sound the alarm. Or at least there's going to be alarm sounding from those Rescue Aces.
The fire department is here.
It's an emergency.
It definitely is an emergency, and hopefully we get to see some emergency play out in our game number 1. The duelists are ready, and let's take a look into the die roll.
So obviously for the Rescue Ace player, you would love to go first. If you can get that big setup uninterrupted, it is one of the hardest fields to actually play through for an opposing player.
They're very simple disruptions. They're not doing a lot of crazy one effect that do a bajillion things. These are 1-for-1 trades for the most part. Sometimes even you're losing the card, but you're disrupting momentum. But you're still getting 4.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. When you think about what the Fiendsmith engine adds to the Rescue Ace package, is effectively you're able to kind of push the conversation a lot. I'm going to do this or that, and then you get to drop the Rescue Ace cards. But let's start off with
we started off with double Mulcharmy.
Wow, just to make sure it happens.
Okay.
So you're going to be drawing 2 cards for every single summon from the hand now, because unlike, well, these aren't once per turn, you can activate 2 Mulcharmy cards total for the turn, and therefore they stack. And that Diabell Star, the Black Witch, if we choose to summon this card, is going to drain 2 cards, and if we continue to choose to summon more cards, that's going to really load up the hand for Rescue Ace.
Definitely shows that water might be fire's greatest weakness, but here comes Diabell Star. So draw 1 and 2.
Oh, I meant for our Tearlament Fiendsmith player. Let me get that corrected here. That is such an interesting start. I don't think we would have actually seen a double Mulcharmy start, but
I'm going to grab OSS and I will set it face down.
I mean, there are ways to play around it. Of course, Original Sinful Spoil Snake does play around it a little bit. We can go for Hydra, but there's a lot of stuff that you're going to be adding to hand. And you do technically summon from the hand as well, if you... especially when you want to do the banish-based summon.
It's going to be difficult. Well, Fire Department is in full effect as we see Rescue Ace Hydrant appear on the field.
Nothing on summon.
Nothing
on summon. That is ideal if you can get this off.
Is that okay?
So this is going to be Fire Engine being summoned onto the field because we did summon one of our Rescue Ace monsters. Now, Mulcharmy does have a secondary effect. If you draw way too many cards, you're going to have to randomly put some back until you're down to, I believe, 6 cards?
if you have more than 6 in your opponent. Obviously, we'll have to do a little card counting once we get there. But speaking of counting cards, we're about to see the lucky number 4 if that Turbulence hits the field.
If you draw...
Unfortunately.
I mean, you're drawing 4 cards if we're pushing through it like this. If we get one more additional summon, that is going to be 4 cards. 3, 4, 4. That's going to be 7 cards.
I'm going to make SP Little Knight.
It all depends on how large of a field Nicholas decides to assemble here.
So,
and Turbulence. So this is often where I see people choose to use their interruption if they have something, and we've drawn now a lot of cards from those Mulcharmy. So Taylor ideally will be able to stop this Turbulence from going off. If not, that is good news for Nicholas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards.
9 cards. Okay, well, we haven't seen that in a very long time. Now that Rescue Ace Turbulence is trying to, even the odds here. We're going to see it set 4 cards onto the field. So you may have drawn 4 cards. Okay, well, I'm going to set 4 cards. We're going to see how that plays out.
Definitely going to have to be some trades of 1-for-1. Looks like we're going to do Emergency, Reinforce, Extinguish, and Alert.
Now, I'm going to want to do some math here because, yes, 9 cards is awesome to draw, but this is what Rescue Ace does. It just sets 4 cards. There's a chance that we actually have like the same number of cards for both players at the end of Nicholas's turn, and Taylor's not going to have to shuffle back that many.
No, ordinarily this would be overwhelming, but those Mulcharmies have made this a fair fight.
Yeah.
Put back OS has a draw card.
We're going to use the Wanted effect to put back the original Simple Spoil Snake Eye to draw 1 card. Now, insulating the Turbulence with that copy of SP is very, very useful, especially when you want to dodge cards like Infinite Impermanence. And drawing that many cards, you quite easily could have picked that up.
Certainly could, but we'll see what ends up paying off. He might just end right here, it looks.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He said in end phase, so that means that Taylor during end phase will drop out the Bestial Druid Worm.
4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Starting with 8 cards in hand. It's like almost a full new hand.
Resolve Perulia, nothing needs to be...
Ooh, and I love it when you look at what Taylor is playing. Fiendsmith Tearlaments, that is Aqua Monsters in the graveyard for those Mulcharmies. So they actually do synergize with the deck, and 9 cards in your opening hand here, plus a monster on the field, means that you have so many plays as the Fiendsmith Tearlament player.
Pressured Planet Wraith Slot have been activated. We're going to be adding a Kashtira monster into our hand. That is going to reveal to be the Tearlaments Kashtira.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, wow. Could not believe that he was playing against Tearlaments, but with so many different cards there, it's really neat that he has so many options to choose from. We might even see those Mulcharmies go back to the deck like you were mentioning, Steven, and hey, then we'll see this double drop again.
Could you imagine having to play through 2 turns of a double Mulcharmy? Although, we'll see what actually happens here, because again, with 9 cards plus that monster on field, there are ways that Fiendsmith Tearlaments can just end a game in their first turn. If they get the battle phase, they can get set up, they can assemble a lot, but they are playing through many forms of interruption. This is the strength of the Rescue Ace deck is, yes, they're not the most powerful necessarily, but they do have disruption. They can negate effects, they can destroy cards. Yeah.
The next card being played here is the other field spell. The field spell they want to probably stick onto the field. That's going to be Perlareno Planet.
Full tour through the galaxy here.
It's a very powerful card, being able to add any of your Tearlament monsters into your hand. That and also adds a fusion boost and a bit of destruction as well on top of that.
Imagine recycling a Mulcharmy and getting destruction at the same time.
Incredible. Yep. So we got Sharon activated. We're going to discard a card, and we're going to be sending from the top of the deck to the graveyard 3 additional cards.
We'll activate Rhino Heart Chainlink 1, Tier Cash.
Trying to see what those are.
Rhino 1, Tier Cash 2.
Also looks like we lost a Forbidden Droplet and 1 other card as well. But that may not matter considering that stacked hand.
That is fine. That's a lot. We're going to continue to send more cards from the deck to the graveyard quite shortly.
That is also fine.
And we're going to special summon out Tearlament Kashtira, and by banishing Tearlament Kashtira from the graveyard. And we're going to send 2 more cards to the graveyard. And we did hit a name.
Rhino Heart will resolve.
And Rhino Heart is also now going to resolve now, and we're going to summon Rhino Heart, and we have to send to the graveyard, or discard a card, put 1 card into the graveyard, a Tearlament card.
I'm trying to see, is that a Trivi Karma that looks like it also just hit the
grave?
It
is.
Karma. Really good discards there.
You could add any card that mentions a Visa Starfrost name, and most of those Tearlament cards do mention it.
We'll go
quite a lot.
Rhinoheart to Foolish Burial, Chainlink 1. Tearlaments
Here we
Chainlink
go
2,
again.
Chainlink
These
2,
big chain links coming from Tearlaments.
Yeah, strap in, everybody.
It's going to be a wild ride.
Chainlink 4.
Now, I'm trying to think from the side of the Rescue Ace player here. If we're looking at Nicholas's options, you have 2 ways to remove effects from the field. You can disrupt your opponent's graveyard as well.
You also even have the option to protect your Rescue Ace Turbulence, but if you do that, pulling it off the field is going to leave you wide open.
You got it, man.
So, in terms of the set cards on Nicholas's side, we know there's a reinforcement. We also know that there is a contain, or is it an extinguish?
It's an extinguish.
Extinguish,
Yeah.
but we don't have the hydrant name. So we need that hydrant on that field to really maximize these effects. This is going to be a very interesting one. Now, the spell cards are nothing to scoff at either.
Well, we
But
talked
again,
about earlier that it was kind of an emergency not to see emergency, and this is exactly why. Not having the hydrant on the field, it's a little difficult for the fire department to do what it does when it can't plug into that hydrant.
Summon, I will activate Kaleidoheart, Chainlink 1.
so the other disruption would be, of course, just the turbulence itself. If something does get removed from the field, I believe there is a destruction-based effect coming from that turbulence. And don't forget, SP Little Knight still applying a little bit of pressure. We're going to see what happens here.
As Kaleidoheart has now landed onto the field.
What a scary
for Taylor.
card.
Yeah, that is...
We're going to be putting,
Gonna
I believe that
provide
is
a lot
a
of pressure.
Hopness into the graveyard.
All of a sudden, setting 4 from Turbulence doesn't seem that bad when you have this much resources on the field and hand.
3 Havness, I will feed with some.
We're going to be putting cards back into the deck. We're going to use the effect of Purple Rain to also destroy one of the spell and trap cards in the back row.
This should trigger the Turbulence.
Well, it needs to probably get off the field first. And so the graveyard is not loaded. Emergency usually does put in quite a bit of work, but I don't think this is the current case. Oh, hard drop. You gotta be careful.
Yeah. It's been commonly happening. It's a lot of pressure up on that stage.
I will activate Emergency to summon a Rescue Ace.
Ooh,
there we go. Yeah, this is how you get the hydrant out onto the field.
But
This
you
will
do have to
open up
tribute
more
away
options.
another monster.
I think at this point you're probably all right sending the Turbulence.
You could possibly special summon a Preventer, then tribute the Preventer, and then use the
True.
effect to special summon
Yep,
again your
that also is a
Hydrant.
very common line.
The Tearlaments Cascura to destroy it.
We are going to be using the Extinguish to destroy the Tearlaments Cashier. Now, if this chain link plays out,
Let's see how it turns out here. What are we doing with Emergency? Oh no, a little different here. Just getting rid of the Turbulence, actually, it seems, because, well, it's done its job, at least for now.
And this is popped. Yeah. And I'm going to summon Hydrant from my deck, and I'm going to tribute the Impulse in my hand.
Okay,
Oh,
so we're
another card in the
opting to
hand.
tribute from the hand instead of from the field.
this way you can maintain both cards on the field.
Yeah, that one added that. That popped that, and then we will fuse with the Havness.
I still like where you were thinking, Steven, because that is a line that a lot of Rescue Ace players go down. But considering the thin, when you add an extra engine into the Rescue Ace, which is already a very card-intensive deck strategy, sometimes you have to make tough cuts. So maybe that's a cut that they had to make. But we're gonna keep playing more
And I
cards.
went Chain Link 4, Chain Link 5, targeting this.
Certainly difficult, as we've seen. The great thing about this format is it's just a choose-your-own adventure. And speaking of which, looks like we're going to send quite a few cards to the graveyard, so it is evening out pretty fast.
So the Extinguish is going to get shuffled back into the deck because that was already targeted by Kaleidoheart. Very interesting. You got to be very careful with these chain links because you want to maximize your effect. And if you want to get the best effects possible, you got to make sure that during the resolution, the hydrant is already on the field, then you resolve, and then you can get the additional effects. And that's why the chain links matter. When those cards land on the field, they just had to clarify which were the chain links for each other.
Rescue Ace is one of the decks that I think has the highest expression of skill in understanding those chain links. Because what I can see, what I'm able to do when I sit down and play Rescue Ace is far different than what we're seeing Nicholas pull off here on stage in front of all of us. Again, high pressure situation. This is very impressive that he's able to keep his cool like this.
I'm going to chain Rescue to summon the
Ooh, so this is a great way to use Rescue. You can target one of your opponent's cards as long as you control. It doesn't even target for that matter. I believe it does. So it does target.
and you can take one of your opponent's cards as well and summon it to your side of the field, and that is going to be met with a Bestial Magnamut and getting rid of his own Kaleido Heart.
Very fortunate that Taylor had that, because otherwise you're going to lose a Kaleido Heart. This is one of the stronger cards that I think a lot of Rescue Ace players that are newer to the deck don't really understand. But again, the ones that really understand it know how powerful disrupting your opponent's graveyard can be.
The Tearlaments.
I mean, but drawing 9 cards with those Mulcharmies meant that
it's a little
double
difficult.
Bestials for Taylor is able to play around it.
So one of the known cards in hand he just revealed, which is going to be Tearlaments Scream. It's a very scary card because it all does disrupt how people would activate their chain links. I just need to summon a monster while controlling a Tearlaments monster.
I think what's an interesting point that we might have missed is while both players are playing the Fiendsmith engine, we haven't seen any of the Fiendsmith cards. It almost looks like it is during Rescue Ace in its full power last year.
But that can quickly change it. Just a quick little link summon, and all of a sudden, it's welcome back to 2024.
And that's the strength of the Fiendsmith cards as well, as you do not need many of them in the deck.
No.
And you're able to combine them with so many other strategies. One of the best cards you can possibly get from Infinite and Forbidden is Fiendsmith Engraver. So shout out to anybody who was able to pull them.
Even if you don't see it right now, there's a chance that you could send it from the top of the deck to the graveyard, and that will reveal that, hey, you know what, these cards still work in the graveyard. If I can put another Light Fiend into the graveyard, we're just going to continue to play Fiendsmith, whether it be through the link summoning or send from that deck to the graveyard.
Well, speaking of putting cards in the graveyard, we're activating Foolish Burial now, cycling through a number of different cards, it looks like. Oh, did see Serpent, is that right?
Night Sword Serpent, I believe, is what that just was.
Anything on resolution?
Ah, yeah, Night Sword Serpent Wild. That's interesting. We haven't seen that in quite a bit, but we're using it just for a quick Xyz material here.
That is... Yes. Oh, we're going to Bahamut Shark. Bahamut Shark effect. Likely summoning one of the most awesome cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! If we can get there. Are we getting there?
You might say that it's totally awesome, but I think we are
No,
about
I believe
to
it's
see
totally awesome. It says Toad in the name.
Oh, you missed the pun.
Yeah, it's going to be totally awesome. That's going to add
Not
a
known
layer
for my
of
humor,
negation.
Steven.
You're fine.
Well, yes, one of the coolest cards in the extra deck, one of my favorites. Totally awesome, has hit the field here. Creative way to get it out, and we can keep playing. I mean, we're not really locked into much.
So all of the monsters on Nicholas's side now are going to be reduced in attack and defense, because that is Tearlaments Scream. And that is...
I can't set it to my...
Ooh, so the SP has been chained to that, attempting to get rid of the Totally Awesome.
Forces
totally
it
awesome. Forced out, and SP's gone.
It's a reminder why our frog friends are so powerful here.
And notable, you cannot take the SP because it cannot be set onto your field, as it is a link monster. So I think that's a great way to deal with the Totally Awesome. Not, ideal that you still have to deal with it, but if you're gonna have a tool, this is a good one.
I have summoned it from the hand already.
Not that many disruptions left on Nicholas's side. I think that double Mulcharmy really just slowed the entire field down. You don't want to commit too many cards. Let your opponent have that many cards. And because playing Turbulence, you just set up your field so much, develop so many cards that they got to keep more cards with Mulcharmy.
That is certainly something that people are going to have to get used to. There's a lot of cards like that, like Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood. Do you keep playing into it and give your opponent more resources, or do you slow down and just stop things out?
And I love that Mulcharmy, there was a big question coming into this weekend, how many Mulcharmies would be in main decks. It's expected to be a very popular side deck card, but if you're playing Tearlaments, yes, it's an Aqua. You don't even feel bad if you draw it and you don't get much use out of it as a card against your opponent's strategy. So I think it's really creative deck building.
Here we go. We've got Moon of the Closed Heaven being link summoned onto the field. This really just pivots the whole deck into just generating even more monsters. And now that we've burned out most of the field, this is creating a safe landing pad for these Fiendsmiths.
It looks like Keldo, a little bit of a blast from the past, might be activating its effect shortly, but looks like we are about to move on. Take a look at the graveyard here.
Now, look out. Is there a Fabled Lurian there? No, I don't believe so.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Will it be necessary? We'll find out. I mean, there's a lot of monsters. Typically, you want, start with the Lurie. You want to start with the, the Engraver play so that you can just have the additional monster to continue linking away. But once you already have 3 additional monsters already established, I think we can interweave our play now.
Well, we went ahead and got rid of our Fiendsmith Requiem here, grabbing the Fiendsmith Engraver and special summoning to the field. Things are really kicking off here once we saw that Light Fiend, the Moon of the Closed Heaven.
We are going to use Requiem's effect to target our Engraver. Are we going to send it away, or are we going to go for Necrocorp Princess?
We'll wait to see the decision, but I just want to take a moment to say...
Target, send both to the graveyard.
We're going to go target.
Okay.
And there's the Reinforce.
There we go.
What a good choice. I mean, that's good foresight, because now your monster is unaffected by monster effects.
See how Taylor can play through this. But again, I just want to give a shout out to Taylor, who has played this field very well. I mean, I know you're starting with 9 cards in hand plus a Druid Swarm on the field, but regardless, it can be difficult to play through a fully established Rescue Ace.
Yeah, but to your point, Steven, cards are cards, but it takes a good duelist to use them effectively. So Taylor is doing a great job of utilizing all these resources and not sort of going into a blind fog just because he happened to have a big start.
Now, I want to note that because we are under Reinforce for the Turbulence, I know that you can't declare an attack on that Hydrant. There is another Rescue Ace monster on the field. And I don't think it'd be destroyed by battle either, because I think Hydrant was on the field at the same time.
It was. We might see a second Turbulence activation.
Well, I guess I will
live to fight again.
Yeah, if Nicholas gets another turn here, I'm trying to think of the options that you can go for. We have not seen a lot of the Fiendsmith decks playing things like Underworld Goddess that are ways to get rid of, you know, those pesky monsters like that, but maybe we still could.
Well, we're going to see the rest of the Fiendsmith package right now with Fiendsmith Sequence, Fiendsmith Fusion Summon into the Lacrima, trying to go for the Fiendsmith add back to hand. We're going to send it back to the graveyard and go for the Track added to hand now. And Track is going to lead to another Light Fiend being added to hand and another card being discarded.
Well, we're wondering where that Fabled Lure might be. This might be the time that it shows up.
Fiendsmith effect, target.
Typically is that target there.
I have no response, that's fine.
So Fiendsmith Engraver gets put back into the deck, and we're going to summon the Engraver onto the field. We still haven't activated the Track just yet. And there's the Track being activated right now as we speak.
I have Tear Cash +2 on those.
Now, I haven't gotten a good look at what Nicholas has in his hand. Has anybody else spotted that card?
Haven't gotten to see it. He's been pretty conservative of taking a look at that. Maybe it does nothing. Maybe he's very confident about it. What we are doing is banishing Reinforce to go ahead and set that Rescue.
Now, that Rescue can't be activated, but speaking of, graveyard play, we're going to see a graveyard play right now with the Keldo. Keldo is now activated. We're going to be putting back a couple of cards. Could be from either graveyard. We're going to target them now. There's 3 cards to be targeted. First one's going to be Scream.
This.
And we're getting rid of the opponent's cards now.
And the Trap.
Yeah.
The Extinguish, the Rescue, and the Scream.
So that might be a double-edged sword because, well, it certainly prevents the Rescue from actually being set to the field. That did recycle some of the resources there, so the Turbulence may be able to bring him back out if and only if Nicholas gets to another turn.
But that is ideal because you don't have your Rescue Ace HQ, the field spell, to cycle back those Rescue Ace cards back into the deck to allow the second Turbulence activation. Your opponent did it for you, so you're actually not too worried about that. This is what I wanted to see. Did he have anything in hand? And Nibiru is massive.
This is going to clear that entire field. There is no response on here. There's no Totally Awesome. That's why he got rid of that Totally Awesome pretty early on into the play. We're going to trade. We're going to get rid of cards. That's a massive token.
We talked about the impact of the Primal Being, but clearing all of these cards out mid-combo, there may not be a way to recover here. So Taylor certainly did a great job, but maybe he just thought that Nibiru didn't exist. And when you think that, that's when it shows up.
And now that Turbulence is also removed from the field because Reinforce only protects you from your opponent's cards, not your own. This is a little bit of emergency coming behind your own line.
Well, but it also, I think, it potentially, who knows, how much that might have baited Taylor into feeling safe, thinking, oh, they're trying to protect that. Nibiru probably is not on their mind. but it still
that
is
accurate?
a very powerful card. Nibiru,
was
one of
gonna
the
say
strongest
129, I think
interruptions
that's
against
impossible.
the type of field that Taylor was assembling.
11,000.
Typically, you see like
11,290.
Imperm Nibiru, Effect Veiler Nibiru. This time we got SP plus Nibiru. We need to answer the negation.
Hey,
we
we
got
work with
the
what we
answer.
got, you know?
He's answered it quite nicely. Let that big token land on the
while he's doing
field.
that, you can keep
It's
going,
touchdown
because,
with
yeah.
that rock.
Gigantic numbers there, but
there might
again,
be because he
still
has cards
quite a
that
few
I-
cards. Taylor might be able to
that I might
continue
do
play,
things
but
with.
it's kind
Oh,
of
I get you,
difficult when you've
sorry.
used up almost all your extra deck combo pieces, and now they're just sitting in the graveyard.
11,500.
11,500 for that token. Wow.
Huge.
I will activate Tearlaments, Sheer, and Diffusion Summon as Chainlink 1, Lacrima.
Oh, but you did send away some
Yeah.
Tearlament cards into the graveyard by card effect, and that's going to cause him to trigger in the graveyard to perform a fusion summon.
Again, we saw that Nibiru was strong, but even yesterday, people are able to play through it, so we are going to go ahead and see the Fiendsmith sequence show back up on the field. Looks like 1,200 damage there.
That's going to be from the Lacrima. Lacrima being sent to the graveyard, put some Light Fiend back, and boom, 1,200 damage. So that token is huge. Just by base, it's already stronger than Nibiru because there was a Turbulence. That's 3,000, 3,000.
Sure.
Just that alone, your own card.
There's a version of this where a triple tactics talent could end the duel.
If only that was an attack position.
If only, if
that
only.
would have been a crazy telegraph.
Could you imagine?
Nibiru is humongous.
Now, what are we fusing into? Because we did activate one of the Tearlament effects.
Ooh.
Okay, Dragos Tapelia.
Hey.
That is a very powerful fusion monster.
I'll activate the Dragos Tapelia target.
So that's going to reduce the level of that Nibiru to 1, but not necessarily get rid of anything else, as Nibiru doesn't have any activated effects on that field. So just, maximizing all the effects. Will it come up where he needs it later on? Of course, there's also the field spell. The additional gain 500 attack points is going to matter.
I will set one card. I will attempt to go to the end phase.
Right, so it looks like we're going to go into
too.
end here.
Don't forget about that Scream. Scream reducing.
In the end phase, I'll resolve Magnemite. I'll add Druisworm to my hand.
And Magnemite is going to add back the Druisworm. That is going to be
the
alive
field
immediately
effect?
because there's a Nibiru in the graveyard.
So we have Dragos Tapelia, which can negate a monster effect on the field by placing the token, and we also have a Bestial Dragon in hand. Druisworm can banish a light or a dark from either graveyard to summon itself. So 2 forms of disruption, at least one. There's an infinite impermanence from the side of Nicholas.
Nicholas is going to turn off the negation capacity, or rather the token dropping capacity of that. We're going to start off with a Snake Eyes Poplar.
This might be a little secret there, too. Yeah, I mean, we know how strong these two decks work together with level 1 monsters, and obviously, Poplar being one of the strongest there, it'll be interesting to see if it's able to make an impact on
It's
the duel.
going off. Now, remember, a popular Link 1 that Snake Eyes plays is Anima, and look at where that Nibiru token is.
That's going to
we
be able
can
to
get rid of
remove that
that
token.
at least, yeah, and then still go into more of the Snake Eyes combo.
But I don't think there's going to be a Snake Eye combo here. Based on this particular place, these anyone that plays like Rescues don't exactly focus their deck onto Snake Eyes. It's just the Poplar getting the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. That is the key card that they want. Will we be able to get that? I don't know. Maybe we drew into it. But now we have to relinquish Anima to clear off that giant token. That token is not going to apply its attack over because tokens by default don't exactly have any stats.
Looks like Taylor's going to go bring down Tearlaments Kashtira here. Not just seeding the duel because it isn't his turn, right? The cumulative joke about Tearlaments, it's our turn, so activating the effect.
We share
to
the turn here.
Yeah. But again, we're going to go ahead and banish another Tearlaments Kashtira to bring it out and maybe send a few cards to the grave.
Summon, I will activate Chainlink 1, Tier Cash, Chainlink 2.
Remember, sharing is caring, and we like to share our turns together.
Yeah. Sharing. Nah, I'm trying to find something. There's nothing.
Wow.
No, come on, Sharon is Karen.
Sharon is
something
Karen.
like that. There we go.
But
All
we
right.
did put a Black Goat Laughs into the graveyard. That's
Oh.
going to turn off, I believe, some of the activated effects of Monster, unless there's something from the graveyard.
Going to be kind of difficult here. Again, so many cards going to the graveyard. It's exactly what Tearlaments wants. And Taylor's done a great job of setting himself up in this position.
Ooh.
And he's able to, on resolution, use his own Black Coat Laughs, declaring relinquished Anima.
I'm gonna have OSS sending the Poplar to grave.
Okay, so we got original Simple Spoil Snake Eyes sending the Poplar away, and that's going to lead into the only other level 1 fire monster we can summon. That's going to be a Hydrant.
So seeing a full search of the deck there, you're absolutely right, Tom. It seems like that Poplar is really only there to motivate getting the Hydrant out via the
Did he
original Simple
banish
Spoil.
all of his Hydrants?
Oh no!
Oh no! Is that an illegal activation? That is an illegal activation.
Oh, no. Not like this.
Not like this. Not like this at all.
I'm not, no. That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
looks like that's going to be
without a
game
follow-up.
one going over to Taylor. What a performance playing through the Rescue Ace turn one setup. Double Mulcharmy, starting with 10 total cards. That was crazy.
Well, if there's any way to play through, 4 cards being set against your opponent, is to have more than 9 cards in your own hand.
Yeah, absolutely. There, Taylor seems like he's pretty steely though, having won the duel, still focused in. Just gonna go ahead and take a look at the side deck here and decide what's next.
I mean, spell and trap removal isn't exactly the most popular choice when it comes to this format. Most people have been focusing their side deck on Fiendsmith and stealing cards from Snatch Steal.
Yeah, but here's the real question. Taylor showed what spell and trap removal. He got through that turn just fine just by playing through all of it.
I think card draw is going to be very important, but are we going to see a double Mulcharmy play like that again?
That's what I'm curious about, because in my opinion, the double Mulcharmy having that many resources is what allowed Taylor, like you said, Steven, even if you have the cards, you have to play them right. Played the cards right, but had a lot to work with. If you were starting that with a more traditional 6-card opening hand, questions up if Taylor could have actually played through that kind of field setup, because the Nibiru especially felt like that turn ender, but still had more to go.
That was an unfortunate position to be put in for Nicholas. I mean, it just feels like you just got hit by a Max C at that point.
Practically, the Mulcharmies are very powerful effects, and they're designed to work against certain decks but not others, but just incredible performance there. And again, just like you said, Steven, it is an Aqua, so having it as a fusion material on top of its effect is incredible.
Yep.
Excellent disruption from hand, or rather a hand loader. I mean, I'm just going to keep drawing cards until I get to play all my cards. Having that many cards in hand, it's just a wonderful feeling.
Taylor's going to try and set the record for how many Mulcharmies you can activate in one duel by constantly refusing them. This is not confirmed information, but who knows? Maybe we will get a
It's actually
record.
quite nice to see, the Tearlaments kind of making a little bit of a comeback. I mean, that deck was so strong.
Yep.
We know how far that deck can push. There's a reason why all those names with Tearlament are limited to 1.
Yeah. They're strong enough that just the 1 card being out there is enough for a Tearlament duelist to get all the way here as Taylor looks to the sky, just sort of contemplating what his next move will be and wonders how far he'll get in this tournament.
I think it's a testament to how much time and effort Tearlament duelists that are committed to the deck really put into it, that they are still playing it at the WCQ and finding these types of results.
I mean,
it's not a simple deck.
Both these duelists 4-0.
Yeah.
They must know something that we don't.
Oh, that cards that you like can still be played regardless of what everybody says?
I like that mentality.
And so do they, apparently, rocking the decks out as far as they got.
I'm playing Melfi's at the next YCS. I don't care what you say.
Awesome. We can't wait to have you on the stage, but let's take a look at our stage at Game 2 here on Round 5 of our NAWCQ.
The stage is set. I'm very curious of what Taylor has in his hand. There is Mulcharmy in his hand.
It's happening again.
Oh, no.
The double Mulcharmy for the second duel in a row.
Nicholas has to decide how many cards he's going to end on. Maybe he'll be a little bit more conservative here, but wow.
Oh, wow.
You can't see us at the caster deck, but our hands are on our heads. Just cannot believe this.
Okay. Let's see what Nicholas can do to not summon from hand to generate that many cards. Unfortunately, Rescuers typically need to start with at least 1 added card to hand and 1 summon from the hand. Are we going to be able to play it just strictly using Emergency?
I don't know if the stream microphones are picking it up, but the entire venue got a little louder after that play. I imagine the folks standing out there watching this match are reacting in kind.
This is what we're talking about. This is kind of how you bypass the Mulcharmy. So there was originally 2 card draws. So if you think about it, we just got a double Upstart Goblin at the very least. That's how you can kind of trade with the Mulcharmy Perulia. But now we're trying to avoid it as much as possible by only playing the Fiendsmith cards right now. Add to hand. Send to discard to the graveyard, summon from graveyard. That's not summon from hand.
If you're able to assemble a strong field without giving more draws, then in a way, I mean, they still replace the Mulcharmies, right? It'd be turned into just 1-for-1 draws, but you're not giving them that advantage at that point, which would feel very good.
I'd like to think Nicholas has learned his lesson after what happened last time. It's just special summoning all these fiends from the graveyard is probably a good idea.
Now, he can also wait a little bit because he knows that the opponent will have to activate a monster effect at some point. Do you add a card that you can use later on, like Impulse? Or... Oh, it is Impulse. Okay. So he's thinking about it. Like, I don't want to drop the cards immediately, and maybe he can go for the emergency now because that summons from the deck. And when that summons from the deck, you're not going to give him the additional draw. When you set 4 this time, oh, it's going to feel so much better not giving 9 cards to the opponent to start their turn.
You can go into something like a Preventer, which can then set opponent's monster face down. You do have the Hydrant on the field right now. So I do like that. I like the plays so far from Nicholas. And again, I keep saying it, but Rescue Ace players also have to be very creative with how they play the cards.
Now, we got to be careful. Time is now down to 13 minutes. Ooh. That was a very long game 1. It didn't feel that long, but it is a long game 1. Now we're going to Lacrima from the sequence. And we're going to continue our play here. Ooh.
Looks like, okay.
Beatrice.
Beatrice effect resolved.
All right, the Lady Eternal, what card shall she send from the deck to the grave? Ooh, looks like we might be rescuing out Turbulence, perhaps?
Another creative use of the Fiendsmith cards in a new deck. I never would have thought to do something along this line, but if it works, it works.
Oh, this is a Link 3. That's going to be Promethean Princess to bring back that Turbulence.
Even easier.
This is all under double Mulcharmy, and you have only given your opponent 1 draw off of each. Nicholas is navigating this very stressful situation with 12.5 minutes on the clock under double Mulcharmies incredibly well.
Now notice the difference here. This time there's 3 trap cards. Instead of having those spells there, he's not looking to bolster his board. He is looking to stop anything that Taylor has.
Target effect negate, correct?
Yep. This is going to be insane. We got now a triple trap card and 1 spell card.
Contain, Extinguish, Reinforce.
Contain's very scary, especially if you can get a Hydrant on the field. The additional effects are just so good. Now, we're getting rid of that Fire Lock now.
Sunlight Wolf?
Sunlight Wolf, we can actually add back some cards as well.
I will throw one in the mix.
Yep.
Okay.
And
I'm imagining there's a lot of other ways, emergency, rescue, things that we can get back the Hydrant with. So I imagine maybe at the beginning of Taylor's turn, one of those will go off just to allow Nicholas to have as many disruptions as possible.
Don't forget, we still have Beatrice on the field that can send another card into the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of disruption here. Cool. Going into the 6th card now. Will this be enough compared to the 9?
We're about to find out. Looks like our first card here as Taylor decides.
Battle phase.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Before battle phase.
No.
Now, can we go to before battle phase and do something?
Yeah.
In start some battle phase, I'll activate Beatrice.
Okay.
That will resolve.
You can feel the evenly matched coming.
Yeah,
what shall we do to prevent
see
it?
in the hand. That is
okay. I like this where this is going.
So that you can special summon to get the Ash Blossom back when you need it with the Sunlight Wolf's ability to add from the graveyard back to the hand.
I know that card cannot be activated, if I'm not mistaken. That card cannot be summoned.
And then I'm going to go ahead and activate...
Oh, we're going to activate more of our cards
to bring back Turbulence.
Bringing back Turbulence.
Okay.
With the rescue.
And then on summon, trigger Sunlight Wolf, add back Fire.
Yes.
They're going to add back a Fire. They're going to add back the Ash Blossom.
That's a very creative way to get the Ash into hand.
You're absolutely right. It shows you how powerful the Fiendsmith cards are because every deck has something unique that it wants in the graveyard.
Yep.
So using Beatrice and the Lady Eternal in this way, just stunning.
I'm telling you, the creativity of Nicholas right now cannot be understated. This is incredible how he's navigating the situation.
I will attempt to move to end of battle phase.
So we're going to the end of the battle phase. Here comes the evenly matched after all.
Match. Wow, what an incredible trade.
All right. Yeah, going to keep that Turbulence, I imagine, out of all the options.
Have to say goodbye to some of these cards, though. You still need 3 more leaving.
Yep. And that is very difficult because they're banished face down. You're not going to be able to recycle those back, which is something that Rescue Ace really does love to do. Oh, we're letting the Turbulence go.
Now, the card that was added back cannot be normal or special summon, so, you know, Ash is a pretty good choice. You know, you can still effectively use the card, I believe.
Certainly an exciting combo to try out in practice, but looks like we're actually going to discard Impulse instead.
This is great. This is one way to summon out one of your Machine Rescue Aces from the deck. You can find ways to draw cards. We gotta go instead with the one that has the capacity to summon, and that is going to be Fire Engine.
So just as an update, it looks like there was a procedural error minor that was issued to Nicholas. Again, it's a legal activation of the last card there, but again, it's just going to be a warning.
Okay. Yeah, that was the not having a valid target of the sinful spoils.
But again, it is a warning. Remember, the NAWCQ, like anything else, it is a long day. These are the best duelists here, but they have been fighting a very hard duel.
Activate Tier Cash New Chain. I will mill 2 cards.
This has been my favorite duel of the entire weekend so far. Just first off, the creativity of the decks and also the creativity of both of these duelists. We've had some great moments so far.
Now, if we continue to summon, we're going to be summoning out our level 4 or lower Rescue Aces from the deck. If you keep on summoning while the fire engine is on the field, that's how you regenerate your field.
Yeah.
And that's going to be met with Ash Blossom for the tract. We're just trying to cut down the turn. Yeah, you can't normal summon or special summon that card.
Yeah, you can still use its effect.
That's going to be Tearlaments Grief.
Okay, how does Taylor want to navigate the rest of this?
It's like we are getting a Tearlaments Cashier and saying goodbye to Tearlaments Reinhardt there. And that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring made a huge impact. And being able to get it on call is insane.
I love that happened. That was,
there's no better way to say it.
That was incredible.
That's cool.
I'll go chain link through the summon from deck.
Here we go. Fire engine now will activate.
We have.
And we're going to summon Airlifter, the one that's limited to 1.
Okay.
Well, when you can get it out whenever you need it, it doesn't feel too bad to be at 1.
Oh, there are hits in the set of cards being sent to the graveyard.
And summon Rhino.
Yep.
Summon Rhino? Rhino Heart? There definitely is enough to perform a fusion here.
New chain link says turn player.
This is one of the scariest parts about the Tearlament deck is the fact it almost feels impossible to stop it. They just keep playing through everything that you're doing.
Very difficult to slow it down for sure, but trying the best here.
Ooh,
okay.
That fusion effect is not going to be going through because Bestial Druis Worm has been activated targeting. Was that the Havnus?
And you can't include that card if it's not in the graveyard anymore.
The Heartbeat added back the Trap card. And Rhino Heart is going to continue sending a card into the graveyard. That's going to be Sharon.
Now it's 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We got to keep our eyes up there because
that was from the
duel could
added.
go for quite a while longer than this, and no damage has been dealt. Taylor is still up in the best of 3 series.
I mean, these decks can take a long time to execute all of the moves. The options, it's just so wide.
Nobody's playing slow here. Again, they're just moving fast. But with so many different effect activations, it does take quite a while to get through the duel.
Oh, we are pivoting into Fiendsmith.
Yeah, speaking of effect activations, here come a few more your way.
I have 1 Engraver engrave as well as the...
Now, we still have the Promethean Princess in graveyard, I believe. I don't think we've activated that yet.
No, yeah.
If memory serves correct, so Nicholas still has some decisions.
I mean, that would have been a really good moment to kind of clear that monster. That was the time, and now we've kind of pushed a little bit far. Are we just waiting for this particular copy to hit the graveyard? Are we waiting?
Engraver.
Oh, he's waiting for the engraver.
Okay, he knew.
Yep. I mean, you have to do it at some point. You can't just let the Fiendsmith combo go off. Nicholas knows that, is deciding to do it here on the engraver.
This is what I should have done earlier.
Is it enough? Now we got Sharon.
Oh, sure.
Sharon was added to hand earlier.
What was that? It's a discard?
That's a Mudora.
Oh, it's a Mudora. Okay.
We hit Merly as well in this particular Sharon set of cards being sent to grave.
We also heard Taylor saying this is what I should have done earlier. I think realizing Mudora could have helped deal with that princess too.
Again, we talked about this on day 0. This is a much longer ride to the World Championship.
Yeah.
And there may be some bumps along the way, but the duelists are just hanging in there the best they can.
Hey, I'm still impressed with how both of these duelists have navigated a very complex game state.
Oh!
Did this sooner. It's fine. Excuse my language. I
picking up his cards?
I think that may be it.
Yeah, I am unsure exactly who was talking there.
Taylor looks like he may have been picking up or signing the slip there. We may actually have a winner of this duel after all.
That was a very abrupt end.
Yeah.
Well, when you're a duelist as brilliant as these two, eventually you just see it coming, and you know, I cannot make a comeback from this.
Well, it appears that Nicholas has taken the game. They could not get that additional follow-up.
He conceded, but showed what he should have done. So a little bit of confusion there, but we know we have got to match it as 1-1.
That makes a little more sense. Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm happy we're still going. That would have been frankly, just continue playing out, build out a stronger field. It gets so much harder. Now an Effect Veiler on top of it.
Unfortunate.
Certainly not taking no for an answer.
Oh, he got the turn back!
Guys, I'm sorry.
Apologizing to the crowd.
2 duels in a row, and this could be how it closes out. Not as strong of a start for Taylor.
Now we're going to start with the Wanted. Wanted likely going into Dia Bellstar.
Anything on Riz?
Is there a draw unlock?
Black Goat last declared Dia Bellstar.
They declared Dia Bellstar. Is that the correct card to declare, though?
It may not be.
It'll.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that card right now cannot be special summoned unless I believe it's from the graveyard.
I get you. Okay.
It will slow down that card, which can start off the combo.
But if there's no monsters available to summon, that's not going to lead anywhere.
It's all right.
It's becoming a very crazy end to an absolutely crazy set of duels.
On the clock.
I mean,
gentlemen, I don't know how this one's gonna end.
You can't hold yourself in the main phase. You gotta keep on playing. You gotta play at a reasonable pace. If you're not making plays here,
I guess I will set.
I mean, there's a single tier list. Oh no!
He buys the turn back. Taylor,
no one can predict how this duel is going to end.
But we don't have
standby phase.
The Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yep.
So Requiem is already engraved.
I mean, we just got to get an attack in at this point.
And that's going to get infinite impermanence on the Merly, so we're not going to send cards into the graveyard.
30 seconds on the clock.
We are playing.
Taylor needs to do any amount of damage to take this.
This is tough because the direct line is gone. Moon of the Closed Heaven is not available. 2 monsters does not mean the Fiendsmith line at this moment.
Taylor briefly pausing as he looked through some of the Fiendsmith cards, but I don't know if they're going to help you now.
5 seconds attack. You have to hit battle phase and attack. I don't think Taylor's realizing
he's putting the cards back. That's where the Majora is coming in.
Just going to try again.
We'll see if time was added to the round here, because the clock at the top of the screen, unless it's incorrect, signals the end, but they're still playing, so obviously there is more Yu-Gi-Oh to be had.
They do get to go until the end of the current phase, so it's possible that he's able to pull off that combo as putting back that Moon of the Closed Heaven is letting it slam on the field. Back into the Fiendsmith Requiem.
We got to the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Anything on some?
No.
Effect
oh no, the infinite impermanence has already been used. Okay, Engraver.
It can come down to this.
This is
very well might be it.
Yep, that's going to be the Necrocrypt Princess, and we're going to use the Engraver effect to resummon itself out of the graveyard. That's
Fiendsmith sequence coming our way.
Sequence for sure.
Uh-oh, I think it is late for this duel.
No activation, no response for the sequence.
Fusion summon.
Not those two.
Those are the only...
Yeah, no, those are, because it has to be. Yep.
Okay,
they have to be those two.
Just making sure they get the right ones. Here we go.
You don't want to mess this up.
Yep, this is the pivotal moment, Taylor.
1 move left here.
It ain't over till the last card's played, but I think it's about to be played now.
It's about to be over here. There is a Light Fiend monster in the graveyard. We're going to go into SP Little Knight.
Target, Chainlink 2, SP target.
You got it, man.
He got it. That's the game. Taylor, having apologized to the crowd for messing things up, did not mess things up. He did a great job showing that, again, hang in there and you may be the one winning.
That Mudora is the MVP.
Oh,
redoing the combo one more time. Just one more time.
One more time.
That's all it took.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, we got like 3 turns back and forth with less than 2 minutes.
That's incredible. Both duelists doing such an excellent job there. Just wild. I know I said it yesterday that this is why we're here, but that is absolutely why we're here. Again, showcasing just great effects, great resource management. Of course, something Tearlaments duelists are really known for, right?
Both of these duelists just played till the last minute. They had to do what they have to do. And it's just incredible that they just try to buy their turn back over and over again. I got to stop you at, different points now. Like, there's just so much change in the gameplay, the game plan. Everything has to be a little bit different when it gets closer into time. And I was kind of surprised that we actually got 3 turns in that last
3 turns, and it shows you that, like, duelists, they have studied this format so well, because, again, the Infinite Forbidden only coming out in Tournament Legal since, let me check my watch, yesterday.
Yeah,
they
that's
did
right.
such a great job of showing that mastery. That shows you that the way that you get out of a situation like that is just play test with your friends and really study up. We can hear directly from the duelists themselves. Let's throw it back to our I'm going to do this. Your opponent still can use their intellect like to basically summon out different cards.
We essentially saw 2 different timelines because
Really?
game
We
one,
did. Wow.
Game 1 we got the double Perulia, and that resulted in way too many cards on the other side of the field, or rather the opponent's hand. And then game 2, instead, we just worked around the entire thing, only giving you 2 card draw. You essentially just played 2 Upstart Goblins on my turn. Okay, that's great. But I established my entire field. Let's try this again.
Just some insane stuff there. And then again, the fact that they're Aqua monsters, right? It fits perfectly in the Tearlaments deck, but I think it shows exactly how good those cards are in general. And speaking of good, looks like Kangas has made his way to the stage. So let's go ahead and check in with him and hear from our winner himself.
All right, we are live here on stage. Congratulations on the win. One of the coolest matches we've had all weekend. I want to get your immediate, just emotional reaction after that win.
Well, I was incredibly stressed coming up here because this is the first time I've been on a feature match, so I know it's always nerve-wracking to get the jitters before you even sit down. But I think he played really well. I think I played really well. I think the double Perulia reaction was kind of crazy both games, but he did play incredibly well. And honestly, I did not see that after the evenly resolving, him being able to put up as many disruptions as he did. The foolish burial of the Ash Blossom Sunlight Wolf add back play was something I never saw coming. I was like so confused when he sent it, but he did a really good job, and I just came out on top.
It was such a close match, and you even felt, we heard you saying, I should have done this in that second duel. That was one of the coolest and closest matches we've had. So how do you feel after a moment like that, after a win like that as a competitor?
I think I need to go drink some water and go to the bathroom and reset because I'm still very excited and hopefully going to continue the success into the later rounds, man.
Well, I love the deck build. I love the choice that you brought here. It's also very creative what you were piloting. So what made you choose this deck, and how confident are you that it matches up against what you see a lot of here at WCQ?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it matches up. I think Ubel and Snake Eye are definitely the superior decks, but I've been playing Tearlament off and on with my buddies, with my teammates since it came out. And with the Engraver coming out, the entire Fiendsmith archetype, I wanted to re-explore it again. I figured it'd be Rogue coming into the room, but I figured the strong cards like Perulia and Droplet that I could main deck, on the Bestials that work both as disruptions going second and as engine pieces to further my plays, let me make a deck that was both creative and still really competitive.
Well, we love to see the duel. We love to see you piloting the deck, so best of luck going forward, and congrats on the win. We're going to send it back over to the casters.
Thanks, Steven. And I have to say, I love what he said. I love what Taylor said. He said, sometimes it's not the best deck, but I have so much more deck knowledge. You know what? Sometimes it won't really matter. My knowledge will overpower what you think is the best deck.
Playing something that you're comfortable with lets you make better plays in the moment, right? Again, playtesting is just so important. But speaking of playtesting, a great way to playtest is obviously Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels. Let's take a look at some cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel events you can enter. The Master Duel main event series, just like some of the other series we've had, is scheduled monthly. So coming up on August 18th, September 15th, and October 20th, you can go ahead and compete and show duelists that you're just as good as the people who have traveled here from the comfort of your own home. Isn't that great?
That's great. And look at this beautiful desk mat. This is the Zeus, the Sky Thunder mat. Incredible. I want that on my desk.
Hey, well, the only way to do it is for you to go ahead and compete and win first place.
such a beautiful, beautiful monster.
Well, tell you what, what's just as beautiful is the fact that we still have 4 remaining rounds here. And again, we'll have them once we come back right after this.
Normally, adventurers head into dungeons to loot treasure chests. But when you play with the Mimighouls, it's the treasure chests, or rather their inhabitants, that'll be doing the looting. The Mimighoul style of gameplay revolves around gifting your opponent wonderful, beautiful treasure boxes that give them a nasty surprise when they're opened. Let's take a look at Mimighoul Archfiend to see how this works in practice. The Mimighoul strategy is all about flip monsters. But unlike most flip monsters, you absolutely do not want these ones to flip face up on your side of the field. Take a look at this flip effect. If Mimighoul Archfiend flips face up during the main phase, these three things happen. First, the opponent of the duelist who controls Mimighoul Archfiend draws a card. Then, the player who controls Mimighoul Archfiend must send a card from their hand to the graveyard. And finally, Mimighoul Archfiend scurries over to the other side of the field. It's a devastating swing in momentum, and that's why you want to make sure that this card is flipping face up on your opponent's side of the field. That's why all of the Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden have this effect. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field in face-down defense position. With this effect, you can set your opponent up for a huge fall when the wonderful monster you've gifted them flips face up. Of course, your opponent isn't likely going to want to ever flip it face up, so the Mimighoul strategy has a number of ways to encourage them to open up their presents. In fact, there's even one built in to Mimighoul Archfiend. Mimighoul Archfiends actually work well together in pairs thanks to this final effect. You can special summon one to your opponent's field face down, and then normal summon the other to force it to flip. Do that, and you draw a card, while your opponent sends one from their hand to the graveyard, and then you get that flipped Archfiend on your side of the field, where you now have 2 level 1 monsters available to do whatever you wish. Your opponent has also activated a monster effect during your main phase, albeit against their will, so you could even follow up with Triple Tactics talent to dispose of another card from their hand and plan out the rest of your turn. There are 3 Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting your own strategy. Mimighoul Cerberus flip effect banishes 3 cards from the top of the controller's deck, then forces its controller to hand over one of their banished monsters to the opponent before switching control. Its continuous effect keeps the opponent from targeting your face-up spell cards with card effects. The latter effect will help you keep the field spell that shows the Mimighoul's home turf safe and sound. Mimighoul Dragon's flip effect, on the other hand, destroys all of its controller's face-up monsters, except for Mimighouls, of course, before it heads over to the other side of the field. This monster is very safety conscious, don't you think? Dragon also has an effect when it's normal or special summoned to add a Mimighoul spell or trap from your deck to your hand. The Mimighoul spell and trap cards are vital to victory, so you'll be using this effect a lot. The home turf of the Mimighouls is the Mimighoul Dungeon Field spell. Inside the dungeon, players are compelled to flip monsters face up. Why? Well, it's not the spirit of adventure, that's for sure. It's because Mimighoul Dungeon prevents players who control face-down monsters from normal summoning or attacking with monsters they special summon during the current turn. So what your opponent is going to want to do is try and flip summon any Mimighouls you give them first, so they can play their turn in as much peace as they can after going down a card and possibly having to give away a key monster from their deck. Given that, there's one very important rule that we need to know regarding when you're allowed to manually change the battle position of a monster, since that's what a flip summon is. You can't flip summon a monster the turn it was placed on the field, be that special summoning it face down or just setting it from your hand. You also can't flip summon a monster that you just normal or special summoned that was subsequently flipped face down by a card like Book of Moon. If you go first and give your opponent a Mimighoul, they're going to try to get rid of it as fast as possible, and if they can avoid flipping it, for example by sending it to the graveyard with the Belstar the Black Witch, then they'll try to do that. Knowing this, you'll want to have a method on hand of giving them another face-down monster, either special summoning one to their field, or flipping one of their monsters face down. If you succeed, they won't be able to flip summon that monster, and they'll have to play by the rules of the dungeon. Speaking of the rules of the dungeon, they also specify how your low attack flip monsters are going to get the attack points they need to win you the duel. Mimighoul monsters that weren't summoned or set in the current turn gain attack points equal to their defense points. So Dragon becomes 2500 attack, Cerberus becomes 2200 attack, and Archfiend becomes 1900 attack. Not bad for a group of level 1 monsters. Finally, while Mimighoul Dungeon is in play, you'll get to add a new Mimighoul monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand each turn. This is a strategy that needs a lot of monsters to work, and Dungeon will make sure you never run out. In fact, having access to monsters is so important that there's not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different Mimighoul cards that add Mimighoul monsters to your hand and or special summon them to the field. Here are 2 of the others. Mimighoul Maker lets you get 2 different flip monsters out of your deck and randomly summon one to your opponent's field face down while the other is added to your hand. After that, you can special summon any Mimighoul from your hand. With this one card, you could conceivably lay a trap on your opponent's field and spring it at the same time without using your normal summon. Maybe you could use that to your advantage by adding some adventurers to your deck. If you're a real risk taker, you can include non-Mimighoul flip monsters in your deck and find them with this card. Maybe you want to fetch Cyberjar out of your deck and don't care whose field it ends up on. Or maybe you want to roll the dice on simulating the effect of Delinquent Duo by pulling Fire Sorcerer from your deck and hoping it ends up on your opponent's field. Your opponent will have a hard time keeping the monster you give them face down, because Mimighoul Maker also has a graveyard effect that lets you switch the battle position of a face-down monster your opponent controls if they special summon a monster. Mimighoul Room is the perfect card to confound your opponent. It can special summon any Mimighoul from your hand or deck to either player's field, face up if it's on your side, letting you use its beneficial effects, or face down on your opponent's side, looking to cause trouble. As we discussed earlier, you can't flip summon a monster the turn it was special summoned face down, even if your opponent special summoned it to your field. So a monster given to the opponent with Mimighoul Room is going to stay face down until acted on by another effect. This card is great for keeping your opponent trapped in the dungeon, even after they voluntarily flip their Mimighouls face up. And it also has a graveyard effect that lets you return any number of Mimighoul cards you control to your hand. This second effect is useful because the roles played by each of the monsters changes as the duel progresses. For example, if you're going first, you don't want to give your opponent Mimighoul Dragon because they can flip it without consequence on their turn. You do want to summon it to your field to get a Mimighoul spell or trap card. If you're going second, you do want to give Dragon to your opponent so you can clear their existing monsters out before trying to lock them up in the dungeon. But when your next turn rolls around, you'll need the effect to grab a spell or trap card to keep your strategy rolling. The graveyard effect of Mimighoul Room lets you switch the role your monsters play, without needing to add a second copy of that monster to your hand with one of your other effects. The final Mimighoul card in the Infinite Forbidden is the mastermind behind the mayhem, Mimighoul Master. It can't be destroyed by battle or card effects if your opponent controls any face-down monsters or you control any other Mimighouls. While in the dungeon, its attack rises to 3,000. As you might expect, the Master of the Mimighouls can grab another Mimighoul monster from your deck when it's normal or special summon, and can also dictate when, during your opponent's main phase, that face-down monster should flip up. Obviously, this is great for triggering Mimighoul effects. But the Master can also flip a monster on your side of the field face up as well, in case you wanted to trigger the effect of something like Guard Dog at the most devastating timing possible. The Infinite Forbidden is just the beginning for the Mimighoul strategy. More Mimighoul cards will be released in the fall, so make sure to take the time to master the first set over the summer. The Infinite Forbidden launches on July 17th at official tournament stores, and on the 19th everywhere else the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is sold.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at the NAWCQ, one of the biggest tournaments for Yu-Gi-Oh! Of the year. This weekend, we're determining who is going to represent North America at the World Championship qualifier. We already have two people who are going from the World's Qualifying Point playoff that concluded yesterday, but we're only halfway through the Swiss rounds today, or I guess in total for the tournament. 9 rounds today, 3 more in the morning before we cut to that top 64.
Yeah, we're at the exact halfway point here in round 6, and we are winding down a little bit. You know, you definitely want to have that undefeated record, to have that cushion, because, I mean, even after 12 rounds, you only really can afford at most 3 losses, right?
I mean, that's living dangerously.
Yeah, I'm being generous here.
Yeah, you definitely only want to have 2, but in round 6, we're going to have some familiar faces for our feature match. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Kangas to introduce our players for our round 6 feature match. Take it away, Kangas.
For our round 6 feature match in the blue chair, from Phoenix, Arizona, Mitchell Martin. Don't challenge him to cardio because he played water polo for Arizona State. And his opponent today in the red chair, from New Brunswick, New Jersey, Pakawat Pamornsut. In a past life, he was a monk, and now his favorite card is Gimmet Puppet Nightmare. Give it up for your competitors, and we'll throw it back to the casters for game 1.
Well, we have our 2 players. That's right. It's Mitchell taking on Pack. I was talking about that World's Qualifying Point playoff we had on Friday. That was a single elimination tournament where 16 players who accumulated the most amount of points from doing well at regionals and YCSs throughout this past year got to compete, and 2 of them got to go, or guaranteed to go to the World Championship. Pack was one of those 16 players. Unfortunately, we saw him lose a very close match in that first feature match we had on Friday, but now he didn't let that deter him. He knew he's been practicing for this tournament, and he's back at it this weekend with a 5-0 record, which is, once you hit that 5-0 part, you're starting to feel really, really good about your chances of making day 2.
I know he was super disappointed having lost in that first round of the playoff. He had to put in so much time and effort. I really thought he was one of the best contenders to take it all. I mean, I'm very happy with who ended up taking it all. I do think they really deserve it, but Pack showing that he's not down and out yet. 5-0, as you mentioned, really strong record. He wants to solidify it at 6-0, going through that first half of the tournament undefeated. But Mitchell Martin, you know, no slacker himself. He's going to have to face off against him. Another decorated duelist here. Both players have a lot to go for here.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if I really think it was the NAWCQ that Mitchell Martin topped last year. He was the one Punk Gold Pride duelist, I believe, as well. So he is definitely familiar with being in this position to be competing for a viable spot in the top cut. But, you know, he knows who he's up against. You know, it's a player, Mitchell's someone who travels to all of these YCSs and big tournaments, and he's probably seen Pack, and they may have run into each other a couple times. Does look like they are a little bit friendly with that big smile from that awesome player, Pack. You know, my favorite thing about Pack is not only is he good at the game, but he's enjoying playing the game. He loves the game.
I'm not sure I know anyone that loves the game more than Pack.
Whoa, present company excluded.
I think Pack plays more Yu-Gi-Oh! Than you do.
I disagree. Oh, I mean, if he has the time, but he does have, I know he gets in there and gets to stream and stuff, but it is my job.
All right, I'll give that to you.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. Continue,
No,
Sala.
I see him put in so much effort, and I really want to see him be rewarded, but we'll have to just see what happens here in game number 1.
Definitely. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's time to duel. Here comes the die roll.
Looks like a 6.
6, not feeling great about a 6, but it's a tie.
How about another 6? How do you feel about that one?
That's fine. 5's worse. 9's lose. Oh, off the table.
They're gone.
I'll choose a start. Good luck.
Looks like it was enough.
Yep.
It's not hard to beat a 5, and now Mitchell Martin is going to be going first here. This is going to be our first Fiend Smith Snake Eye mirror match. As the tournament starts to get down to the 5-0s, we're going to be featuring some of the best players we have with the chances of competing in day 2. And now we're going to see the power of these 2 decks taking on each other in mirror match. 1-for-1 discard Nibiru met by Ash Blossom. Incredible start here.
I didn't even realize Pack was starting.
Yeah, I thought it was Mitchell Martin.
Well, I mean, here we are. It looks like we're going to be going for that Snake Eye Ash off the effective Divine Temple. Does he have any ability to continue playing from that? Maybe a Diabell Star here?
I love the circles that come out in that ultimate rare, but it's
just a pass.
Yeah, sometimes setting up temples so you're able to have the follow-up on your turn is nice, but the bonfire coming down here from Mitchell.
Yeah.
It looks like you're going to be letting that resolve. Potentially a Droll and Lockbird in the hand. We're likely not using Ash Blossom here. If we had Ash Blossom, I think we would have used it on the bonfire just to try to prevent as much damage as possible. But it looks like Snake Eye Ash is hitting the field. Will there be an effect veiler? Nope, we're letting this resolve.
Looks like Mitchell's ready to get his game on here, and he's going to add Snake Eyes Poplar to the hand. Poplar effect's going to let him add a Snake Eye spell or trap.
You know, so this is interesting. Pack has yet to use the effect of Divine Temple to put his Snake Eye Ash face up on the field. I wonder what he's waiting for. Do you think he has a second copy of Nibiru in his hand? It's very likely.
That could be the case. We're going to see when he decides to eventually use it. But he needs to use it before Mitchell gets his own Divine Temple onto the field, because he can summon from Pack's spell and trap card zone as well.
I imagine he's trying to use some combination here. It's very likely because he had very few playable cards in his opening hand. There wasn't a lot of engine, so it has to be a lot of non-engine, right? It's very likely that there is a combination of Nibiru as well as Effect Veiler in his hand.
Yeah, and we did see him send that Nibiru to the graveyard with 1-for-1. Sometimes that kind of indicates there might be another copy, because the easiest choice to discard is going to be something you have two of. Now he's going to rev it up and send that Snake Eyes Diabell Star to the graveyard to summon Diabell Star the Black Witch.
Yeah, I wonder how many monsters in your hand are more important than Nibiru. And you know they're not spells and traps because none of them were set on the field. Any other spells and traps would have been used to continue playing the game, so it has to be some combination of Nibiru, Effect Veiler, or some combination of Bestials as well.
Indeed. Now let's see where Mitchell goes next with this. Looks like he's going to feel the flow and use Snake Eye Ash effect to send these two cards to the graveyard to try and special summon a Snake Eye monster in the deck. This could be a key time to use Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. A moment of thought from Pack, but he lets it go through.
This is another key thing to remember. Divine Temple is able to special summon any one monster from the spell and trap zones from either side of the field, so he might be choosing to preserve his effect to use it on his opponent's potentially Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Oh, that is another. That's case, since he is not the turn player, it would be that Chain Link 2, and he has the opportunity to do so. That really heads up play. But Mitchell's going to continue. He's going to try and high-five this guy and place that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in the spell and trap card zone, thanks to Snake Eyes Diabell Star.
Yep, any fire monster here, just like Poplar.
You could actually go. 53, right? Oh, this is 83. Thinking.
Is this the moment where Pack is going to swing into action and have a response? It looks like he is going to use his Divine Temple to Snake Eye, targeting his own Snake Eye Ash to special summon it to the field.
You kind of had to do something, right? Enter battle phase is threatening a lot of damage here.
I mean, in fact, enough to win the game.
Yeah, enough damage.
8,000 damage on the board, a little over 8,000. But now it's time for Pack to build up his defenses before Mitchell's ready to link into the Vrains.
We're going to get that effect of Poplar here. Poplar is going to be able to add some follow-up. Mitchell not needing to do anything about it just yet. Going to be adding the original Sinful Spoils. Mitchell just has to be careful from those points of interactions from the hand. He just needs to preserve his resources as much as he can. Really take it slow here. He doesn't need to just throw all his resources into a Nibiru. I think that's what he has to be most cautious of. That is the most impactful card that could come from his opponent's hand.
Yeah, he's just going to need to take a chance, believe in himself here, and he's going to use that original Sinful Spoils, sending that Ash Blossom that was sitting in the spell and trap card zone to the graveyard to spell summon Snake Eye Oak from the deck.
Sure.
You know, Snake Eye cards, kind of together as one, because divided they're none. Kind of the strategy here for the Snake Eye cards, but we see them all together on the field. 5 monsters on the field for Mitchell Martin.
Now, here is a really easy pivot into a Selene, into the Appaloosa, or just climbing via any means. Do you think Mitchell will be satisfied with just an Appaloosa, or do you think he's going to try to play around the combination here?
It's tough. I mean, I think he's definitely considering Nibiru at minimum, but yeah, to put him on Nibiru and Effect Veiler, if he didn't have any cards on the field, thinking maybe he could have impermanent Nibiru, maybe, but it's tough. I mean, we have to know, like, his cards aren't, the other cards in his hand aren't starter cards, but yeah, one of them is in fact that Nibiru, the Primal Being. And all 5 monsters on Mitchell Martin's side are going to the graveyard, but that Snake Eyes Flamebird still has its effect accessible.
That does provide 3 total bodies to the opponent here, and there have been 0 Fiendsmith cards played so far, so he will be able to true with the Flamebird as well with the Nibiru token to generate some bodies. Now it is just, what can the remainder of Pack's hand provide? We know there's still 1 mystery card here. It's original Sinful Spoils, as well as 1 card that was previously unused. He also has the option to use the effect of Poplar to put his Snake Eye Ash back into the spell and trap zone, or the Poplar itself. But I don't think you want to, because Mitchell's Divine Temple has not been used yet.
Very true. Something to keep in mind since he can special summon from Pack Spell and Trap Card Zone. Looks like he does consider that and doesn't place anything there for Mitchell to take.
Which I think is a pretty big tell that the last card in Pack's hand is a Bestial.
Could be the case here. Looks like Mitchell Martin taking a chance to look into his extra deck.
Going to be linking away the Nibiru token as well as the Snake Eye Ash, going into Hida, going able to go after either the Snake Ash or the Pop Art, just immediately taking the Ash and linking it away, likely into Promethean Princess.
Yep, here comes Princess. Princess is going to bring back probably Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon.
You called it.
I mean, Mitchell's heart's probably beating in hyperdrive right now. He's playing quickly. He's going to link away the 2 cards for Salmon, Great Raging Phoenix. Then it's going to go into World Sea Dragon Zelantis. This is enough if Pack doesn't have anything. So the Zelantis is going to banish all monsters on the field, then special summon them all back. And since Pack special summon, a monster special summon to Pack's side of the field, Promethean Princess can special summon back from the grave, destroying the Flamebirds. Then since a fire monster is destroyed, Raging Phoenix comes back, gains that 3,000 attack from Flamebirds, and he can go straight to battle. But if he does have that Bestial, it could help. But the World Sea Dragon's Zelantis battle phase effect, being able to destroy cards in the battle phase, might be enough, unless it's a Druis Worm.
I think the way this game is played out, it has to be a Druis Worm, right?
I'm feeling it.
Because anything else, I think Pack would have conceded by now.
On attack declaration of Zelantis, I gotta activate Druis Worm.
Here's Bestial Druis Worm! Let's go.
This is the one way to stay alive here. He does have the original to play off the Divine Temple.
So he's going to try and banish Nibiru to summon the Bestial Druis Worm.
Probably the only target available.
Yeah, this really disrupts. I didn't see which one he declared the attack with initially, but just normally Sea Dragon can just clear everything on the field with that battle phase quick effect, but the Druis Worm will take one of these monsters down with it.
Summoning in attack mode here.
Sure.
Going to be using the Zelantis to get rid of all the face-up cards here.
Effect, targeting.
Got to send that Raging Phoenix, I think.
Yeah, it's the biggest monster.
Right?
It's huge.
So he's able to stay alive.
Yep.
25? So he's going to take 25 and 27.
Yep.
Bring it down to 2,800, correct?
Yep.
Yep, so there's still not a lot of actual interruption here from Mitchell Martin with these 2 bodies, but he still has access to the entire Fiendsmith line, I believe. He just has to find a way to climb into it. He's still locked into fire at this point.
He is.
Unfortunately,
definitely.
We still need a live draw here. I suppose any normal summon can do a lot.
I mean, we've played this game before, but never quite this way. It's like an all-out war with these monsters that obey.
I will pass turn.
And that's going to be it for Mitchell Martin. So just a Princess and a Zelantis.
Yep, there's not going to be a Nibiru coming from Mitchell Martin's side. Yep, we're going to be normal summoning Effect Veiler, going into Anima. Wait, I don't know if I want Anima. I don't want his Princess gone.
Anima effect target?
Really? Okay.
Are you worried about Nibiru? Or?
Yeah, I just didn't want to give him the option.
This might be his only way to be able to resolve the original, but he has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring again.
Yeah, he wanted to have the 2 bodies for...
And that's going to be it. It looks like Pack is conceding. I mean, we saw some really cool things in there. Like, people were talking about, like, the effect negation not being as strong since you're able to pivot into the Fiend strategy once you have 2 monsters on the field. So a lot of the top level players, and probably just people that are competing and were practicing, have moved to stuff like the Bestial monsters to be a little more impactful. It's about surviving. It's about banishing those key cards, maybe stopping an Engraver from coming back from a Lacrimosa, or maybe they're trying to summon Engraver off its own effect. You can just banish it out the graveyard. Even having the Druis Worm just to take something down with it is key there. So there's a lot of different avenues you can go about to try and combat these new strong strategies. You just have to learn to adapt and find a way to continue. If you keep trying to play the same way you're playing before new set releases, you're going to be behind.
Yeah, it seems Pack here was really hit by one of the key issues of having such a high density of non-engine is sometimes you don't see enough to just be able to play with your own engine. We were able to be stopped on that Snake Eye Ash, and that was just enough there.
Yeah, I think Pack in his head right now is just saying nothing will bring me down. He's got to focus on game number 2. He's probably lost game 1 a couple times this tournament. A big part of playing this game, it's a test of like mental fortitude, just staying strong. Your mental is a big part of it. If you're like in a bad mood, thinking, oh, I lost, I'm not going to win this next game, you're more likely to miss some key plays that can get you out of a tough spot.
Mitchell played well there as well, just knowing how he can get through a singular Nibiru, still find access to a game shot. And unfortunately, a Druis Worm was able to keep him out of that, but still enough pressure to know to clear the Divine Temple, make sure not allow for any vulnerability.
Definitely. You got to consider all your options here. Face up, face down, attack or defense. Lots of different ways you can use your cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Just one of the greatest games ever. And now we get to see two of these top level players both sitting at 5-0 in this most important tournament, trying to go to the World Championship. One of these players will be moving on 6-0, halfway to forever. At the end of this tournament, they will find out if they're going to make that top cut. A lot online, you can kind of see how the demeanor has kind of changed. Like, they're one game into it, still kind of talking about it. Like, yeah, the double Ash Blossom really stopped Pack in this game, but you can see the focus. It's okay to talk to your opponent, but always remain focused.
Yeah, post side, Pack, I think, has one of the most interesting decks going into it. I think he really wanted to capitalize on winning game 1 because he thinks going first is already so strong, but post side, his going first is incredibly strong into the mirror specifically. He has copies of Lullaby of Obedience, he has copies of Crossout Designator, he even has a copy of Monster Reborn.
Yeah, there's lots of things that he'll be able to use in his arsenal, but I have one question for you before we jump into game number 2, Asala, and is that, can you feel the power?
I suppose I can.
I feel the power too. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 2. They've dove into their side decks.
Yep.
We've seen some excellent play from them in game number 1. I hope we get to see even more cool stuff coming from these two top level players here in game number 2.
We'll see if there's a normal summon Snake Ash, but we're going to be leading with just Dia Bellstar, discarding the Snake Eye Dia Bellstar.
Yeah, Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar, not something you really want to see in your hand, but he'll be able to maybe put it back in the spell and trap card zone with a Snake Eyes Poplar at some point in this turn.
I mean, yeah, opening Dia Bellstar with Snake Eye Dia Bellstar is a extended combo more so than just opening a regular Dia Bellstar.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not necessarily a bad opening. It's usually a good opening, but it is very vulnerable to a lot of different interactions from your opponent, so you don't really want to use the full extension of it. But when you have access to Temple and Poplar, this is already pretty strong.
Yeah, his hand is no short of starters this time. Last time he had a few too many defensive options and had to just pass the turn on after just one Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but sometimes that 1 point of interaction is enough. But now we're going to see a Link summon for Moon of the Closed Heaven. And Fantastical Dragon Phantasme always comes in and out of popularity, and we see it here. You're going to be able to draw 2 cards and put one back into the deck since Pack special summoned a Link monster.
Yeah, I believe this makes a lot of sense for Phantasme to coming back into the format when you have something with the Fiendsmith engine that's really reminiscent of the Orcust engine, right? So that was a very popular reason to play Phantasme back then. It's a very popular reason to play Phantasme right now.
Math checks out on that one. It is a fantastic card. You can get this version as a quarter-century secret rare in Rarity Collection 2. Actually, a ton of cards that we've seen in the player decks are in Rarity Collection 2 if you want to bling your deck out in all sorts of different rarities.
I don't think the Phantasme being on the field changes Pack's lines at all, but it is something he has to consider because he doesn't want to target down Fiendsmith, obviously allowing his opponent to use Phantasme's effect, and leaving your opponent with any bodies on the field is really rough because of how easily accessible the Fiendsmith engine is.
Is Phantasme only when it targets your cards, or is it any card on the field?
When your cards.
That's what I thought. Yeah. That's what I thought. So we won't be able to stop anything when he's targeting his own cards, so he can avoid that if he can. But we see Fiendsmith Requiem coming down. The Divine Temple placing Snake Eye Ash.
Requiem going to be using its effect now. No interruptions except for the Phantasme from Mitchell here. That is one of the concerns with Phantasme. It's taking a spot of something else, so is no guarantee that you will see anything to actually stop your opponent, but it does help sculpt your hand to better position yourself and see those more critical cards.
Yeah, Phantasme is always one of those cards you want to be good. You want to be able to use it. But yeah, like you mentioned, if it doesn't draw into those cards you're looking for, it's a little tough. I know a lot of people are considering that with the Mulcharmy, that you're able to just draw so many cards that you're always going to be able to sculpt your hand and set up the way you need to be.
I mean, that's always the issue with trying to draw combinations of cards, right?
Everything should just be a one-card start, right? That's what I think that's what I'm getting from everyone online. They love the one-card starters.
Yeah, I'm sure that's everyone's favorite, Billy.
I like it. I like the power. I can feel the power.
I do think it brings some interesting gameplay when mistakes are allowed.
Exactly. Not everyone plays perfect all the time. It's just a prank, kid.
Looks like we're going to be getting rid of the skill drain. So he opted to use the effect of the Engraver to force out a Phantasme, try to get a card out of his hand because he has the additional body. He doesn't need to have the Engraver on the field, so he just forcing the Phantasme.
How do you feel about siding in Skill Drain going second?
It's probably for crossout.
Ah, but he just happened to draw it. Yeah, you were mentioning that before.
Target.
It's very interesting that he happened to keep that with his hand after the Phantasma had already resolved. I wonder what that indicates about his hand. It might have a lot of bad cards.
You got to pick up on those key things. The information you can get from what your opponent's doing. Definitely something you want to keep in mind. But yeah, if he kept the Skill Drain, what else is there?
Yeah.
Another copy of Skill Drain, maybe? I don't know.
There's no way that he put in 2.
There's no way he wouldn't put back Skill Drain over anything else if he wants to cross it out. I guess if he doesn't have crossed out, I guess would be.
Yeah, like maybe he put back something along the lines of Snake Idea Bellstar.
True.
Lullaby of Obedience?
Or maybe even a Fable Lurie.
Oh, Lullaby of Obedience. What
what's he going to call?
It's not in my deck. Say it. Say it. I don't have Snake Eye Ash. Oh, no, he does, in fact, play Snake Eye Ash in his Fiend.
I think he would be kind of satisfied with his opponent saying, yeah, I don't have Snake Eye. I mean, that would mean 3 copies are in his hand.
Was it Cyber Dragon? Is that what Bowden called?
Yeah, all 3 were banished. that was rough.
Shout outs to Bowden in the finals of the World Championship. Lullaby Obedience is a strong card if you use it correctly. Pack was one of the people who popularized this card actually in the past few months. Still rocking it here to the NAWCQ.
Yeah, but he was able to preserve his normal summon here as well by using the Bonfire for the Poplar, playing around Droll as well, but really pairing well with the Lullaby of Obedience. That is 3 cards taken out of, or not 3, 2 cards at least taken out of Mitchell Martin's hand here, limiting him to only 3 cards at this point on.
Ash Effect.
Do you think Mitchell thinks he can only win if Pack loses? Or do you think he'll let Destiny choose?
A crazy sentence, Billy.
You should just let Destiny choose. So we'll see how he goes about this. Looks like he is coming down now, going after Snake Eye Ash.
Oh, this is one of the more beneficial parts of Lullaby Obedience that doesn't get talked about enough. You're putting a fire in your opponent's graveyard for the Hida.
Hilarious. I love it. I love it. And now we're seeing a link for Celine. Celine's going to get some counters since there's 3 or more spell cards in the field or graveyard. It's going to be able to remove 3 of them to special summon back a spellcaster.
You're going to be summoning back that Dia Bellstar.
Oh, that's mine. For some reason I thought it was yours.
He was just so used to taking his opponent's cards, he was just giving them away.
For 2?
Dapusa has now hit the board.
How fast Pack is going really is making me feel alive right now. He knows what he's doing. He's putting back the Moon of the Closed Heaven, special summoning out Fiendsmith Engraver.
Making sure if he wants to use the Flame Bridge effect first. Nope, we're going to be linking those away. This likely goes into... Yep, there is the Moon of the Closed Heaven. We've already seen one Valor gone, so I think he's not too concerned about a combination of Valor and Nibiru at this point. He's just going to try to make the strongest field that he can from this position.
He's ready to go. He feels the flow. He's going to link, summon...
into Sequence. This is the point of putting that Closed Heaven back in the field. Sequence is now able to use its effect, Fusion Summon. Putting back the Moon of the Closed Heaven. Likely the Engraver, as well as the Requiem. Maybe? Or just the 2? No, we're going to go for Lacrima.
Lacrima is going to let him either add back
targeting
or special summon the Fiendsmith Engraver.
This?
Yep, adding the Engraver to the field. He has not used Track this turn, right?
He has not.
Alright, we're going to be overlaying those 2 level 6 monsters into Beatrice. I wonder what else he needs at this point.
That's a pretty good question most turns. Like, what else do you need? But you could always have more. We've seen the subpar boards get broken pretty easily, so playing optimally is huge. Did you just Beatrice and down wanted to get a draw?
Yeah.
Nice.
Why not?
Why not? I like it.
Giving yourself all that kinds of additional follow-up here. Getting more information before he decides on the remainder of his field. All right, so now it's just a line of when will he make Princess? He has not made IP Masquerena yet, so I think maybe he just consolidates the field, makes IP Masquerena here. Yep, and then now he can link away the sequence as well as the IP into Princess, and then use the Princess. Oh, okay, yeah, then we have the final extra body. There is the Magnuma here, being able to banish the Beatrice. This is going to let him end on most of the full field here. You're going to have the Appaloosa, you're going to have the Flameburst Dragon with the IP in the back, and then you're also going to have the Princess in the graveyard.
Again, I was going to say, do you SP Little Knight here just to get rid of the Phantasme, which also comes into play that he forced out the Phantasme earlier in the turn? Nope, he hasn't done the Princess just yet, but I'm somewhere down the line, but it looks like he's just going to go to reach down deep to beat defeat here.
Yep, and he has the Druid Swarm as well, which can come in handy with the IP Masquerena. This could be a very strong SP Little Knight play.
Yep.
And the Little Knight will also be indestructible by battle.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Definitely a good turn one here from Pack. Now Mitchell is starting with the Phantasme on the board.
Yep.
Appaloosa has 3 chances to negate with 2400 attack.
Enter battle phase.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Phantasma being a cool option. This is another thing that it kind of sticks on the field, so it helps you start your turn in a little bit of a better position. Guy's Flameburst Dragon, potentially. He could wait. He has the Divine Temple as well.
Wow, he attacked with the Phantasme, forgetting that the Nightmare Phoenix makes it protected by battle.
Oh no.
So now he's forced into main phase 2, gonna normal summon the Poplar.
I think I'm Rose.
It looks like he activated the Poplar, or sorry.
You wouldn't have fell for that, Asala. You called it.
Yeah, well, I thought there was a purpose in summoning it there, yeah. Yeah, so on the summon of Poplar, he was not activating the effect, not feeding it to the Appaloosa here. You're able to summon out the IP Masquerena, threatening the SP Little Knight at any time. Another Phantasma hitting the field.
He has a lot of links on the field.
On summon?
I went summon IP, then I go IP effect.
But I'm turn
Oh,
player.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication there. He does not have priority to activate the IP Masquerena effect because he's not the turn player.
Because I'm turn player, so I get to make first. Are you correct? Yeah, I mean, I correct.
So yeah, he's trying to say on the summon of IP, activate Phantasma, and then Pack would have to chain IP to the Phantasma.
Yeah, I mean,
but he could do Appaloosa. Yeah, there you go.
He's going to use the Appaloosa on it. So I think there's only one activation on the Appaloosa left. I think it was made with 2 materials.
As well.
Chain links are going to be Chain link 1, SP targeting Poplar. Chain link 2 is going to be Flameburst.
The SP is going to hide away from that Phantasme since the Flamebirds will be Chain Link 2, so he's not going to be able to stop that targeting effect to banish that Snake Eyes Poplar.
Oh, I can't.
Yep, he cannot activate the Phantasma here.
So you have to do everything correctly, really, to be in a good position. The deck does not play itself, contrary to popular belief.
Yeah, Pack is absolutely one of the best players at knowing the sequencing because he's just done it so many times.
Poplar, Chilling 2,
Practice makes perfect. Theory only takes you so far, I promise.
Going to be able to add back that original that he added to the deck from the Wanted in the previous turn that he sent off the Beatrice. Even more follow-up here.
I'm just going to
Yep,
you're going into the next game here. Pack able to take it very cleanly, having a much stronger hand with a combination of Love Eye Obedience, Bonfire, as well as the Diabellstar. A really strong opening hand, especially if you are going to go first. But that is how the deck has been designed post-side. It has a very strong going first. And now he just has to be able to take it back going second in the mirror match.
Yeah, now Mitchell's the one who has to remain mentally strong. There was a couple of things there he was trying to do that he couldn't do, and he has to shake that off. He clearly made a mistake going to the battle phase, trying to destroy the Appaloosa by battle. Kind of like an unlikely scenario. It's not often you see an Appaloosa protected by Nightmare Phoenix, but he definitely, as soon as that happened, we're like, oh no, I messed up maybe. And then when he was trying to potentially use the Phantasme that was chain block, that was probably another time in his head he could be like, oh no, I just messed up again. He has to not let this snowball into too much of a problem for himself and stay focused and determined here going into game number 3.
Yeah, I Gildrain earlier, he does have additional copies for when he actually gets to go first. And then there are some techs in his deck as well that I think are very critical for going first. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to come into play. Usually when you're playing a Snake Eye mirror match, most of your turn doesn't go uninterrupted. You're not going to be able to get your full field, but you'll get a majority of it, depending on how many interruptions there are.
Yeah, definitely. And this will be the first game we get to see Mitchell go first.
Yeah, he was able to do mostly uncontested game 1 because pack was not able to really put up much. But he did have to play through the Bestial and the Nibiru, but it was kind of like he was going first in that sense.
It definitely felt like it. But we're going to have to see what is going to play out here in Game 3. There's some cool techs in Mitchell's deck that I hope we get to see now that he's going first. We'll have to wait. I'm not going to spoil it too soon just in case we don't get to see it. Then he makes it to Top Cut. We'll maybe get to see it again. But there's a lot of things you can do in the Fiend Smith Snake Eye deck when you have access to Beatrice. That lets you really access a lot of cards in your deck that you wouldn't normally be able to access.
Yeah, I think that was one of the questions when the Fiendsmith cards came out is, okay, so obviously Beatrice is going to be way more accessible now. How can we break it the most?
That's what the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are always trying to do. How can we make these decks so good to where it's going to be overwhelming for the opponent?
I mean, Beatrice is always the answer to that card, right? Beatrice has always been one of those cards where it really tests the limits of how far the game can go.
Yeah, I mean, just you used to be able to just send a Farfa, which was annoying, but the more annoying part is when it would summon that Dante Pilgrim from the extra deck when it leaves the field. We haven't seen that in a while, but man, that was the Pilgrim. The Beatrice was always like, it's whatever, but that Pilgrim was the one that was hard to deal with.
Yes, unlimited extract Beatrice can get its hidden second ability to summon a free monster as well.
All right, both players are done siding. Shuffling up. Game 3. This is an important game for both these players. Moving on 6-0 means they will be halfway through the tournament with an undefeated record. 5-1, still great, still great.
But you want that 6-0.
Yeah, you want that. I mean, you want to go 11-0 12-0. I mean, once you hit the 10-0, you're feeling really good.
You just want to get to 10-0, really. Honestly, at 9-0, you're pretty comfortable.
Not a big deal, just 10-0.
Yeah, you just...
No biggie. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's Game 3, Round 6 in a WCQ North America World Championship qualifier. Pack versus Mitchell. The friendly handshake before game number 3. I do like saying good luck before game number 3 in important matches.
Sorry.
I'm
You
a big
gotta have
fan
that
of
sportsmanship. The high stakes game, but you want to keep things clean.
All right, looking at his hand, leading with Diabellstar, discarding Diabellstar. This is a time where you might want to think about having an effect negation. It could end their turn, but
it looks
nothing.
like we're letting it walk.
But now he has to worry about Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is going to be the next hurdle for Mitchell to cross.
Yeah.
All right, we're letting all this go through.
This is the point where, like, when you open like just Diabellstar. I mean, I didn't see his hand, but if you have just Diabellstar, you don't feel great because at any point you literally lose to anything they could possibly have in their hand. Oh, but it is a Veiler.
We are holding the effect Veiler here.
So do you think he held onto the effect Veiler instead of using on the Diabellstar, worried about him just having a Snake Eye Ash in his hand?
Yeah, I think this is one of the key differences after the release of Necroquip Princess. When you're usually prioritizing stopping the immediate effect because they do way too much, and even if they did have the follow-up, it just adds too many resources for the following turns. Now, if you have a Snake Eye Ash as well as a Diabellstar, and both were met with infinite permanents, you still are able to get your full combo. So now you need to hold your interruptions and be a little bit greedier with what you get out of them.
Definitely, and it looks like he did need to search for some answers with that triple tactics talent to draw into 2 cards. He did draw into a BCL Magnumant. He's going to be able to banish that effect Veiler to get the second monster on the field. 2 monsters can go into Moon of the Closed Heaven. Being a light Fiend means it can fulfill the requirements for the Link 1 Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Yeah.
We know there's no Ash Blossom because the tactics would have been met with that.
Requiem's going to tribute itself to Special Summon Fiendsmith's Engraver from the deck to the field. Now, where does he go from here? Does the Necroquip Princess come into play?
He has not committed his normal summon just yet, so now he can normal summon that Snake Eye Oak, be able to grab back that Snake Eye Ash.
The cameras either froze or they were deep in thought.
Pack was either considering his options or waiting for his opponent to continue.
But it looks like he's going to bring back the Ash, equip the Requiem from the graveyard to the Engraver, and now Snake Eye Oak is going to send the Requiem and itself to the graveyard to special summon a Snake Eye from the deck.
We're going to get that Poplar. We have not seen it yet.
Yes.
Now he can get access to Divine Temple.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Temple's going to get that Snake Eye Diabellstar.
That's not where field spells go. Now, if the field spells still replace them, I could see potentially putting in the middle, but no, everyone can have their own.
That's right.
It is not a field center, but that Divine Temple is going to play Snake Eyes Diabellstar into the spell and trap card zone, which is where you want it.
Things are looking good for Mitchell here.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to just use the effect of Snake Eye Ash, sending the Snake Eye Diabellstar. He's going to summon the Flame Bridge from the hand. Not
Small
ideal.
victory for Pack.
Yeah. You're going to link away the Poplar that's going to put that Snake Eye Diabellstar right back in the Spell and Trap zone.
Do you know what card would have gotten really good if Pack had it? Mulcharmy Perilia in this hand. Especially feels bad when you have to summon Black Witch, normal summon from your hand, and special summon from your hand. That's 3 free cards.
I think he'd be happy with anything else at this point, right? He only had an Effect Veiler so far. No guarantee that that's all he has, but a lot of this has been walking.
Yeah.
I do imagine the Mulcharmies are in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something you want to at least have in your side deck for going second against most decks. There's really not many cards that are better than it. Or at least it can draw you into cards that'll be useful as well. So the Lacrima's coming down, going to bring back Engraver. And the Poplar put the Snake Eyes Diabellstar back in the Spell and Trap card zone so she can summon herself from there at any point with her own effect.
Have to wonder if Pack is holding in Nibiru, trying to get the maximum value for it. There is a threat of Appaloosa here, as well as continuing the combo, but it looks like we're going to be using the Snake Eye Diabellstar next. Put the Oak in the Spell and Trap zone.
That's going to be one you want to summon off Divine Temple, potentially.
It has already used its effect, so if there is
during
Nibiru...
Pack's turn. During Pack's turn.
Alright, so here's the Celine. This is the Nibiru check.
4.
Yep, you have. Yep.
Remove 3 counters.
Yep.
Do you think he just goes into Appaloosa here before continuing?
Moving on to the next stage. Is there an Imperm Nibiru?
Got to keep going through these checks. Always keep in mind that your opponent can have a lot of combination of cards. Overlay for rank 6. Probably
He has, this is, okay, it's time. Will he be resolving his secret tech?
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. This would be cool. It is! We do get to see it.
Spell Canceller for the Flame Bridge.
Yeah, we were talking about before, like, how does he get spell... We understood he sends Spell Canceller to the graveyard with Beatrice, but how does he get it out? Snake Eyes Flame Bridge Dragon is always the
answer. That monster can
answer.
summon anything. Oh, it looks like we're going to be linking off the Flame Bridge now into Moon once again. Flame Bridge is going to be able to summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard before it's eventually revived with something along the lines of Promethean Princess.
That Impermanent could still help him.
Thinking.
Oh,
he has a combination. I think he has a combination.
He could also just have like Bestial Nib or something, try and force out Appaloosa Negate and then chain.
I wonder if I mean,
if it's Impermanent, you definitely just.
Is there a reason to hold it? Why even let him get to the princess?
It's just Imperm alone.
Oh, okay.
But this is huge. Like stopping that Flamebird Dragon from getting back on the field means you're not getting Spell Canceller.
Blocking into fires? Well, not anymore.
You think he'll look to go Nightmare Phoenix to protect areas? We're like, oh, but that's adapting and seeing like your opponent do something and then do.
Imagine there has to be something better that he can make at this point. Maybe he can. He can't climb back into sequence to do anything. He's already gone through that entire line. He can't make IP. He can make it just an SP.
He can't make SP, can he?
It's infinite impermanence.
Oh, he got impermed. You're right. He's not locked into fires. But, gosh,
I mean, you can always just make Zelantis.
Oh, he does play Raging Phoenix still. You're right. We've seen some players cut Raging Phoenix and Zelantis, though that's a tough card. I mean, that's the big part about the Fiendsmith cards. It's a huge package to go into your extra deck, so you're going to have to make sure you have to give up something, whether it's Access Code Talker, which a lot of players have cut. But you can still use that. The Access Talker is just 1 card, while World Sea Dragons, Atlantis, and Raging Phoenix is 2 cards. But you got to find a way to fit all those cards into the extra deck.
Yep, there is that SP Lil Knight. Probably going to banish his own Snake Eye Ash. Oh, nope. Yep, just going to be passing back here. Getting the Magnum additional value.
It's Druisworm. That's a good search. The Bestials have been huge this weekend in a lot of players' decks.
I think the other card is Phantasme.
All right, so Appaloosa, SP, Druisworm, Princess waiting in the graveyard. Has the Poplar as a fire monster on the field. He has the Divine Temple to bring up the Snake Eye Oak. But Pack is going to start with Lullaby Obedience.
That is a strong one, but I don't know if it'll be enough. It's a very strong combination for Mitchell here.
I'll call Poplar.
Gonna go for the Poplar.
Snake Eye Poplar. Good.
I don't think there's another Poplar, but just in case.
Nope.
It should be good. I will go ahead and add it to your hand.
I'll declare the effect in my hand.
All right, since Snake Eyes Poplar was added to Pack's hand, he can reveal it to special summon from the hand. Doesn't matter whose deck it comes from.
Having two really solid options between regular Diabellstar as well as Poplar, where it doesn't matter if it goes to hand or field. Sure. Really strong here.
Now it's going to force out the Appaloosa negate.
That is one. It was made with Selene, so I believe it only has the 2 uses, so only 1 left.
Only that 800 attack remaining. What else does Pack have at his disposal? He had to use Effect Veiler and Infinite Permanence, so he's down a couple cards already.
Now he's going to normal summon that Poplar, attempt to activate its effect again.
See if he uses SP or Appaloosa. Appaloosa going to 0.
Yep, it's going to take both uses there.
Does he have a Diabellstar?
I mean, it doesn't even feel great. He's going to be giving it back to Mitchell.
That is true. It's not his Poplar. It's our Poplar. Sharing is caring.
We can at least make Anima now. Take another one of his Poplars.
It forces out the Princess because he'll take away his fire. Oh, no, but he has Divine Temple to give him another one with Snake Eye Oak.
Yeah. He also just has SP Little Knight.
Yeah.
There is Snake Eye Ash. Off of the effect of the Snake Eye Oak, that's going to be able to get him another resource. Either just an Ash for next turn. Yeah, most likely just an Ash for next turn. Considering both Poplars are on the table.
So Anima take Poplar?
Good play 3. So Anima's going to take the Poplar.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. Did he hard drew the original?
Wow, so the Poplar was just a bait. He was using it as an infinite impermanence to use all those negates out of Appaloosa, but he always had the original Sinful Spoils all along.
Does not have access to Divine Temple anymore. Might not even be in his deck at this point because he might side it out to fit more interruption.
It's so funny to me that he used both of Mitchell's Poplars. Like, I don't know, there's something about that just makes me giggle.
Our cards.
Literally.
Little Knight.
So Snake Eye Ash effect is going to be activated, and he's going to use SP Little Knight targeting itself and Snake Eye Ash, it looks like.
Yep, and his normal summon has been used here.
You can't.
Yeah, you can't do Princess if you did SP Little Knight.
Yeah,
Princess
Little
is
Knight
on summon.
That's a trigger. Yeah. So what do you use?
It goes trigger effects and then quick effects afterwards. Visible triggers, hidden triggers, visible quick effects, hidden quick effects.
So now Ash is able to resolve, likely adding something, probably Oak, right? Adding a Poplar to your hand doesn't do anything. Maybe just another Ash, but that doesn't do anything either. Maybe adding a Poplar. What is that last card in your hand?
It has to be like a power spell of some sort to be able to do anything.
Is it 1 for 1?
Pass.
Nope, it's just a pass back. He gets the Little Knight back, and the Snake Eye Ash will come back to the field as well. But I mean, that is not much of anything.
Tough year for Pack. Now it's up to Mitchell to close out this game number 3.
Oddly enough, both his Poplars are in the graveyard, so it's not the easiest to get access to that Flame Bridge yet again. But we're going to go into the Zelantis from the Appaloosa, and that is enough.
Yep, and Pack's going to concede, and Mitchell's moving on 6-0. But Pack only taking his first loss in the tournament, 5-1, still an incredible record. But both these players are looking good to make it into day 2, with only 3 more rounds going on today.
Yep, hard-fought match there, but a little bit unlucky. Only having, it used to be Infinite Firmaments and Effect Veiler was enough, but the addition of the Fiendsmith engine, not easy to stop that entire combo.
Yeah, it's a little tough. You need a different combination. Just having the 2 effect negations, not really where you want to be against this matchup. You really want to pair one of those with the Nibiru like you saw, or maybe like a Beasteel or something like that. But yeah, just having the 2 effect negations and having to use them. I mean, Mitchell has to have the cards to continue to play. I think he did time them pretty well, to where he didn't use it on the first Diabellstar, let him get to the Snake Eye Ash, gave him a little more leeway to where hopefully he can't continue to play, but his hand wasn't any short of any plays to continue.
Yeah, I wonder if he had to take the gamble that Mitchell didn't have the perfect knowledge as to how deep he can get the combo through. I think that's a pretty crazy gamble, especially at this stage. Both players are undefeated. Probably not worth it, but maybe you take that risk and you just use your interruptions immediately like you used to. But again, gambles.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any merit. I guess with the infinite permanence he used on the princess, there's a potential he holds it and then lets him just waits for him to. I guess because you can't really hold it because if he has the spell canceller, the flame birch, and the divine tin, like you actually pushes forward the spell canceller, you've probably committed a card to the field. So there's really no hope on like holding the imperm. But he may be able to start his turn with the imperm on the Appaloosa. But I guess if you have Lullaby of Obedience in your hand, and you see that spell canceller hit the graveyard, it's pretty scary. So but maybe somehow locking him to fire. I think
that probably was his plan, right? He was trying to hold the infinite impermanence until his own turn, but then he saw the spell canceller, and then the whole plan went out the window.
Yeah, so you have to really give it up to Mitchell Martin for the deck building, for coming into this tournament with this game plan that we haven't seen a lot of players use. And you see Sam, they were teammates in the 3v3 Team YCS. They came in second place. Going back to Mitchell Martin's deck, Lynch and Pax plans, we're always holding that imperm, but you have to give it up to Mitchell for having the hindsight to build a deck like that, to be ready for that. And I want to hear what he has to say about that spell canceller. So, Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Mitchell after winning the feature match. First off, congratulations. Just learned that was your first ever feature match. Is that true?
First one on stream, that's correct.
First one on stream. What were nerves like then for you as you were experiencing this for the first time?
Nerves were high, definitely different environment than what I'm used to, playing, with the rest of the crowd, but it was a really fun experience and I'm excited to do it again.
Would assume that means an easier road. I would argue it's a harder road because you got very tough opponents back, one of them. What's your journey been like so far up to round 6 here?
First couple rounds, I was expecting more Snake Eye, ended up playing some other matchups, but the last 3 rounds I have played the Snake Eye Fiendsmith, so, I did expect quite a bit of that deck, and it's what I've been playing so far.
All right, well, you're wearing the Team Jobber jersey, so first off, shout out to Team Jobber. Any shout outs you want to give to anybody on the team?
Shout out to the boss man himself, JRB Jobber. He's, one of the best guys in the community here, and he has a YouTube channel, and be sure to follow him and whatnot. And I'd also love to shout out all my friends and community in Arizona, as they help me test, and they're just great to be around.
Not your first time being on a team though, because you told me before coming up here, was it water polo? So you competed in water polo at Arizona State. What's the similarities of water polo and Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm curious to hear as a competitor what your thoughts are.
Well, the goal of the game is to win, and I'm a competitive guy, so I'm here to win the game. That's right.
All right, well, best of luck in your future matches as you continue to try and win. Thanks so much for sending it over to the casters.
All right, thanks, Kangas. Good to hear from Mitchell. You just really have to go to your local OTS, try and win, try and play, and then meet some people and practice. Find some people that are similar. The way to get better is to enjoy what you're doing, enjoy the cards using. If you don't feel the deck you're to play what you think is the best deck or what everyone tells you is the best deck, there's also different ways to play the best deck sometimes. Like, even though this was a mirror match, they both have completely different strategies going into this tournament to try and win it.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those tournaments where there's a lot of creativity being shown here. It is week number 1 of Infinite Forbidden. There's a lot of different things you can do. We're experimenting with different Beatrice lines, and we saw Spell Canceller versus something a little bit more streamlined. They're trying to just have more minimalistic and focusing on going second versus focusing on going first. It's it's a bit of a gamble focusing on going first. Personally, I don't know if I had the guts to do Spell Canceller in my main deck, but sometimes you get rewarded.
Definitely, and the reward is high here. You get to go to the World Championship if he makes it. He's halfway to forever now. But speaking of all the variety in Yu-Gi-Oh!, there's a variety of ways you can play Yu-Gi-Oh! And one of those awesome ways is going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links for Speed Duel. And why it's specified for Speed Duel is because you can also play Rush Duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. If you haven't checked that out, you should. But for Speed Duel, they have a new pickup box. That's a Progressive Fusion. And the new mini box, Destroyer of Phantasm. You can see all these cards that are now in Duel Links. Fright for Patchwork is probably my favorite one up there. Which one of these 4 is your favorite?
I mean, okay, recently it has to be the Unchained Abomination.
Really? I thought maybe you were going to go Sacred Sword or Patchwork.
There's old favorites, but recency bias,
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of cool things you can play in Duel Links. I heard Yubel's a deck that is really popular in Duel Links right now, so you definitely want to go check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links for Speed Duel. But while you're there, you might as well check out the Rush Duel portion of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links as well. These are going to be games that are going to be competed for at the World Championship that everyone's trying to round to 6. It's a 12-round tournament, 9 rounds of Swiss today, 3 more in the morning before we cut to that top 64, and eventually eventually we're going to have the top 4 and find out who is going to join Ruben and Jose in representing North America at the World Championship in Seattle. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Lee. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the World Championship qualifiers again, where we have been going through just an incredible duel so far.
Yeah.
But this is where we get towards the end of the tournament. Again, it's been a long day. We are at round 7. Can you believe it, Tom?
No, I can't believe it. The days have been going by pretty quickly, and this matchup is going to be a very big surprise.
It is. We don't want to spoil it, but let me tell you, when I saw this at the top tables, I just couldn't believe it. It's going to be a crazy Duel Academy lesson here, and I might have spoiled a little bit of the surprise for those fans at home. But again, it just shows you that there's some insane stuff out there that can really compete with the best of them. But let's go down to Stephen Kangas on the stage to get our duelist introductions.
In our 7th feature match of the day from Salt Lake City, Utah, Corbin Diaz. His favorite card is Crawler's Spine, and he can play Passionate Duelist on piano. And his opponent today in the red chair, from Toronto, Ontario, Mert Osbeck. His favorite card is Marshmallow, and he says, shout out to his mom, he knows he should text her. Duelists are ready, let's send it back over to the casters for game 1.
All right, we're about to see, again, your eyes do not deceive you. Corbin is playing Ancient Gear.
Ancient Gear versus, of course, the Fiendsmith Snake Eye. This is going to be incredible. We're in for a journey. This is absolutely surprising. We got Valiant Crowler in the midst here.
I know. A PhD in dueling, and we'll see if Corbin has what it takes to show things off. Now, I am going to be completely honest. I have never seen this deck pop off like the way it has in this tournament, so we all might be learning together here. But again, it's going to be an incredible showcase here of why this deck has been overlooked. But let's go into Swiss Round 7 again, the duelist shuffling. It's going to be pretty crazy to see Ancient Gears on the field.
Now, there are a lot that the new Ancient Gear is something that they're very good at preventing. If they're able to prevent a lot of these key disruptions, and we know Ancient Gear cards, they're able to punch super hard.
Oh, man, we thought Exodia had a great fist. This is a punch you do never recover from. But again, it's one of those things where you would think, okay, there's these popular decks, this is what I should prepare for. How do you prepare for something so rogue like this showing up so late in the tournament?
I think you're just going to have to play it by ear. Honestly, I think Mert is going to have a very tough time trying to figure out what's going on. This deck is actually pretty good at going second. It's also really good at going first as well. The amount of stuff that you can summon, there's a lot of great spell cards in the Ancient Gear lineup. The Fortress, of course, Ancient Gear Fusion. I just reread the card just now, and I'm like, wow, this card is not once per turn. Okay, well, not once per turn sounds like one of the best effects for me. I don't know about you.
Oh, no, really good stuff here. And again, Ancient Gear comes from that era where card effects were just a little different than they are modernly, but they do share a lot of stuff in common, right? The inability for your opponent to respond typically to different card effects, and just the fact that they are a battle phase-based deck. And so we've seen how good Tenpai has been in the format, really bringing back all of the battle phase stuff. But this is really a blast from the past, these giant monsters. I mean, Ancient Gear has done well in the past. Think about the Ancient Gear Strike structure deck, but this is insane to see somebody get this far. So again, Corbin must be an incredible duelist to decide he is betting his ability to go on the World Championship stage on Dr. Crowler's favorite cards.
I think I really like just choosing your favorite cards and going with it. One thing I really like about the new cards, Commander kind of looks like Crowler. You know how the dual disc on Crowler is on the jacket? And I think that's his spirit monster right there. The Commander, and has that dual disc looking thing in the center. And I think the artwork is really, really cool. But there's a lot to go. There's also the new Ancient Gear Dark Golem. That card is going to be one of the most pivotal cards, and likely we're going to see it in this duel. I can't imagine an Ancient Gear deck without that card.
No, you certainly wouldn't want to go into your mechanized melee without the biggest, heaviest hitters to come out. Again, we saw a bunch of new stuff come out in Legacy of Destruction featuring the Ancient Gear archetype, but we didn't really see a lot of noise about it. Maybe Corbin was just sitting in the lab, right? You got to have a PhD in dueling, of course, but jokes aside, this is a powerful Earth-based deck, and so it'll be really neat to see. And of course, because it's machine-based as well, you get access to all that cool machine support that has been piling up over time. And the most recent stuff, right, the Ancient Gear Dragon coming out of Battles of Legend Terminal Revenge.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this is going to match up against Fiendsmith Snake Eye. I mean, I've experienced this firsthand of how powerful this is. You feel very locked out when it comes to playing against this deck. There's a lot of stuff that we activate these days. They do a lot of targeting, they do a lot of destruction. let's just say they're a little bit more protected against those particular types of effects. And if that comes into play, it's going to be a very big surprise for Mert.
Well, Mert seems like he's having a good time there, smiling again. This is the North American World Championship qualifier, so it may be that our Canadian advances, or it might be that somebody from the United States does. But again, both these duelists have done so good to get into Swiss Round 7. Again, we just can't sing Corbin's praises enough, though, because of how interesting the deck is. But everybody here on this stage deserves to be here, so it's going to be a great duel. And you see Corbin and Mert John there just sort of talking between each other. But the talk is over. It's time for Game 1, again here in Round 7 of the North American World Championship.
That's going to be a 5 on Mert's side. And, well, one die was more than enough. We got 8. And I believe Mert is going first, even though Corbin won the die roll.
You too.
Interesting here.
Well, you mentioned how this is like a very battle phase oriented deck. And I guess if you guys remember, a lot of those ancient gear golems, they do attacking, they do piercing, and a lot of times you can't actually respond with spell and trap cards.
Sometimes not even monster effects, depending on which one it is. But Mert John gets to activate a monster effect without issue here. Very familiar Snake Eye combo here, going from Ash into Poplar on the field.
Now, I think Mert might be thinking, oh, this has to be Tenpai. Oh, going
I mean, there couldn't be any other battle phase decks out there, but again, we're seeing that duelists are making a lot of their own choices here, right? Not listening to the chaff out there on the radio waves, deciding, you know what, this is what I'm comfortable with, I'm just gonna play it.
I think there's also the element of surprise, like especially when people have certain expectations going into the tournament. They're like, oh, I know how to play against this deck, this deck. Well, what if you play against something you completely don't know? There's a certain amount of time they're gonna have to slow down a little bit, pick up the card, read the card, because hey, there's quite a bit of card text on those cards that you don't know.
Well, we also know because of points of interaction being just so important, you know, whether it is, you know, Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring, or even some of the other cards we've seen, if you don't know the deck, you don't know where the choke point is, and so you don't really know what it is that you should stop. You just see something that sounds good and try to stop it there. But speaking of sounding good, we are going to the Fiendsmith combo here, likely as we see the Moon of the Closed Heaven appear on the field.
Seems like we're going to be shifting gears into Fiendsmith land. Are we going to disrupt this card? Or is Corbin just that comfortable? Like letting someone go first, going into a Fiendsmith, maybe he's expecting it, maybe this is what he's practiced for.
Let everybody just do whatever it is they want to and then show up with the Ancient Gears and leave their head spinning. And speaking of spinning, we're going to go back into the deck here and spin out the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon.
I mean, this is a high-level Yu-Gi-Oh! Here with Fiendsmith Snake Eye. Interweaving the play is probably one of the best things you can do. And leaving that Flamberge onto the field is essentially insulating yourself against cards like Nibiru. If your board gets wiped, you do get to follow up with additional monsters, which is very, very pivotal here.
Certainly Nibiru always has an impact, but a lot of great duelists have been just playing through it because it shows that you can't just win with one card. You're definitely going to need multiple ways to interact. And speaking of multiple ways to interact, looks like that's what we're setting up here as Mert John takes a look at the graveyard for the next play.
I mean, this is essentially an uninterrupted combo. We're going to see full combo from Fiendsmith Snake Eye. We're going to proceed with a Link Summon. That's going to be Fiendsmith Sequence. Holding it,
there,
committing it.
There it goes.
Yep. New chain. Lambert chain like 1. Summon 2. Okay, level 1.
And just some very familiar Snake Eyes plays here, of course, bringing out the Snake Eye Oak and using it to bring out the Snake, or Scooby, having those come out from the Flamberge Dragon.
I mean, the board is being built. We're going to see where this one's going to end up. I mean, sometimes people have different types of end boards. When you go complete undisrupted, likely you're going to go for the comfort choices.
Now, are the comfort choices based on the fact that he thinks his opponent is playing Tenpai, or is Corbin famous enough for his incredible tournament run? If you see this guy coming, you know he is going to be running Ancient Gear.
I think Ancient Gear is just going to be, you know, the surprise matchup. Like, surprise, once that first monster comes down, maybe we'll see a little bit of a facial expression change. Like, wait, I don't know what these cards do.
Definitely have to be watching Mert John's face there once the first Ancient Gear monster hits the board. But speaking of hitting the board, looks like we are taking a look at the extra deck here. And we're going to pull out
IP Masquerena. Okay. It's a great setup here. What a wonderful setup. We're getting basically access to every single major combo piece. Sequence and IP Masquerade going into a 2-material Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Does have that little bonus there from IP Masquerena, but of course we are going to go Fiendsmith time. Sequences effect and Engraver passing over the table. It is a relatively new card, right? You feel like you've seen it quite a bit, but it's only been tournament legal since yesterday.
So that's going to be, I think it's Engraver that's going to be putting back something.
Especially by targeting.
So we are passing it to the judge to confirm the card effect. New cards, as you just said.
Brand new stuff there, but looks like Fiendsmith Sequence going back into the extra deck to show up later in the duel, and Fiendsmith Engraver on the field. Again, you would never know what's coming at this house at the duel. Nothing strange here yet.
Now we're going to take the 2 monsters that are not Appaloosa, and we're going to continue to link summon them. Which monster are we going to come out? It's pretty generic. We got ourselves a Diabell Star, and we are remaking Sequence. Now, Sequence, I believe that one is not once per turn. Only Requiem is. Now we're going to use the effect of Sequence.
Oh, wow.
We're going to go for 3. We're going to see a little bit of a Desiree play right here. That's 3 material. That's not La Crema.
Now, Desiree had made such a huge impact yesterday, but we haven't seen it show up that much on the featured match stage. And again, powerful as it might be, again, with that non-targeting negate.
Now we're going to be going into Wanted. That is the Secret of the Sinful Spells. We're going to get the Diabell Star, the Black Witch. Okay. Okay, I guess now we're going to continue on. We're going to try to push forward into the Snake Eye side of things. Now note that there is still the copy of Sequence on the field. That is a link too. And without any type of restriction, that can quite your board. There's going to be a lot of cards on the field that's going to do something. And once we put that Sequence into the graveyard, I can't imagine that not coming back onto the field as an equip to keep that Desiree from being targeted.
Merchant certainly having a good time there. A lot of smiles in between effect resolution saying, really? Okay, we're really doing this. And
let's see how comfortable he is once we start seeing the new cards come out.
That is true. It's one thing to have just your ideal board. Is your ideal board enough for a deck that doesn't care?
I want to see the surprise here, but we are continuing our play. We have the Snake Eye Ash summoned out. And now we go into the Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess being on the field. I think we're going to see another interesting play here because we have Desiree. To use Desiree on the turn 1, we can just negate our own Promethean Princess to get out of our own Firelock so that you can use the maximum material from that card. Or maybe just get rid of it quite quickly and just go into some simple Link monsters.
There's nothing simple about what we've got so far. Again, Merchant has taken so much of the board here, right? Just establishing so many great cards, but he doesn't know what's coming yet. No, it might be one of those things where it's a commentator curse. Maybe it fails to launch, but you don't get this far in the tournament with a deck like Ancient Gear without really knowing how to play through different scenarios, just like the one that Merchant is presenting right here.
And we are going to attempt to use the negate, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Hello, read it.
Are we turning off our own Promethean Princess?
I think we are.
That's very interesting. I mean, I don't think that is what you want. But okay, we're leaving Promethean Princess up. That's very interesting.
All right, now here's where it gets to expect again, but this is going to be really exciting either way.
We'll start by activating Magical Hound. We're going to target your...
We're going to go with Magical Hound.
Look at the gasp from Merchant.
Magical Hound is going to get rid of one of the spell and trap cards that's face up, and that's going to be returning it back to hand, and you get to summon out this Machine Tuner straight from the hand.
Sequence.
You were right. Merchant was not ready for this. He's just going to have to play it like jazz.
Wait a second. What are these cards?
That's not Senpai.
Yeah, I can do hand or grave.
Yeah, also I think Magical Hand can also activate the graveyard too.
It's a really good card. Again, there's a lot of overlooked cards because people, they like to play what they like to play, but we're going to see how good Ancient Gear is shortly.
Magical Hound, fantastic. I think we're attempting to get rid of the Sequence.
Summon?
Good. We will...
Okay, we got rid of the Sequence, so the Desiree does not have the negation anymore.
Interesting.
And then I can't set for the rest of the turn.
That is going to be an Ancient Gear spell card.
Now, he cannot set for the rest of the turn, though. That's funny. It is basically just going to be all gas and no brakes from here on. Looks like advance.
Okay, so Ancient Gear Advance will not... Well, basically, you can't set cards for the rest of the turn, but also when you do perform a tribute summon of the Ancient Gear, you actually don't have to tribute anything. You just normal summon out the Ancient Gear monster.
So reading along with Mert here, when this card is activated, add an Ancient Gear spell or trap from your deck to your hand. It's effect. You can normal summon another Ancient Gear or level 5 or higher monster.
And now we also got Fortress into our hand. That's the spell card of choice.
Use the effect of Advance Tribute to draw a card.
Oh, Graveyard. I guess gonna get Ghost Ogred. Wow, that could hurt. Oh, wow, the one-up called by the grave.
Hey, you called it right. That could hurt, but called by the grave is going to point that finger across the board and say, this is staying on the field.
Oh yeah, you also got that one card draw from, I believe, Magical Hound.
Activate Fortress.
Now we're activating Fortress. So Fortress, during the turn, they were normal summon, normal or special summon. You cannot target the Ancient Gear monster with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects.
Well, the Fiendsmith Desiree may come into play. Remember, it is non-targeting negation there, but
there's more. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of Ancient Gear cards and effects. We're talking about complete lockdown of any additional disruption when it comes to leaving that card on the field. It's very, very dangerous.
Really cool stuff to see. You can see how he got this far without the ability for his opponent to respond between the Ancient Gear Fortress and the Ancient Gear Advance. He's easily able to add that Ancient Gear Fusion.
Now we got to the Ancient Gear Fusion. That's a lot of monsters on the field. And what's scary about having a lot of monsters on the field is that there are multiple Ancient Gear Golem-esque monsters that can attack multiple times. In fact, some can even attack all your monsters, and it's not a small monster.
Big damage without the ability to respond. That sounds like the combination for a great deck here.
So we're going to be adding 2 spells.
I'll add these and then I'll just...
So that is the effect of the Ancient Gear Dark Golem. If that manages to come onto the field, you get to add 2 Ancient Gear cards into your hand.
And or Gear Town. So the sky's the limit in terms of choices, but looks like we're going to add another copy of the Fortress there just to be protecting that monster.
Ancient Gear Fusion has been activated. You can use Ancient Gear Golems in your deck as material. Otherwise, you're going to have to do the regular fusion, and we're just going to launch them into the graveyard.
No, you're fine. It's up to them. I have no idea. No, I'll get sent it.
Ancient Gear Commander?
Yeah, you're good. I'll just...
Hey, there's that glorious dual disc across its chest.
Yes.
Don't worry, we're chilling. We're gonna have fun.
Yeah, that's right.
How many materials are we going to go for here?
You can see Mert laughing and smiling there. He knows he is in for a wild ride.
Yeah, I know. I connotated towards that.
Yeah,
they're
I should have read it.
looking for that guy.
So is it Ancient Gear card effects on field or anywhere?
And we're taking so many of these monsters as fusion material, and that is going to be Chaos. Ancient Gear Giant.
Potato, potato.
4,500 attack, combining 4 Ancient Gear monsters. Again, for those who are, well, unfamiliar with these cards, it's unaffected by spell and trap effects, and your opponent cannot activate effects during their battle phase. This card attacks all monsters your opponent controls once each.
What's the damage? What's the damage we're looking at here?
Big numbers, because when it attacks the defense position monster, not that there are any, would also do piercing damage. It is the perfect card to get through here.
Is anybody reading this
It
card?
is at
everybody. He asked the crowd, is anybody reading this?
100 attack points and attacks everything.
Yeah, monster cannot activate their effects during the battle phase. Okay.
We are. This feels like the Tenpai Transcendent Dragon.
It definitely does. The battle phase is dominated by more than just one deck. There's a lot of great options out there, and so that Chaos Ancient Gear Giant is here to show exactly how Corbin got this far in the tournament.
Forbidden Droplet. All right, we're activating Forbidden Droplet onto, and we're sending away the...
Trying to get rid of it, though. Mert is not out of the duel yet, so during the open game state, going to go ahead and bring out the Ivy Masquerena.
It is unaffected by spells and traps. I think he just put out a smaller monster onto the field.
And then you can't respond. So yeah.
So it's still 4,500.
Still huge.
Well, as Dr. Crowler always says, this might be a lesson in how not to duel, because again, you see this, you're going to have to get rid of it without a spell or trap.
Welcome to Slifer Red, Mert.
Yeah, I doubled down on that. I don't want you to touch this man.
We are going to go into a massive battle phase. Last I checked, 800 is not bigger than 4,500.
I guess Chaos Ancient Gear Giant could go ahead and take the Forbidden Droplet and feel no effects afterwards.
we are trying to clear off as many monsters as possible. We got to get rid of all the lowest attack monsters as much as possible right now. This is crucial. And I don't think that Flamberge is going to be summoning any additional monsters in that battle phase when it's sent to the graveyard.
You do not want to put anything in defense mode when literally you're about to get hit by maybe 4,000 or more. Piercing battle damage. This is insane.
I don't think we're done.
You can't.
What is that?
That's a 4 and a 2.
Oh, I need to make a 3. Yeah. I need to do one more.
They can't go into the Axis Code Talker either.
There you go. I'm out of my mind.
Oh, now we can. Now we can. Okay.
Mert admitting that he is out of his mind here. We are too, just seeing some incredible plays.
Okay. Now, that access code can be very big because there was a link 4 used as a material that's going to add 4,000 attack points to it. That is bigger than the Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. Not giant enough, apparently. Oh, but we're not done.
No, I don't think you would ever be done with a deck like this.
Ancient Gear Frame has been summoned onto the field.
That's normal summon.
And that one is doing what?
And you can discard one card to add one Ancient Gear Golem or one spell or trapper that lists Ancient Gear Golem in its text from your deck to your hand.
You get to resolve it. I'm just going to look at it.
Yeah, okay.
You started your turn with Hound.
Mert taking just a moment to read through the cards for next turn. Again, that Magical Hound did so much to get us set up in here. And again, the Ancient Gear Frame just showcasing that this is not the only play the deck has. It is not a one-trick pony. It has some subsequent options, and now we're going through the deck to find exactly what the next option is.
ADB summon.
I think they're just confirming the summon count at this moment. Like, is that summon legal? Is that what they're confirming?
Search for Ancient Gear.
I think it was legal. We're going to get the search for the trap card. I think that's either Ancient Gear Drill? Or so Ancient Gear Duel or Reborn?
Well, I guess we're about to find out, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the Ancient Gear Commander.
And then this guy, while he's out, my Ancient Gear monsters are unaffected by
It's the Ancient Gear Duel, making the monster unaffected even further.
I think just locking your opponent out from so many effects is just insane, incredibly powerful. Definitely everyone's rooting for Corbin at the moment. We can hear the crowd.
Well, I don't think they've seen anything like this before.
You added this off of this and something off of this.
For those in the crowd who don't know what the card does, again, Ancient Gear Golem and monsters that mention it in your monster zone are unaffected by your opponent's activated monster effects. Ancient Gear Duel is pushing this to a new level.
I think there's a little bit of a wall from the Axis Code Talker. Definitely coming in very, very clutch to wall off at the moment.
Hey, if you're staring down a big monster, the only thing you can try to do is make an even bigger one.
Do you have any good effects, by the way?
Ooh, we got another monster summon onto the field.
Looks like the Reactor Dragon.
Are they protected by anything at all?
monster effects. And spell,
I think we're just trying to lock down that entire battle phase. Is there an attacker that just negates the monster on attack, and that would take care of Axis Code?
That would do it.
Yep. And then can't be targeted.
No targeting. There's just so much saying you can't do this, you can't do that.
Well, it is the deck the teacher runs, right? He is instituting some rules here.
Ancient Gear Ballista has been now summoned onto the field, the Link summon, and I believe we're going to be adding a ancient, like rather a low attack monster into hand, or is this going to be an Ancient Gear card? Well, I thought it was going to be Ancient Gear Machine mode at the moment. We're playing Ancient Gears. We got Gear Town.
Or just Gear Town.
We're going the distance.
Effective Ancient Gear Ballistas, and we're going to destroy the Gear Town.
Yeah.
Now, certainly by getting out another level 8 monster, that could really spell some doom for the opponent there. Maybe accessing the extra deck to do something interesting to get rid of the Access Code Talker, so it's no longer on the field. Mert smiling, taking this in great stride.
Unfortunately, that Access Code Talker cannot be destroyed by card effect. Remember, it was summoned through IP Masquerena.
That's true.
So destruction might not be the answer here. But we did just destroy the Gear Town.
Oh, no, he didn't. No. August enter battle.
Yeah. We're gonna enter battle phase. It seems like, we don't get to the maximum push. Okay.
Yes.
We're passing turn here. We can't break over that.
That's enough to get it done.
To destroy that, yeah.
Okay. Seems like Mert is not going to be sent to Slifer Red just this yet. We're not failing that dueling exam.
He could still qualify for Obelisk Blue before we know it, but he has a long road ahead of him. But the Access Code Talker will help quite a bit with a graveyard loaded up with different Link monsters and attributes.
Yes, can.
Does anything happen when it dies?
No.
So nothing will trigger when it dies?
Yeah, nothing will trigger.
Wow, there's just so much going on here. So many monsters. I think Mert... revolve that play or manage to just kind of come out of that just at the skin of his teeth.
He made it to the other side, but that's all you got to do. So again, unfortunately, access code Talker, if you're an Ancient Gear stan, it is going to go ahead and beat down that monster. Now, again, for those of you watching at home, there was a procedural error minor for the illegal activation of that Ancient Gear catapult, but don't worry, it is not going to affect anything. It is just a warning.
Special from Braver.
That's crazy. Very good.
I think the emotions have sort of tempered down now that we have a simplified game state. We're still resolving things, but the big moment just didn't happen there. Access code Talker, what a great card, and showcasing something that really you don't think about. You think about the big attack points for offensive abilities, but you don't really think about it for defending your own life points. We're just a big monster in a clutch like that.
Yep, discarding.
Wow. That was an incredible turn. I was a bit surprised of the outcome, but here we are still in the Swiss round 7, game number 1.
Bird's still sort of beside himself.
I mean, he lost the Flamber Dragon without any effect because that was just a little bit too dangerous to kind of do anything, and I think you just can't respond for the most part. It's just this crazy lockout in that battle phase. It feels like Tenpai, but you're not Tenpai. We're just a bunch of stones put together.
Big old Earth Machine showing that the old ways are still good. Again, Ancient Gear. Incredible to see after all these years, but hey, this is the same year that Ubel's been at the top tables too.
Now, I don't know. I think because we are not able to set any cards, the limitation kind of comes in where you're not going to have spells and traps to disrupt, you know, a following turn.
Wow.
So you're kind of a bit of an open book now.
A little bit. Unfortunately, the penance that you have to pay in order to play this powerful deck is that you cannot defend yourself. You just make big cards and go in.
We're going back into Ancient Gear Ballistas. You can add an Ancient Gear monster.
Oh, no infinite permanence. It was summoned this turn, so unfortunately the Fortress says no.
You
Legal
cannot
activation
target
there.
it. No targeting.
Oh, Mert just sort of beside himself again. It is a difficult deck to play, and maybe this is how Corbin's gotten through, just showcasing decks that people didn't study when they had to do their Duel Academy homework.
So we are going to zero out that Access Code Talker. That's just a zero out, like 0 attack and defense, and you get to destroy a card you control.
That is insane.
The 2000.
I think this whole duel is insane at this point.
I mean, Corbin is showing his creativity, and I'm a little speechless. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a little bit speechless here.
We talked about it before. That's why the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is so great, because those favorites that you latch onto, eventually, just like that, somebody go all the way with Ancient Gear.
Destroy this and zero that out.
So we are zeroing out the Access Code Talker. We're going to destroy the Gear Town. Gear Town is going to attempt to summon out...
You can respond to this. Do you have something?
A monster, an Ancient Gear monster. Which one are we summoning? Are we summoning out?
Effect a special one.
That is going to be Ancient Gear
ignoring
Tank?
It looks like we're special summoning out. Oh no, it's back.
Man, welcome back to the field.
He's back. He's back.
He's back.
Battle phase? Yeah.
That's going to be very painful. That's at least 4,500.
Big numbers.
We're going for big damage, and big damage. We get Ancient Gear taking game
What an
1.
eruption of applause there again. Corbin taking game 1 with Ancient Gear. The crowd loves it.
Here's the thing. I think Mert's going to have a lot more cards to read after this game.
Oh, goodness. The cat's out of the bag, though, so it's true.
But do you know what to do against it?
That's true. I don't know that I know what to do against it. It's so cool to be able to see, again, these powerful fan favorite cards really showcasing just how far Ancient Gear has come, but the general game plan is still there. Get to the battle phase and punch.
I mean, just the amount of lockout. I mean, if you like to say objection or no to your opponent, this has to be the deck to do it. Oh, I want to activate my impermanence. Oh, no, you can't target my card. I have my normal summons. I just like saying no to everything that you have in your hand. What if you have... You just have to play as is.
It's just such an incredible way to lock out your opponent from so many different effects.
And I think Bert's going to be under the pressure now. Do I choose to go first or do I choose to go second?
kind of shaking in his deck box there, but again, he's taking a look at the side deck card, just thinking, okay, little nod to his head, I'm going to do this. I've got that.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to side against Ancient Gear. I definitely prepared my side deck for Ancient Gear of all decks. This is you can see it's like I don't know what's going on exactly. Okay, well I know there are some very powerful monsters that aren't affected by spells and traps, so Infinite Impermanence, Droplet, they might not save me this time around. And what do you do?
Can you imagine it is 2024 and you're like, I'm going to put Infinite Impermanence in my side deck. That sounds like a good idea. Let me take this out of the main deck and put it in the side deck.
Yeah, these cards aren't working. Do I go first or do I go second? It's Fusion. Maybe I could put in like the Dimension Barrier. Do I play Dimension Barrier? Is that the right call for me?
Shaking his head just a little bit there, Mert. Maybe not as certain on those side deck choices as he thought.
Yeah, I think I need a little bit of a spell trap removal just to get rid of those fortresses.
Spell and trap removal is something that, some duelists, you either run it or you don't, but Corbin feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, just look how happy he is. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm probably going to be going second again, maybe. Or am I going to be treated like a 10-pie player where, I guess I'm going first, but maybe I got something else up my sleeve. Who knows?
You've got to have a game plan, though, for going first. You have to know if you're going to scare somebody with a battle phase that bad, there must be some sort of turn 1 play that keeps you alive long enough to get to turn 3.
Yep. We're going to see if that's going to happen here. Well,
what
how happy he is. He's
great.
Ready. He's like, I'm ready for any kind of duel. Like, I'm prepared for the Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, U-Bell. I'm just not going to let you activate stuff.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't I just not let you play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Gaming? Just give you a big old mechanized melee to the face.
Is that the attack of the Ancient Gear
It is,
Golem?
mechanized melee. That is the name of the attack there of Ancient Gear Golem. Just so wild to see it, right from the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX to the featured match stage of the World Championship qualifiers.
Oh boy. I mean, this is a blasphemy.
Help me! Pointing at this guy!
This guy? What is he doing?
What is he doing? Oh, it's just absolutely incredible. Again, the crowd certainly happy to be there, waving at home. And I mean, if they know what to do, I don't know if they're going to be able to help Mert from here because the decks are already locked in. Whatever anti-Ancient Gear stuff, I guess it's time to break out the Elemental Heroes and Skyscraper.
And now we're going to move on to game number 2.
All right, now here's the big moment. Is he going first or second?
Mert is going first. Mert is going first. Will he be able to develop a different kind of field? Maybe this time around, if he does go for the same end field, perhaps he's going to choose to draw phase, summon out that IP Master Marina a little bit earlier, or rather, just try to save up your effects, because that Mechanical Hound in the hand effect is getting rid of the sequence, turning off Desiree, the key negate that was the only one that really could interact with the fortress.
Now, I wonder if that was a really deliberate inclusion in the main deck to be like, I am going to be facing these Fiendsmith decks. Maybe I do need a way to get rid of the non-targeting removal because that's kind of the only thing that would deal with Ancient Gear because they couldn't be targeted. Maybe they can have something happen to them. But speaking of things happening, we're going to a traditional Snake Eye combo. Deck to the hand.
Yeah. Good enough for this one.
And the monster being placed into the spell and trap zone.
If a little lull in the storm here, Mert is really going to have to figure out what to do here. Now, there are some really cool things that Snake Eyes can do. Of course, now that it's got more level 8 monsters, could put out maybe a Hope Harbinger Dragon, which was popular at YCS Indianapolis for the deck. That would be a way to get rid of some of the spells and maybe direct some of the attacks away, but that would be a very difficult board to set up and wouldn't necessarily give you all the options you need.
Yep. Oh, we're going to activate Fiendsmith Engraver now that we've gone from the Snake Eye Ash to the Snake Eye Oak. Oak summoning back the Ash, and now we're adding a Fiendsmith track from the Engraver effect. Do you just let them develop a field full of cards at this point and just try to go to the battle phase and just swing over everything? Just mechanized melee left, 1-2, give them the good old 1-2.
It seems like that might be Corbin's going first plan, again, because he cannot set cards because of the effects of his own Ancient Gear cards. You kind of just have to play it, right? You're either in it to win it or you're not, but that's gotten him pretty far. Speaking of far, it looks like we are seeing Fabled Lurie flung from the deck into the graveyard with a discard, so it'll probably be coming back soon.
It has to come back. It's mandatory.
There we go.
I do not.
Mandatory effect. Fabled Lurie, onto the field you go. Once we get that light keen established, of course, how are we weaving our combo now?
So many bodies on the field.
Oh, this is interesting. We're immediately using the fusion effect of Fiendsmith tracked.
I'll send him to the graveyard, I believe.
And that's gonna be summoning out Lacrima. Because that was only 2 monsters. Here we go. 2 light fiend monsters.
Anything else?
You're gonna summon back the Fiendsmith. Engraver. And we are gonna continue to perform our Link Summon. Or is that the effect? No, we're looking at the extra deck. Link Summon of IP Masquerena. I mean, it's a really good card to even just load into the graveyard, just in general.
Certainly with Flamberge Dragon at the ready to place it in the spell and trap start and get it back on the field. But now it looks like we're going to combine these 2 level 6s as we open up the overlay network into...
Are we going to go into Beatrice? We are going to go into Beatrice, the Lady of Eternal.
Now, certainly this deck has a wide range of options. You almost wonder if a High Wave King Caesar might be a good option in order to stop it, but without the ability to even respond to a lot of these Ancient Gear cards, maybe not. There's not any good, straightforward answers.
So we summon out the Snake Eye Diabell Star by placing the Poplar back into the spell and trap zone from the graveyard. We're going to continue to use the effect of Snake Eye Oak, likely summoning into a Flamberge Dragon.
Every play is very important here, but what is the end board? That's going to really determine whether or not Corbin is able to punch straight through with another mechanized melee. I know we're having a great time here, but again, this is the North American World Championship qualifier, so Mert has to figure out how to get through this round alive.
I just want to emphasize that Corbin's record is 5 wins, 0 losses, and only 1 draw.
Which means technically, he's never been beaten.
Yeah, technically, never been beaten. Therefore, I mean, people that are watching from home, they're probably going to be looking through all those common cards, those Ancient Gear common cards from the recent releases, and just maybe this is the deck I take to locals next week.
Well, take a lesson from Professor Corbin. He might show you exactly how to play this deck. It's been so much fun to watch so far. Mert setting up his field, though, trying to figure out, okay, they're coming. I better get ready. Now, using the Angel of Blue Tears, they are so impactful during day 1.
Oh, Angel of Blue Tears is going to be a very dangerous counter towards Corbin. Angel of Blue Tears is going to be one of those cards that you're going to be able to get a trap card set straight into... Well, you're going to be able to get a trap card into your hand, and that's going to be very, very dangerous. Because once you set that trap card, it's likely going to be a dimensional barrier. I'm going to pick that assumption because that's like one of the best ways to prevent the fusions from happening. But would the regular monsters from Ancient Gear be enough to actually take them out?
No, maybe not. We've seen so many interesting trap cards there, so it looks like we are going to go ahead and banish the Angel of Blue Tears and find out exactly what trap card Mert has sort of carefully crafted his deck, and I just saw it was a different dimension ground.
It was a different dimension ground. Will that be enough, though?
Well, you take away the graveyard, and that is going to offset some of the plays, so maybe Mert has figured out what the weakness of this is, and maybe it's just that Corbin hadn't run into a deck that was main decking Dimension Shifter, and maybe just robbing him of the graveyard will stop the Ancient Gears.
I wonder if that even is like maximum effect. I mean, taking away the fusions, you know you're not going to get mechanized melee to the ground. Will that be enough? Are the cards just being summoned from deck? We still have access to Ancient Gear Fusion as well. It is going to be a different dimension ground.
Interesting there.
Look at the Nightmare Phoenix.
I'm seeing new stuff too, so...
We're going to go to Hita now.
It's your deck.
Poke Duelist, by the way, having a great time. It shows you that even if you are a serious duelist, it doesn't mean you always have to be serious. You can be a championship competitor with a smile.
Now, this is quite smart. With the different dimension ground, the forbidden droplet that Corbin is playing will have a tougher time because you can't send monsters for the cost.
That is true.
Okay, we're into the Fiendsmith line. We're pivoting back to Fiendsmith now.
Reborn. I just noticed.
Angel of Blue Tears, what a crazy card.
Yeah. Big misplay by me, bro.
Mert not exactly happy with himself there. Maybe had a different route. We talked about this too. While people are playing some decks and cards in common, there's a lot of different directions to go. And so this choose your own adventure story, it is up to you as a duelist to figure out how it ends. And you have to be careful with what it is you decide to play.
You're sending
all right, let's. Well, even if you do, make a little misstep, you got to work with what you got.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I'll probably get linked off.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to use the effect of Requiem. Requiem is going to summon out Fiendsmith Engraver. I mean, there's still a lot of options here. Let's be real.
There's a lot of different things he can play, and you got to make sure not to play on tilt. It is true that with a tournament as long as this, maybe you're going to make a misstep with so many different duels, but you got to pick yourself back up and just make the best possible board you can from here.
And if it's any deck that can pivot around their own players, Fiend Smith definitely can do that, and same with Snake Eye, and you've got both.
Ah, here comes the Desiree.
Yep.
2 engravers and then
2 engravers. And the Lacrima, Fiend Smith's Desiree now has been summoned onto the field, and we're going to attempt to equip some cards. We're going to be linking away the Kita, we're linking away the Sequence, and that's going to make a 2-material Appaloosa.
And it can't be destroyed by battle, at least while it's co-linked with that Nightmare Phoenix.
Yep.
So maybe that's the answer, right? I'm just going to have some non-targeting effect negation, and I'll try to protect my monsters from being destroyed by battle. Well, we'll see how it pays off as Corbin begins his turn.
I'm a little surprised that the Sequence is still in the graveyard and not exactly equipped to the Desiree to just get that 3-card negation.
Well, it looks like we're seeing Pot of Desires here. Let's go ahead and banish the top 10. Find out if it gets resolved.
It does resolve. We're drawing 2 cards. We got to resolve the other half of it as well, the Pot of Greed face, to draw 2.
Activate Advance to search for Ancient Gear Fortress.
We're going to activate Advance to search for Ancient Gear Fortress. Did Corbin even look at the cards he banished?
Well, maybe not. Maybe he's just that brave.
I mean, what if they're all banished? Gotta be very careful. I mean, you still have to search for a card, but that's not a card you can declare at that point. But hey, here we go.
He's calling his shots. He knows what he wants.
I want my Fortress, and Fortress is going to start locking plays out. You know, that protection from Fortress, like, yeah, it's one turn. It's one turn they're summoned. You don't get to really interact with my cards. And we still have it. We have the Ancient Gear Fortress. That card is just incredible. It reminds me of when Branded gets to play Branded Lost. It just feels like we just minimize the interaction available.
Well, minimizing interaction is exactly what's happening here as the Ancient Gear Fortress plants itself on the mountain.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
And another Ancient Gear Fortress. You are not getting through.
That's a tough one.
The crowd is loving every minute of it. We hope you are cheering at home.
We're going to destroy one of those Ancient Gear Fortresses, and when this card is destroyed in the spell and trap, so special summon 1 Ancient Gear monster from your hand or graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon monster for the rest of the turn except for Ancient Gear, so we're locked into Ancient Gear monsters now.
Oh, what a big problem for Corbin to have.
Oh no, my entire deck is Ancient Gear for some reason.
All right, so searching the deck now for which card we're going to bring out next.
What's the summon?
What do I need?
Who have we launched from the catapult?
You're adding to this card, right?
Yeah, adding to this card. Oh, no. I'm just specialing.
We're special summoning right now?
You're good.
I think I saw the Ancient Gear Commander there at the ready.
I mean, it is one of the best monsters to summon onto the field.
Absolutely.
I've not normaled, right? Okay.
No normal summon yet.
Tanker.
We're going to summon out Tanker.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we ended up choosing a different card here. So again, Ancient Gear Tanker, we've talked around a little bit, but if it is normal or special summon, you get to special summon another Ancient Gear monster from your hand, except Ancient Gear Tanker, ignoring its summon conditions. Or if your opponent controls a monster, you can even choose one from your graveyard instead.
And we're going to go for Ancient Gear Darkholm, adding 2 Ancient Gear cards to the hand.
Hey, but wait, there's more. He can also target a face-up card he controls and destroy it, and for the rest of the turn, all monster control that are Ancient Gear Golem or mention it gains 600 attack, making that kill a little easier, right? Just so many attack points that might be able to end this duel in a single battle phase.
This is incredible. Seeing Ancient Gears versus one of the favorite decks out there just duking it out.
All discard.
This is a reminder for any duelist at home. Next time somebody tells you not to play a deck, you put this exact duel on and show them that anything can win it.
Okay, so now we get the different dimension card activated, so we're under essentially a dimension fissure for the turn. Is that going to matter to Corbin? Or would the dimensional barrier have been the better choice?
Well, it looks like the Wyvern's going to grab another Ancient Gear card. We're going to find out here what is next. It's true, Dimensional Barrier would have locked it out of fusions, but this is just locking out of the graveyard. So we'll see which of those two options would have been the better one.
Oh no, he banished one of the cards he wanted.
Oh, I guess he should have checked his Pot of Desires there, but he can make a different choice.
I mean, you're still adding 2 cards. 2 cards of any Ancient Gear name. We got the Ancient Gear Fusion. Okay.
Even if he saves it for next turn, did you get it?
Yeah.
Here we go. Ancient Gear Fusion. Are we going to go for the 4?
I think so.
Desiree's effect is actually quite interesting.
don't skip
Desiree
it.
doesn't target on negation.
It doesn't. So we're using 3 materials there. Oh, there's the 4th one.
I don't mind banishing all my cards. Here we go.
Not for a monster like that.
Your opponent cannot activate cards or effect in response to your ancient
opponent's card effects.
This will get banished together.
Look at banish?
Yeah, because the... Oh, no, it's only monster period.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to be banished because we are under DDG. Oh, there's a lot of damage here, but we still have IP Masquerena. I think we're going to attempt to clear off our own monster with IP Masquerena. Maybe put up that giant access code once again. We're trying everything to stay alive.
Like last turn.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Is this a scenario that's been playing out in Corbin's head during practice time and time again? These are the boards that they're going to try to interact with me. I'm already prepared. I'm one step ahead.
He might be. I mean, you have to get something on the board that can answer that. And speaking of time, we are sort of winding down again. This is game 2, and there's only about 6 minutes left on the clock. With a battle phase-based deck, there might be a photo finish. But going in now, looks like we're on to our next Link Summon.
We are trying to zero out some monsters here. So we're going to go to Ancient Gear's Ballista. That's going to add Gear Town onto the field. What are we attempting here? I mean, don't forget that IP Masquerena can only activate during the main phase. So this may, we're attempting to leave main phase. Are we going to see the IP Masquerena activate?
This would be the one chance.
Is that 45?
Yeah, 45.
45. You're going to have to activate. This is Force. This is a Force IP Masquerena right away. We're going to take 3 monsters. We're going to clear away as much as we can. Or maybe take all 4. We can't technically take all 4, still make the access code talker.
And depending on where you place it, you might be able to co-link it and therefore keep it from being destroyed by battle, even if it does get zeroed out, although it would be painful of a punch still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Monsters, they will not get banished.
But if it does get zeroed out, that's a lot of battle damage still going through. Of what you're going for in terms of what your link some of that IP Masquerena. Are we attempting to use the IP?
Maybe the opponent had a response?
Ancient Gear.
Yeah, we are, yeah. Because
Giant. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant.
It goes to grid? Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
There's big numbers, so we are still going in?
I think those are going to get banished because that is from... You're still on DDG. We're going to go to Access Code Talker. That's going to be co-link.
Sorry, this
yeah.
Because we co-link to that. Yeah, you can just make sure you summon to the correct arrow because you can't just summon to some blank main monster zone. So it cannot be destroyed by card effects. Oh, we're going to play the Ancient Gear. We're going to target the Access Code Talker and use the Ballista effect, zeroing it out.
And there's the Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon, so big numbers here. Maybe the fact that it can't be destroyed by battle will actually cut against him with multiple Ancient Gear monsters attacking the Access Code Talker.
Oh, another Ancient Gear card.
Destroys this guy. And
we're destroying our own copy of Ancient Gear Ballistas?
Yep.
Nope. Oh, that's what destroyed it. So they're just talking about which card destroyed it. But we're going to battle. We're going to attack for 45.
Oh, here we go.
Attack for game.
Mechanized Melee takes it as Corbin advances through the tournament with Ancient Gear. Crowd just applauding a standing ovation.
This is insane. He practiced for this. He was ready for it. He knows the interaction, and he went with it. The winner of the feature match of round 7 goes to Corbin Diaz.
Break out your elemental hero decks because there's a new professor in town. Just an incredible performance there. And again, it shows you no format is solved. There's always going to be somebody with what you might call as a rogue deck, just advancing through the format, just amazing. Just
this is
unbothered.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Ancient Gear in 2024. This is a very big surprise. I mean, there's multiple layers of surprise when it comes to kind of breaking down everything. Oh, I won the die roll. You can go first. They think I'm playing Tenpai. That's like, you know, the misdirection #1. And then from developing the field, I'm like, oh, by the way, you can't interact with my cards because I know exactly what you're going to be playing. And you're not going to be interacting with me at all. And once I get to that battle phase, the Chaos Ancient Gear Giant is going to put in a lot of work. In fact, all the work to take that game, take the match.
If you hear me happily sighing in the background, everything you said, Tom, is music to my ears because, again, what an incredible duel. Now, again, both of these duelists had great records, and they likely could still make it to day 2 and be featured on the stage again. But I'll tell you, people have learned to respect Ancient Gear today.
Yeah. In the past, I have faced off against Ancient Gear, especially with the new support that came out with them. And I know the limitation of the interaction, the no targeting, the no response. Everything adds up because what is the Fiend Snake Eye deck really good at? Interacting, responding, targeting. You take all that away, what are they left with? A bunch of monsters that's about to be sent to the graveyard by a mechanized melee.
Oh, it's so good. And again, we've seen decks similar to this before where skill drain will be activated and then you just got big monsters on the board, but that wouldn't even stop this. So there's going to have to be a little bit of lab time. And look at the handshake, the hug.
The hug.
These two duelists just incredible.
Mutual respect for each other. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about. That is what I wanted to see. So this is the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to see. Here at the WCQ, we want to see different decks. You guys got to see different decks. Oh, it's going to be Fiendsmith. Oh, guess what? Fiendsmith just lost the Ancient Gear.
2-0.
2-0. He chose to go second. It paid off. And then Mert chose to go first. I'm like, is this going to be a repeat? And we saw the repeat.
We did see the repeat. Now, to Mert's credit, trying to establish a board full of interactions did kind of slow things down, but there's just no one right way to victory there. I mean, how do you prepare for something like that? Where again, just like you said, all those different effects locked you out of pretty much everything that this deck is known for, right?
I think one of the cool plays I kind of want to look at when it comes to the kind of trying to follow up. You know, there's this really big monster kind of coming at me, and going for that giant access code talker, and I think that was really, really cool. I think it was a very smart pivot on Mert's side. Oh, make my access code over 6,000 attack points.
Great
okay,
heads
that's
up
a
play.
great heads-up play, and make it indestructible. But here's the thing. Well, guess what? Corbin was prepared for that. I don't need to destroy your monster. This is kind of something I remember during the days of, you know, Chimera decks. Like, I don't need to clear your monster. I just need to zero it out. And that's a page from Chimera, and I'm like, wow, this is exactly how you take it. Can't be destroyed by card effect? No problem. I'm just gonna attack right through it. It's like a direct attack.
Just insane. And again, shows you that you can show up to this tournament as long as you are ready to put the time in. Definitely showcase some amazing decks and gameplay. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and go to the stage with Stephen Kangas to hear from the professor himself.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm here with Professor Corbin after that dismantling in that feature match. Congratulations. I got one question for you. Why?
Well, because, I don't know, I just feel like it plays really well into the meta and I can embody my inner Crowler. You know what I mean?
You know what? Respect, honestly. How long have you been practicing this deck? Because I have never seen anyone pilot this deck like that.
Yeah, it's been months and months and hours. The second that dropped, the information of the new cards, I was on it. So,
a true anime fan. You're an anime fan, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, I am. For sure.
All right. Well, I also heard that this was your first feature match, and this has been a lifelong dream of yours to make it on stream for a feature match. So what did that feel like for you, finally being able to sit down on these chairs?
Honestly, kind of nerve-wracking, but at the same time, I'm in heaven. Like, I feel like my Yu-Gi-Oh! Career is over, so we're good.
It's just getting started. After that, you're going to be a celebrity.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I got to ask to close this out, though. Do you have a Crowler impression?
Of course I do.
Let's hear it.
I have a PhD in dueling, and I summon Ancient Gear Golem.
Thank you so much, Corbin. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it back over to the casters.
Was Crowler in the room just now?
Yeah, I heard Crowler in my ears, and I need to go back to my Slifer uniform and bury myself in studies because Professor Corbin showed us a great lesson. And speaking of just wonderful communities, it's time to talk about the World Championship coming up because we all know Professor Corbin might be a shoo-in for that. So let's take a look at the World Championship OTS celebration events. Remember, you can support your World Championship competitors through watch parties, so ask your OTS about it and win exclusive prize cards. Some really great stuff there, right, Tom?
Yes, we've got, of course, the World's Envelope featuring the Doom Caliber Knight and Swords of Revealing Light, but there's also other products available, such as the Grandopolis sleeves. It's the first sleeves that we get that are horizontal, as well as the game mat, the World Championship game mat featuring Grandopolis. What a wonderful, I think it's one of the most beautiful cards ever made in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever.
For real, for real. I mean, it's just one of those things, too. We haven't seen sideways sleeves before. I'm definitely getting that for my Mimighoul deck so I can place it in defense mode, and the card's still facing the right direction. But again, we're going to have to throw to break. Oh, I cannot believe that round is over, but it was just incredible. But I'm going to go let my heart palpitation stop. You too, right? So don't worry, we'll have more incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! Right after this.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put two competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
But there's a twist. Each week, we have a themed deck that our competitors must build for the duel. Competitors will compete in 2 rounds. The first round for practice, as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other. And then, we let them duel it out and crown this week's Master Duelist. And along the way, we'll also get to see who the better coach is, right, Alec?
It's me.
All right, let's get into it.
For this week's episode theme, we are very excited to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh's roots with classic decks.
Introducing our first competitor, it's Jeremy Vicious Lopez. Well known for his commentary in the fighting game community, Jeremy has been featured on ESPN. Welcome, Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
Yo, Paul, yo, Alec, thank you for the very, very warm introduction and for even having me on the show. Being all the way back here for this Yu-Gi-Oh match is going to be real fun.
And his opponent, father, champion, and content creator, Justin Wong, known as Jay Wong. Justin is one of the most decorated fighting game competitors in the world, with a record 9 EVO World Championships throughout his storied 20-year career. Jay Wong is a household name in the fighting game community and one of the first American fighting game players to be sponsored by an esports organization. Welcome, Justin Wong.
Oh man, thank you for having me. Thank you for hyping me up. Thank you for making me feel old. You know, I'm older than Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've been growing up watching Yu-Gi-Oh.
So Jeremy, I have a question for you. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? How did you get started with this game?
It all really kicked off with the TV series, right? Just overall, like, that exposure very, very early on, really admiring the series, really admiring the game. It just pretty much took off from there.
Wow. And I'll kick the same question to you, Justin.
Man, as any other kid, watching the TV show and understanding how the game works to like playing a bit more at like a card shop, growing up in New York City and playing in like these Swiss format tournaments.
Let's talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So this game has been out for a little over a year now, and I gotta say, it's huge. Have you guys played the game at all? What do you think of it, and what are you kind of hoping to see for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Maybe you can start us out, Jeremy.
Every time they release a new set, the first thing on my mind is like, yo, what's going to be the standout theme for Master Duel? What's coming out in the next set? Because I always like the big theme. I'm a big collector.
I wanted to make my old decks. I used to run Elemental Heroes. It was just amazing that I could still get those cards. I could still run those cards.
That is very true. And so now we have a little bit of information on both of our competitors. The next step then is to prepare for battle. Alec and I are going to separate and coach our individual players. I'll be working with Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
And I'll be working with Justin Wong.
So let's get into it, see what cards they're playing, and let the dueling commence. All right, guys, so we're gonna take a look at what deck Jeremy is cooking for this classic duel. We've got Master Duel open, and Jeremy, I wanted to ask, what are some of the monsters that you're running in your deck?
Sure thing. Well, one of my favorite things to kind of tantalize the opponents with is some of the set monsters or set cards that I want to put down from the monsters, right? I do have Man-Eater Bug that kind of stands out, Sangan, as well as Witch of the Black Forest. Those three are going to be very, very key components in kind of preventing any sort of like big aggression from my opponents. We're talking about the classics. I'm trying to bring out that Dark Magician as much as possible, right? But if I can't get that beat stick out, just in case, I do have Dark Elf just to kind of establish herself, right? But I'm not going to be swinging too much with her because of the cost, but she will be a hefty attacker just in case.
Yeah, that's true. I really do like these 2K defenders. 2,000 defense is a lot. It's going to be pretty difficult to swing over. I think that'll be good for setting up the tribute summon of Dark Magician.
One of the key components that I do like utilizing, obviously, is the trap holes, right? I'm going to be mixing and matching a little bit of having like one of those backed up with like an MST to kind of force the guessing game, right? That's part of the fighting game part of it. I want to implement 50-50s as much as I can. I want to try to rely on maybe like Mystic Elf and Aquamador for a little bit, and any sort of like spells that I would need to kind of help combat my opponent. Fissure for some of the big monsters that I can't get rid of by swinging over.
If you fall really far behind, I like that you got Monster Reborn for the revival. I really like this trap lineup, honestly.
I appreciate that, man. Like I wanna make sure that I at least make you proud because you're gonna be coaching me for a little bit. So let's do it. I want to see whether or not this deck can take down Justin.
I'm here with Jay Wong, and we're gonna take a look at the spice that he has in his deck for today's challenge.
The spice, the classic, obviously, you know, we got some regular cards, Giant Soldier Stone, you know, protect my defenses just in case I can't have a monster. I need some stalls, right? And you know, Solemn Judgment. Solemn Judgment, I think this one is a good combo just because like if I had a Blue Eyes out and I can attack, right? I can use Solemn Judgment I'll take out half my life points, but Blue Eyes might live. And then maybe I can equip a Megamorph in the next turn, right? Because I had to sacrifice all those life points. It's very like Kaiba-ish, right? You have like your Battle Ox, your Lejin, the Mystical Genie, you know, Blue Eyes, White Dragon. I love my Blue Eyes. I love my dragons. I added Maneater Bug to protect me as well. I love that card. Yeah, Maneater Bug's pretty good, man. Change of Heart. Very, very strong card for sacrificing monsters as well.
Oh yeah.
Wall of Illusion, where you just return the monster to the opponent's
It's so
hand.
rude.
It's very rude. It's fantastic.
I have no notes on the deck list. This looks very solid. You want to use as few cards to get rid of as many of your opponent's cards as possible. But with this deck list, I wish Vicious luck because he's gonna need it.
All right, well, I guess it's a pretty good time for us to get a little bit of a warm up and hop into a practice game.
All right, y'all. Let's head to our first round.
Let's do this, yeah? Even in the practice
All right.
stage, let's go.
Yeah, all right.
All right, how are the cards?
Sangan, and probably bait something out by throwing down MST.
So he sets the monster down.
Oh,
He's thinking hard
hard.
about it.
I think I would eat the attack.
Okay.
Come on, man. I'm a genie, bro. Grant me my 3 wishes.
I like that.
Yeah, Soul Exchange, man.
That's hard of cards right there. Oh, he's thinking.
What is he going to use?
I'm not going to activate anything.
Oh, he's letting it through. What was the cards? I want to see. Oh, he has 2 Aquamadors. That's a huge
He really
one.
thought he was going to wall us out.
Battle phase, straight up.
Genie, grant my second wish, Genie. Come on.
We could take this, right?
I'm okay with taking this, yeah.
Yeah.
Grant the second wish.
See, I've been not feeling the pressure.
Well, he knows how to bait out reactions, bait out cards. I'm not going to give it to him, right? So
Let's just keep it. Gotta play it safe because that mirror force.
He's playing it super safe.
he's playing exactly like a Justin Wong would.
I figured if we play like as safely now, when I can't coach you, it'll already be in your head.
Yeah. How dangerous do you like to play? Like, do you like to really toe the line?
Yes.
If I know Paul, I do. They're scheming.
I think we could save this Wapaku one more turn.
That makes me feel like he has nothing.
We're bleeding. 'Tis a flesh wound. It's fine.
Okay, we'll take that.
That's our monster now.
Ooh, brutal.
I hope it's something good. Then they'll really feel bad.
This one's mean.
I feel like we're playing how Kaiba would play.
Attack, Genie! Grant my third wish!
It's okay.
Hey man, look, it's just a warm up, you know. It's just a warm up. Things go wrong. It'll be better in the real thing.
He's just a top deck god.
Should we get Raigeki or Change of Heart?
Let's get the Raigeki because we're mean.
I call forth the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh,
Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, that's fine.
And we take out by a trap hole.
See you later, bud.
So the big problem that we have right now is that he's got resources to deal with any monsters that we manage to get on the field.
Wait, no, we have reinforcements.
Maybe he's doing his like winning speech art.
I guess Maneater Bug.
Is he baiting? He's baiting, right? Like he's.
What the?
What is that?
Then I'll activate reinforcements.
He's gonna MST.
Yeah, he's an MST. He's in a BM.
Then I'll Heavy Storm.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what? I'm not gonna go down swinging or without swinging, so I'm gonna get rid of his just because. How do you like that, Justin?
Oh wait, that's Wabaku.
That's not gonna do anything to me.
This BM could like totally turn on him, like because like that's a lost Maneater Bug. Like, because it's not gonna kill us.
Okay, and then Axe of Despair.
GG.
Yes, it is. Yes,
now
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Battle phase. Yeah, that's it. At least he has Karibo. Okay, good.
Got it.
I thought about it. Wait, what if you got Karibo? Let's go.
I appreciate the guidance for the most part. You know, like we tried our best. I'm sorry that I'm not big enough for the backpack to be carried in, so we'll work on it. You know.
I don't know about that. I feel like you've already got a really good grasp.
Well, now I've passed down all of my skills and knowledge to you.
Thank you.
It's time to take that and bring it home once again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We will try. We will try. Hopefully the heart cards are back on my side again.
It's time to jump into the real match, round 2, where I will simply be casting and he has to take the walk of a duelist on his own against Justin Wong. Let's see how it goes.
It's time for the main event of our deck flexing event.
Listen,
All right,
man,
Jeremy.
You had me in the practice one pretty convincingly, right? But I think I got the heart of the cards on me this time.
I hope I keep the heart of the cards.
We're putting what they've learned to the test. Jay Wong versus Vicious.
Yeah, somebody's got to feel out, what the other person might have set on their field. It's really tough to tell right now.
Hey, if you wanna get rid of my field now, Raigeki you did from the practice round earlier.
Unfortunately, I don't have a Raigeki, hint.
Yeah, so we're still mirroring each other's moves. This is crazy.
This is so many cards in play. Nothing is in the graveyard.
Who's gonna flip their monster first? That is the question that I want to know.
Oh, what is that?
Relax over there. Relax over there, Justin.
Dark
Relax
Elf?
over there.
Ooh. So we have our first monster. We've got Dark Elf.
2,000 attack?
We'll swing.
Pay 1,000.
Yeah, you have to pay 1,000 of your life points to attack with Dark Elf.
I mean, I have a Sangan.
Sangan's going to let Justin get a card to his hand.
Man-Eater Bug.
Man-Eater Bug. Oh, man. Man-Eater Bug's a troublesome one.
Why are you good at 50-50s outside of fighting games?
And then I'm gonna activate this. Change of Heart. Give me that monster. What monster is this? That's a Sangan?
Oh.
He follows a Change of Heart.
We're taking the monster.
And then we're gonna summon the big boy.
So we tribute summons Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay, so first big summon of the game.
Okay.
Coming out.
I got some.
He starts out with Heavy Storm.
The bait Megamorph.
Oh, interesting.
That was a bait.
That actually was a really nice bait.
Well, guess what? Get him out of here.
Oh,
get him out of here.
How is that little hand able to destroy a dragon?
Now suddenly a game that looked pretty squarely in favor of Jay Wong is turning around very quickly because he's using Monster Reborn to bring back Jay Wong's Blue Eyes White Dragon and use it against him. That's huge. That's really huge. Okay,
so he said, I'm not the only one taking damage here.
Really? You gonna take my
grandpa
card?
has no pathetic cards, Justin.
Come on, pins and needles.
Oh, Solemn Judgment. This just pays half his life points, negates the Dark Hole.
Wow, Solemn Judgment?
We'll take that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Respect the beard, Justin. Respect the beard.
Oh my god.
Got 15 health. I knew it!
He had Raigeki too! Ooh, he had Raigeki as well.
God told me you were gonna do it! I'm out! I knew it!
This duel suddenly got so much scrappier.
Very.
No, I'm scared. I don't know what you have there.
Good. I don't want you to know. I'm about to get roasted for this play, right? Side by side, baby.
He looks good. He looks good.
Side by side.
Stylistic choices.
I think it's checkmate.
Yeah, this might be, unless that's a monster in Vicious's hand right now.
Oh,
wait, it's not even Manor Bug!
It's not even Manor Bug.
The wall of illusion.
That's kind of rough. Bro, the fact that I can't kill it
yeah.
makes it even worse, man. Do not tell me he's got the blue eyes right now. Oh. That was rude. That was rude.
Is it rude?
All right. Now, if
so 450 is enough to kill Vicious's life points off here.
If Jay Wong's been paying attention to my lessons, just go straight to battle phase and attack with the bug.
And your bug?
Hey man, GG's, bro. All right.
Oh,
that's
so
the second
scared.
time.
That's it.
That's the game.
Bug wins the game.
That's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Man-Eater Bug. Let's go.
It's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Excellent.
That was very tense.
These competitive fighting game players are different.
Yeah, they're built different. Yo, that game, you guys.
Crazy.
That game. I didn't expect it to get as intense as that.
I was being taught. You taught me, don't put all the eggs in the basket. I'm just playing lame.
That was really great dueling.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Jay Wong. He wins.
You are our first champion.
Thank you.
But I have to say, congratulations to you both for a game very well played.
Thank you guys for even having us, man. It's been a lot of fun. Like it's such a cool like full circle kind of journey.
Thank you. It's an honor, right? It's an honor playing with also Jeremy as well too.
Thanks for watching. This has been Deck Flexing. Stay tuned for next week where we'll have 2 new competitors compete in our next theme, anime decks.
That's right, and you guys can download Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. Available on consoles, Steam, and mobile. Play for free now.
See you next time.
At a WCQ, I think it feels like any other YCS or regional where it's just you're adding another day and a little bit more rounds, maybe top cut. But ultimately, every round, you should take every round one by one.
Feels like every other year, but this year feels a little more special. This is the first year that I have a kid, so I want to do it for just more than myself. I want to do it for everyone.
It feels good. I come every year, and I always try to put in the work and the effort to compete at the highest level. So just another day in the office for me.
Oh, it feels great. This is my 8th WCQ. So like I'm familiar with them, I'm comfortable. So just another event for me.
Competing at the WCQ is nerve-wracking to say the least. My brother, he was a little jealous, you know. He didn't get his invite, just a little, you know, better. But yeah, nerve-wracking with all the great players here from all over the continent.
Feels great. The chance, the feeling of having the chance to go to Worlds and competing for that, I mean, it's the best part about the end of the year. I mean, it's the goal for everyone: win an event, then potentially win nationals or top nationals and go to Worlds. So it's awesome to be here.
How does it feel to be competing at the WCQ? It's amazing. You know, I missed last year. I did get my invite last year, but unfortunately I couldn't attend. So it feels a lot better that I can make it this year.
Definitely Snake Eye Fiendsmith. I think everybody, if you're not playing that deck, you're just playing the Fiendsmith cards of some sorts in your deck. So I think that'll be the most popular deck in Top Cut and in the main event.
I feel like the most popular deck type that most people will be bringing for this event is going to be Fiendsmith Snake Eye, because from the past we've seen a lot of Snake Eye, and the Fiendsmith cards just give it a insanely huge power boost compared to a lot of the other decks in the format.
I think the most popular deck this weekend is Fiendsmith Snake Eye, because the Fiendsmith cards allow you to have more extension through a lot of interaction. So having the engraver allows you to put up a lot of monsters on the field in your early game.
The most popular deck will definitely be all types of Fiendsmith variants. There will be Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. There's going to be Snake Eye Fiendsmith, Snake Eye. There's going to be U-Bell Fiendsmith. Those are going to be the top 3 decks.
I think the most popular deck is Fiendsmith, U-Bell, or the Snake Eye.
I think the most popular deck type for this weekend would be the Snake Eyes deck. Next, probably the U-Bell deck. It's like old. It feels like you're watching the show back in like GX series. Nostalgia and stuff.
Snake Eye Fiendsmith is going to be really good. I think Top Cut will be a majority of that deck. As far as representing in the main event, I don't think the best deck ever has the highest showing, but as far as Top Cut goes, I think Fiendsmith Snake Eye will be the best.
Haven't gone in time.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here for round number 8 of the NAWCQ. That's right, the North American World Championship qualifier. Asal is here, but joining us this round, we got special guest, an amazing host. You've been doing so well this weekend. Really happy to have you here,
King.
King.
Host, not guest caster from the past 2 times. Now you can experience what it's like having me on the desk with you, though.
Okay, I'm ready to get blown away by your awesome casting skills. But really happy to have you here. It's been an exciting day. We've seen some really cool decks. Really cool seeing Ancient Gear win last round.
That was crazy. I didn't even understand what half the cards did, but it looked cool.
It punched really hard. That's all I can tell.
Yeah, it definitely does. But we're going to keep that kind of momentum going, keeping those cool decks on the stream. And they're not just cool decks that just happen to be here. They're doing well deep into the tournament.
Yes. I mean, we're into round 8 now, so this is where pressure's mounting, because not only is each win mattering more, but you're starting to feel that pressure of, I could make it. I can get into the top 64 if I just keep winning from this point forward. Now, I get the privilege of being next to 2 master duelists that have both been in situations like this. Asala, what do you feel like players think in situations like this at this point? Is it just more standard, or do you feel like this is where pressure starts to build?
The pressure is absolutely building here. The players are going into this, and they know only 2 rounds are left, round 8 and round 9. They want to end with as high of a record as possible so they can get that cushion going into day 2, because they do still have to play 3 more rounds in day 2. This is a long tournament. It's definitely a marathon, not just a race, but they want to have as much of a cushion as possible. And if you're comfortable right now, if you have like an undefeated record, you only have to win 2 more to be pretty much solidified.
Yeah, I mean, no, you never want to take any chance. You want to just try and win every round that you possibly can. But let's go ahead and meet our players who are going to be competing in the feature match this round.
Up first in our 8th feature match in the blue chair from Olathe, Kansas, Dakota Darpinian. He wants to give a shout out to his cats, Frankie and Cheeto. Against him in the red chair from Kansas City, Bruce Menard. If you need help with your simultaneous equation cannons, check him out. He's a math teacher. Duelists are set. Let's get into game 1.
That's pretty good. But we have Dakota, as I said, one of the most exciting decks of the weekend. 2 images I didn't know I would see next to each other. It's Fiend Smith engraver right next to, that's right, Exodia, the Forbidden One. The Infinite Forbidden just released this weekend, and that Forbidden word's kind of hinting at Exodia. Got a brand new fusion, the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and now we're going to get to see it in action.
One more piece. One more. Okay, it's not that kind of Exodia, but still, it's cool to see the pieces come together and actually go into a duel, because we are into it. Our 8th feature match, Duel 1 underway.
Definitely. And like, I'm just, this deck I would literally describe as the theme is just the Infinite Forbidden. If it was a good card in Infinite Forbidden, it's probably in this massive deck here that Dakota is running. And his opponent, no slouch, Bruce, was actually one of the 16 players that competed in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff on Friday.
Yeah, we've talked about all these players making it up to this point. They did not get their chance to qualify for the World Championship on Friday, but they're still holding it down, proving why they made it to the points playoff in the first place. They're still having such a strong record going into day 1 of the World WCQ.
Yeah, because even if you don't do well in that tournament, you've been playing all year long. You're really prepared, probably more so than a lot of the people for this tournament, because you were preparing for 2 tournaments this weekend instead of 1.
Yeah.
But Kangas, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What's your favorite piece of Exodia?
Oh, favorite piece of Exodia. I like leg.
Leg? Which one?
No
Just leg?
Just leg.
Just any leg.
Yeah.
For me, I'm going to go with the right arm. It has to be the strongest. It's the one he's probably punching with the most.
I do, not to talk about my other hobbies, but I do compete in arm wrestling, so maybe I should have gone for one of the arms instead of one of the legs.
Oh, that's what I was thinking you might do.
Leg's just funnier to say.
Yeah, we always skip leg day.
That's why. There you go. You found the actual reason.
How about you, Asal? You got a favorite piece of Exodia?
Well, I guess if you guys have picked the arms and the legs, I have to go with the head.
That makes sense. It's the one that can win the game for you in the end.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see. It would be really cool if he does this happen to us. I don't, if you told me that someone like 10 years ago was like, yeah, there's going to be a guy who's doing so well at the NAWCQ, probably has a chance to go to the World Championship, and he's playing a 60-card Exodia deck. I would be like, that makes no sense.
Yeah. And, okay, so this is, like you said, the Infinite Forbidden deck, though. All of these brand new cards, and I think that also makes it impressive, because of how quickly he's had to learn all these different lines, learn how the cards all interact with each other. And I don't know about you, but I never really thought about, Fiend Smith and Exodia going together as a combo.
Yeah, I mean, I thought people would probably try out the Millennium Ankh since it is so strong. Just being able to activate the Millennium Ankh, you just have to reveal 5 pieces of Exodia from anywhere. The field, the graveyard, your deck. You reveal them, and you summon that unstoppable Exodia incarnate, and then you shuffle all those pieces and the Millennium Ankh back into your deck. And I thought that would be a strategy some people would look at, because it's quite a strong card. It can negate a spell or trap. It lets you set a trap. A lot of people play this trap called Fires of Rage out of the Infinite Forbidden, which wipes out the whole field of the opponent. But playing the 60 cards means you're less likely to see those pieces in your opening hand. Even though if you do draw them with Wedgie Temple, you can place them in the spell and trap card zone and still get your engine online. But it's going to be an interesting one.
And the biggest point there, you mentioned things shuffle back into the deck. This deck plays tremendously around one of the most powerful cards in the format right now, Dimension Shifter. We're getting into game 1, though. Duelists are ready. We'll see who goes first, because the solid Dimensional Shifter has been crushing so many of the top decks so far in this event.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters if you're going first or second if you do happen to see that Dimension Shifter, but I do want to see the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck try to go first, and I want to see the Exodia deck power through it.
Good luck.
I'm not a fan of re-rolling one die, but that's neither here nor there. You got to pick
I've heard your thoughts on re-rolling so far.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you one roll on the table, you got to pick them both up. You're rolling them at the same time, but it's okay. It looks like Bruce is going to go first.
We talked about him being prepared going into this tournament, having to have prepared for 2 different tournaments. Do you think he prepared for this? I don't think anything could prepare you for this.
I'm at least hoping he knows what the cards do, but we're going to have to find out how it's going to play out. The Exodia deck definitely wants to go first, but we'll have to see how he navigates. We've seen a lot of decks that want to go first, still do really well going second.
That's a good point, but so far no early interruptions from the side of Dakota.
Yeah, no surprises either. The typical Snake Eye Ash into the Snake Eye Poplar into the Divine Temple. Divine Temple is going to get that Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Yeah, I mean, Snake Eye's Poplar being able to add any Snake Eye spell or trap means it can grab that temple, not like Diabell Star where you're stuck grabbing just original. Really, you know, Snake Eye's Poplar was pretty impactful. It's been one of the stronger cards that's really catapulted Snake Eyes to the top ever since its release in Phantom Nightmare.
And the reason Asal is so confidently saying what's going to happen is because we've seen this happen so many times. I still remember back at the quarter century celebration, Billy, when you and I cast together, and the lines were not solved necessarily. We saw all these different freestyles, as Stephen Darling likes to call it, the jazz Yu-Gi-Oh! But at this point, we do see pretty much the same lines, and now we're going to go into that Fiendsmith combo next.
Yep, Moon of the Closed Sky is going to let him turn 2 monsters into a light Fiend monster, so he can link that away into the Link 1 Fiendsmith Requiem. That's going to tribute off to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field. And we saw him place that Snake Eyes Diabell Star back into the spell and trap card zone thanks to Snake Eyes Poplar's effect.
We talk about how powerful the Fiendsmith engine is and how it can be used in pretty much everything, as we can see it being used in Exodia. The Exodia engine is pretty self-contained. It's able to recycle itself just like the Fiendsmith engine does. Where do you think the synergy is?
I mean, the Fiendsmith, you just get 2 monsters on the field and you can go into the full combo, so potentially you're just using the Millennium cards to get those bodies on the field. That's my first gut reaction, but you also get then, if you can get to the Beatrice lines, kind of go for a lot of different things in your deck with a 60-card deck. I imagine you're not going to be drawing all the cards that you need to see to win, so you're going to be searching for them through other means, and I think that's one of the greatest strengths of that Fiendsmith line as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the draws about using the Exodia cards, I know a lot of people are thinking about playing with the Millennium cards without the Exodia cards, because Singenjin wakes from a Millennium. Is able to just give you free monsters that you can place in your spell and trap card zone. You special summon by paying 2,000 life points, and it adds another one of those Millennium monsters from your deck to your hand. So then you can place that in the spell and trap card zone, pay another 2,000 to summon forward, and then guess what? You have 2 monsters on the field, which can go into that Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yeah. While we're talking about the potential from the Exodia deck, though, we haven't seen any actions from Dakota. Asala, how concerned are you seeing a basically tutorial of how to pull off the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith combo from the side of Bruce? It seems like he's just undeterred.
I think this is all according to plan. I think he's expecting to just let it all happen and then blow right through it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 60.
Exodia Obliterate?
Exodia Obliterate.
That would be nice, but we do see the Snake Eye combo continuing. We saw the Fiendsmith go into sequence, summon Fiendsmith Lacrima. Lacrima brought back Engraver, linked away for Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. And now we are bringing back Engraver. Now that he has all these monsters on the field, the world is his oyster. Where is he going to go to next? What kind of end board is he looking to make? like as you mentioned, Kangas, he's going uninterrupted, so he really gets to do his ideal board here.
This is like those times when I find the, Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators that walk you through all the new tutorials and combos. Like, if you're never interrupted, this is what you can do. Well, that's what's happening on screen right now.
Typically, Snake Eye doesn't even want to try to do the most because it never expects to be able to go fully interrupted. It can do anything under the sun if it really tries to, but it doesn't really expect to. So you're probably not playing all the options that you could possibly go into. I mean, you could definitely go for Spell Cancel like we saw in previous rounds. I don't think Dakota would like that very much. But I think we're just going for something a little bit more moderate here. I think
it looks like
a little more moderate.
A little more moderate. Yeah, just a multi-material Appaloosa. I believe that's a Desiree, if I see that correctly on screen there.
Desiree, yep. I think the players that have gone with the option to make sure to make it a priority to get Fiendsmith Desiree on the field have been doing well in this tournament. A lot of people might have overlooked it first, but having that, being able to negate any face-up card, it doesn't target. It just, you have to pick equal to the number of equipped cards.
It can hit field spells. It can hit things like evenly matched, which a lot of folks are actually side decking so far. So
very useful against cards like Dark Ruler No More as well. If you have a trap card to be able to use with it, also able to negate your own princess to keep you out of your Firelock on your own turn.
I haven't seen that one yet.
It's part of a lot of combos.
Oh, wow. See, there's so much potential in this deck. It's incredible what you can actually pull off with it. And Bruce is. Let's see what Bruce decides to do, because that's the mark of the top duelist here. We know that he was in the top 16 event, day 0, as we've been calling it. And now also currently having a fantastic streak here on day 1 of the WCQ.
Definitely. Now we see that princess coming down, bringing back the Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon. Snake Eyes Flame. Has he made IP yet? I don't think so.
I feel like I missed it. I couldn't tell if it's in his graveyard.
It's all a dream.
Yeah, we're talking about Exodia for a couple minutes.
I mean, he has the ability to put the sequence on the Desiree and negate the princess if he needed to, but it looks like we're going to be linking away the princess now.
It's going to be that Nightmare Phoenix to protect the Appaloosa by battle. We've seen that a lot this weekend.
Well, I don't think he's activating it, but...
So now,
fair enough.
Appaloosa will be protected, which is, a lot more common now than I realized. Because it was something that even Mitchell Martin overlooked in that our last feature match that we were on.
I mean, I think this is something that happens a lot more often now because there are a lot less fire extra deck monsters in your extra deck because you have to make a lot of decisions as far as what you can fit in.
Yeah.
There is a lot of cards in the Fiendsmith engine. You can't really fit everything you used to. There had to be sacrifices. So what that usually means is there's no Raging Phoenix, there's no World's Eagle Atlantis. A lot of those cards are still in people's extra decks, but you have to pick and choose.
Yeah,
and it looks like if you want to fit in Phoenix, you don't get to have those cards.
Okay, so no IP Masquerena here, just Desiree and Appaloosa. Interesting.
I wonder if at this point in the tournament, Bruce knows what his opponent's on and has some kind of strategy for it.
I don't know. If I'm seeing a 60-card deck, I'm thinking it has to be like a Tearlaments strategy or something like that.
He might have just seen an Exodia deck existing. Well, yeah, okay. If you are expecting to play against Branded, this is an interesting position to be in. Definitely want to prioritize having the Desiree.
Can't see what he activated. What is it? They got Ash Blossom.
Oh, it's Fool's Rail Goods.
Okay.
That's interesting that you're going to Ash the goods itself and not what it sends.
It is interesting. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, it looks like he drew the Azure Rune, not something you want to see in your opening hand, especially in 60 cards. Oh, and he has one of the pieces.
Okay, it looks like it's the Millennium.
This is not
Shield
a one more piece
Destiny.
moment.
we're a few off of that with the 60-card deck. But we do see Shield of the Millennium Dynasty. And,
not the strongest hand
that's just,
here.
Okay.
So he revealed his strategy and then conceded after he realized he couldn't play through the Appaloosa, it looks like.
That is a tough situation for Dakota to be in.
Yeah, not the right combination there. We see, just looking at the side deck, there are copies of Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode, but I think he's really focused down on those board-breaking type of cards. He's not going to try to interrupt the opponent. He's going to focus down on just getting rid of the parts of the field that matter to him, and then focusing down on his strategy, but was not able to find any of those cards. He happened to draw some of those single cards.
You see that Lava Golem on top of his deck.
Yep.
He would have loved to have that. Getting rid of Desiree and Appaloosa would have been huge, but unfortunately, that's the downside of running 60 cards. Is sometimes you're not going to see the key cards you need when you need them. I mean, you can play as many as you want, like more copies like Lava Golem, Dark Ruler No More, Super Poly, but it still doesn't mean you're going to draw even a single copy of those cards. And unfortunately,
we see a Solemn Judgment up on top there, and he's taking out some other things. So I'm wondering if he's actually going to be opting to go first. If you're setting in Solemn Judgments, I assume that means that you want to set up your field first, rather than trying to break the opponent's field.
I do think he opts to go first if he has the choice. He just chooses to, if he has to go second, he's going to try to break the board via these mechanics.
Sure.
I don't think you ever choose to go second with this. I mean, you are trying to, Exodia obliterate. I don't think that's a going second strategy.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it would be nice if we just opened up with all 5 pieces of Exodia.
Could you imagine?
That is the best out going second, I'd say.
But
Judges are right there. I mean, they're watching the shuffle.
Yeah, unfortunately, just didn't have the pieces he needed to break through that board here in game number 1, but that's okay. That's why we play best 2 out of 3. It's going to be his turn to go first here in game number 2, and hopefully we get to see some of this awesome Exodia action. It was kind of like an anti-Exodia there for him in game number 1, just for the instant loss.
Anticlimactic. I mean, we were talking about how excited we were to see this deck piloted. I still have faith. Hold out faith, everybody at home. Everybody here in the venue watching. He's made it this far. We believe that Dakota does have what it takes to pull off these wins. And now going first, I think we'll get a much better look at what the deck is capable of.
Yeah, we're going to see what it's designed to do here. And I don't know if Bruce is going to, even with the knowledge that he's playing against the Millennium cards here, he doesn't know for sure that they're Exodia cards. He's seen some of the pieces. But do you think he even knows what he has to stop?
Probably not. I mean, their cards are pretty simple, so like if you just happen to read through the whole set of the Infinite Forbidden, as you should, before you go to NAWCQ, you should have
if you happen to do your homework before arguably the second biggest event
I know
of the
you
year.
can players hate reading, but I'm telling you, it will help you become a better duelist. I promise you.
Don't listen to Billy.
Knowledge is power.
You just have to consider all the options. I know a lot of players out there, Fiendsmith Snake Eye, only deck, best deck, tier 0, but those are all just buzzwords to, get you excited. There's actually a lot of testing that can go into it where you can find a way to defeat those decks. I mean, we just saw Ancient Gear take down Fiendsmith Snake Eye in the last round.
We've seen a lot of fun decks, and I want to give a shout out to the creativity of the duelists so far. We've had some very entertaining feature matches, Asala. Like, I would argue like 12 plus different strategies that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how often we see something different pop up, and it really just shows how they can still be so powerful in a format where we thought there was only one thing.
Yeah.
Usually tends to be that way. And I'll even tell you, back when I used to play, like, everyone talks like, you go back to Plant Synchro in 2011, they're like, it was the best deck, everyone just used that deck. No, at the first YCS that I won in Toronto, there was like 12 of us using that deck. The rest of the room was just agents. And then all of us topped, all of us did well, and all of a sudden the history becomes, this was the best deck of that format. But no, if the players didn't innovate and try to do something new that everyone just didn't know was the best, that never would have happened. You have to do the work, you have to put the practice in, and have to find a way to be that inspiration to other duelists. Don't just be as cheap and follow.
Game number 2 underway in front of us today, though. Dakota down 0-1 against Bruce.
This is an opportunity to show his creativity here. Why did this deck get this far? What is it designed to do?
I see a good card in his hand. He at least has the Millennium Ankh. Yep. So he will be able to summon the unstoppable Exodia incarnate. Does he have a Millennium Monster? He has an Engraver, it looks like, and that is what he's going to start off with, discarding Fiendsmith Engraver to grab Fiendsmith Tract.
Yeah,
I
you assume it's Tract.
It could be Sanked. It could be
There's
Sanked.
60 cards. It could be anything.
You're right.
Yep. Well, we see what he searched. Yeah. So congratulations. You were, in fact, calling that one right.
Tract is going to let him add a Light Fiend. Is it going to be Majesty's Fiend? Probably not. It's going to be that Fabled Lurie.
All right, everything's pretty normal so far. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
So you had asked earlier what I imagine the line would be. Again, I think that the idea for Fiendsmith is going to be get to Beatrice. If you're able to get something that you choose from your deck into the graveyard, that I imagine is what's going to be happening here. So if then Bruce has that same feeling, where does Bruce want to try and interrupt this if he has something?
Well, he knows that he already plays Foolish Burial Goods, right?
Sure.
So you imagine the Beatrice is doing something very similar, maybe sending something along the lines of the Rainbow Bridge. So if you're holding an action, you might just save it all the way till the end.
Spell in this strat.
The Wedju Temple.
There we go. Add a little extra flair on that one, Billy.
I love the Wedju Temple. It's one of my favorite field spells. The Wedju Temple lets you place a monster from your hand into your spell and trap card zone, and then place a Millennium monster from your deck to the spell and trap card zone as well, which allows you to basically special summon it. So we're going to have to see if that is what Dakota is looking for here.
Okay.
And if Bruce even knows that card exists.
I hope so.
Slippery.
Please, Bruce. You're playing. I think he would. Bruce is a veteran. I'm sure he knows what's coming.
Bruce is a math teacher. He definitely read the cards ahead of time, you know? If I know math teachers.
Yeah.
Although I guess equations are different than card text.
Word problems are a little tricky, you know?
Oh, I didn't ask what subsect of math he teaches.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it's algebra. All right. We are seeing more of the Fiendsmith combo here, though.
Lacrima is going to come down, and now it's going to bring back Engraver.
Everything's normal so far.
We've seen this board a million times.
There is Nibiru, the primal being.
And this is before Beatrice would hit the field.
Indeed it is. So now he's going to take down all those monsters, give his opponent a primal being token.
In the anima zone?
As is standard, you can try and remove that on your turn.
You don't want to get caught off guard by a Nibiru token that's far too big.
So all that was time spent by Dakota and answered by Bruce with a single card. What else does Dakota have in his hand?
It was an easy trade, right? One card for one card. All of this was off the Fiendsmith Engraver.
You know, that's a good point when you put it that way. It's just there's so many more cards.
This was the big. We'll have to see if he does have that Millennium Ankh in his hand. It works kind of like Shaddoll Fusion, where you just activate it and summon a fusion from your extra deck. Well, not any fusion, just the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate.
I hear that's a pretty good one.
It looks like he does have the Ankh.
It is quite good.
Is the other one? It looks like it's almost.
It's the Golem as well as Foolish Burial Goods and Infinite Impermanence.
Okay, the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures is pretty good.
So Goods can get us to that field spell again. What was it called, Billy? I know you like to say it.
Wedge Temple.
There we go.
Will activate Golem to spell trap itself.
But we're going to go for Golem first, okay?
Yep, so you can place in the spell and trap card zone. He can reveal the Millennium Ankh to special summon from tablet form into the monster zone, and then he's able to add a Millennium monster from his deck to his hand. Doesn't have to pay that 2,000 life points since he already has the Millennium Ankh. Oh, sorry, this one gets the field spell. Singenjin wakes from Millennium is the one that grabs the monster.
I like so we were not required then to use the Foolish Burial Goods in order to try and get into the field spell.
Well,
okay.
It looks like I was wrong.
Yeah, he is currently reading the cards, hopefully for the second or third time.
You know, maybe he's just trying to make sure, like, you know, getting that one line of text that he wasn't familiar with.
I would not hold it against any duelist, though, to be caught by surprise by this deck. It was not on the radar of many when we talked to the top duelists coming in, when we talked amongst ourselves. I did not hear this mentioned once.
You know who else didn't expect Exodia? Kaiba.
A classic example. Bruce hopefully has learned from the lessons of the anime. Episode one. That was
episode
one. I almost said two, and I realized no, that is.
Yep,
that is the first episode.
Lesson number one.
Dakota's deck contains no pathetic cards. However, it does contain the unstoppable Exodia.
It really has zero bad cards. It's all the best cards you could possibly play.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so the Fool's Burial Goods is going to send that Rainbow Bridge Salvation, even though he already has the Wedgie Temple.
Does he have another one? Yeah, let's see if
there's one other field spell that works really well.
Different field spell here.
No.
One that works with spellcasters. That's right. It's Secret Village.
Everyone's favorite field spell.
You know who's a spellcaster?
Sure. Dark Magician.
The right
You're
leg?
right. He's the ultimate wizard
in terms of attack and defense, which I don't believe is true to this day.
Depends who you ask.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you're very right. And now it looks like he is going to add Cobalt Needle, of course, with the Secret Village. Got to add a Crystal Beast as well. That's the advantage of playing 60 cards. You're less likely to draw those one-ups you don't want to see. But it's even cooler because you get that free monster that you can use with Wedgie Temple. Nice.
You're right.
Because you got to place a monster from your hand.
I was wondering how we were going to get that, and there's the answer.
Oh, when we see a quarter-century secret rare, Singenjin wakes from a Millennium. He's going to be able to reveal the Ankh, special summon it, add a Millennium monster, so now he can go after the shield of the Millennium Dynasty. Oh, but he's just going to grab another copy of Singenjin.
Yeah, you don't really need the shield if you already have the Ankh in your hand, right?
Yeah, you can get another one, because if you get another Ankh, then you can use the Ankh to summon Exodia, and then you have another Ankh to reveal for next turn.
It's a fun one to say.
It's a Millennium item, and it's in his deck.
All right, I won't ask for spoilers if more will be printed later, but for now we got the one.
Chill.
And now what are we going to go into from here?
It's like he's considering...
Bring out our Rabbito.
Yeah, there's a Silhouette Magician.
Yeah. Okay.
Another card from the Infinite Forbidden. A really good link too. It's a secret rare, and on summon it lets you set a continuous trap that can be special summoned as a monster. And it also has the effect when you do special summon a continuous trap I don't have to. Anytime you special summon a monster from the spell and trap card
Anytime
zone.
a monster is summoned from the spell and trap zone, it triggers off your opponent's cards as well. So their Flamebirds, their Divine Temple, they also trigger this card.
And then it'll let you destroy a spell and trap card on the field.
Very powerful, especially in this matchup. I mean, imagine going for that Temple. We already know that they're obviously playing that one from the last duel.
Yeah, there's many opportunities to get value from this, but
Diabell start setting something, the Witch as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, well, not immediately, but eventually.
Sure, yeah.
Activate Millennium Ankh.
So we're going to have to say goodbye to the... I don't know if the token stays, because you have to shuffle back all monsters that aren't Millennium or Exodia. So the rabbit is going to leave the field, but we are going to replace it with the unstoppable Exodia incarnate.
And we still get the trap, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair trade.
Let's see it. We're going to see all 5 pieces of Exodia being revealed
Prove that you have them.
And then you sneak them into your hand.
Yep. Okay, say it with us. One more piece.
Yes, sir.
Oh, where's my favorite?
There it is. Beautiful.
I like how he actually assembled it to show. I love it. And then here comes the unstoppable Exodia incarnate. It can negate a spell or trap once per turn. Once per battle phase, it can gain attack equal to your life points. And that's just going to keep on going. You could say it has an infinite amount of attack. And during the end phase, you can set an exile or obliterate spell or trap card from your deck.
Somewhere in the world, Jeff Leonard just shed a tear.
I hope he's using. I know he likes to use more like combo decks and stuff, but I hope he really likes the new Exodia cards. I'd love to see him back at it.
Yeah, they're very entertaining. So the Ankh now locks you out of summoning for the rest of the turn. So this is the last monster we'll see. And from what's in hand, we know that there's the Infinite Impermanence and then Secret Village. So we're gonna lock Bruce out of spells. We're going to have a monster effect negate, and then as well that continuous trap, which people might not be as aware of, Asala.
Yeah, Angel Statue Azurine, we didn't get to talk about it yet. That card is effectively Solemn Warning on the field. It summons itself as a monster, but also considered a trap card. And its effect is it's able to send itself to negate these... the same wording as Thunder King Ryo. I don't know like the exact text I need to say here.
Sure.
Negate the special summon, a monster that was special summon, or negate. I'd have to pull
if
it
a
up.
monster would be special summoned, negate that.
There you go. Yeah, it doesn't negate an effect that special summons a monster.
We are reaching yes.
But if we're going into an extra deck, if we're going into a Link monster, something along those lines, we can deal with it very effectively.
Those
right
summons
now.
that do not start a chain.
Yeah.
So he's going to set the Exiled Fires of Rage from his deck to the spell and trap card zone. That card, pretty simple card. If you have Exodia, you can just destroy every card on your opponent's side of the field.
Yep.
Simple but good.
Do you think Nibiru can handle that?
You know, he's big, but I don't know if he's quite
How much
that big.
life does he have? 8,000?
Yeah, he didn't have to pay anything because he had the Ankh in his hand.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if he goes to battle phase and tries to attack over the Exodia, he'll be able to gain 8,000 attack points.
He did activate the Azurine in the battle phase, so he could attempt to just attack over that if he knows that he's not going to be able to attack over the Exodia anyway.
And I don't know if we've mentioned it either, but the Exodia Fusion monster, of course, having spell and trap negation built into his effects too. So
yeah, that's super amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of like doubling up on it with the Secret Village.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but if something
pretty
goes
much.
wrong, he's still there and he has your back.
You're able to protect. Basically, the Secret Village can't be removed because you have a way to deal with something that does that, and the Azurine protects it from Nightmare Phoenix. So you're kind of covered all your bases here.
Yeah,
and that's probably why Dakota's sitting here with a pretty good chance with only one loss to make it to day 2.
I suppose this is a different kind of Exodia.
Normal summon Breaker, the Magical Swordsman, does get through this though. Important. Actually, no, Infinite Permanence. It is set.
Yes, that comes with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Battle.
Oh.
Okay.
Attack Exodia. Nope.
This is the line.
But even though he doesn't attack Exodia, he can still. I'm pretty sure it's just once per battle phase. I don't think it has to battle.
All right, well, at least main phase 2, we're going to be normal summoning that Snake Eye Ash.
Sure.
We're not going to use the Infinite Impermanence here.
Well, he still has the effect to potentially destroy all cards the opponent controls, so I think he's just going to wait for a timely use of that.
I suppose that's, yeah, you don't have to use it yet. You can let them use their normal summon and then save that for either this Poplar or if they go for the Oak or something.
Yeah, and then you want to potentially save the Infinite Permanence for anything that really threatens the Secret Village.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be true. Could be true. Poplar is coming down. Let's see if he does decide to use the Imperm. Doesn't look like it.
I mean, the Poplar doesn't really do anything, right? It gets the spell card.
Yeah.
Probably holding it for that Nightmare Phoenix, indeed.
He's really upset about that Cosmic Cyclone in his hand.
Yeah, it's the moral support spell search right now. It's the discard for Nightmare Phoenix one. But yeah, that Cosmic Cyclone is doing nothing, unfortunately. I mean, going second, you're thinking, oh, I can try and get rid of the back row, but not when that field spell hits the board. And here we go.
Phoenix effect.
Yeah, I think it was a little premature to activate the Azure Rune. Now you are a little bit vulnerable here. Obviously, we know that he has infinite impermanence, but in case he didn't...
See what he decides to discard.
And target. Oh, target. Well, we are aware of will not necessarily matter.
Looks like he's really considering his options here.
He does have 3 of them.
He's trying to read Dakota's mind. Where did he put the Obliterate's trap?
He kept in Dark Ruler as well. Cards that would have been very strong if it wasn't for the Secret Village.
Yep.
And there is infinite impermanence.
Gonna shut down that Nightmare Phoenix.
Dakota had everything that he needed to completely stop Bruce's moves. Not being able to use spell cards with this deck is very difficult.
Yeah, Dakota going first is definitely where he wants to be with this deck. But, you know, if he does win this game and goes into game 3, the side deck might help him going second, but it's a pass.
And will we activate the trap now? Destroy everything.
To set a card to the deck.
So now he can also grab the new card, Obliterate Blaze, if he wants. I would love to see him win with a attack with Obliterate Blaze. So this card, it gives an effect to the Exodia monster. So it gives him the effect to where he can destroy all spell and trap cards on the field to equip all 5 pieces of Exodia to the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and it gains 2,000 attack for each piece.
Which happens to be 100 more than he needs.
Exactly. I mean, there's the Nightmare Phoenix out there, but he will be 10,000 attack. That will do 8,100 damage, and he can still destroy everything on the board as well. Here it is. And there we go. We have a clear path to victory for Dakota. Going first really changed the way that the deck played, the way the deck looked, and the options that Bruce had.
So since he drew... Oh, he has the Secret Village already anyway to destroy, so he can activate Obliterate Blaze and then activate the Incarnate effect to destroy everything and equip those pieces. But it looks like he's considering his options. Maybe he wants to get that Singenjin that wakes from a Millennium onto the field first.
Yeah, mandatory effect.
Oh, he has to pay 1,000 during standby phase, I believe.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. How will he recover?
No. He's taking 1,000.
Oh, you burned me for... Oh, yeah, I burned you for 12. Yeah. So he's at...
Just talking with the judges, making sure life points are correct.
Yep.
They will all disappear pretty soon.
I'm going to proceed to main phase. Activate Millennium Ankh.
I'm going to Ankh again.
Oh.
Just wants to summon another one?
Message right now.
This is a message.
They're already in position.
Yeah, they really are. Okay, we got the head first this time, but one more piece. There it is.
Here comes another
I didn't even know he's played 2. Let's go.
I mean, if it puts themselves back, you might as well.
The Ankh goes back with the pieces into the deck. What's better than 1 Exodia?
2 Exodias!
Oh, man.
Shuffling the deck up. I imagine we're going to have to go find those pieces again, because they're all going to get equipped.
He wants to get his value out of this.
he's milking this one.
So he's not even going to try and equip the pieces, but that's okay. They're going to be able to gain 7,000 attack each.
That's fine.
And he's going to be able to 2 punches from 2 Exodias, and he's going to even out. You see the smile there from Bruce. You can't complain when you lose to Exodia. But he also knows he's smiling because maybe he's going first in game 3.
Yeah, he had a pretty comfortable time game 1.
Yeah. He's like, all right, let's see you do that again.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Dakota, I'm with 60 cards, and it looks like he's clearly focused on going first. That means my 15 cards on my side deck are probably all going second cards. So the side decks might come into play here in game number 3.
I love that we got to see it, though. That was well piloted by Dakota. He was able to navigate the Fiend-Smith combo, bait out the Nibiru Primal Being, and then continue to play through and still get to the end field. I assume the preferred end field based on how everything worked out. And showed us exactly what the deck is capable of and why he was able to make it this far into round 8 feature match.
Yeah, the Millennium Ankh is a really strong card. It is a Millennium item. It can just summon the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate for basically free. Because, like, yeah, you could draw if you draw the pieces, you can use the Wedge Temple to place them in your spell and trap card zone. And even while it's still there in your spell and trap zone, you can reveal it with the Ankh. It will get shuffled back, but it's not like you're dead in the water if you happen to draw like 1 or 2 pieces here or there. But with 60 cards, he's definitely trying to not do that. He's trying to not draw the Exodia
Or draw all
pieces.
5.
Or draw all 5 in his Exodia
It's
deck.
either none or 5. That's the ideal situation here for Dakota.
Yeah, I suppose when you're going second, your ideal hand isn't a combination of board breakers. It's just all 5 pieces, right?
I mean, that would be the best.
Okay, you open all 5 pieces. Do you show them to your opponent first, or do you let them normal ash and then show them?
I feel like I'm legally obligated to show them immediately.
You might actually have to. If you don't, the judge might say, "Now you missed your chance."
Yep, or it's illegal. You're going straight to jail. Don't pass go. I really hope we get to see Exodia come down again. I mean, that game 1 was definitely rough for Dakota, but as I mentioned, the side decks are involved here in game number 3, so hopefully there's some cards he's putting in that will help stymie Bruce here just a little bit. But like we said, his opponent Bruce isn't just a slouch. He played in the points playoff on Friday, which means he's one of the top 16 players of the year in North America.
Yeah, we're going to really see his adaptability here. He has now seen what his opponent's strategy is trying to do, so now he has to figure out what he's going to do to really maximize his power against it. He expects now there's going to be some board breakers. I think he expects that you hasn't seen any points of interaction from the hand. You don't probably want to expect any Nibirus or Ash Blossoms. It's going to be those Lava Golems, those they're controlling, or not, sorry, the Sphere Modes, the potentially Dark Ruler no mores.
Yeah.
So how is he going to make his field? Is he going to just prioritize Desiree still? Is he going to try to layer his interactions a little bit?
I mean, his deck that we've seen so far in the 2 duels seems very lean. It seems very efficient. There's not a lot of fancy bells and whistles going on. It's just all gas. And when you're looking at something like that, I think that it's up to the duelist to have adaptability and be able to figure out that correct board. I do think Desiree is going to be one of those high priority options to get into when you talk about things like the Dark Rulers, like the Forbidden Droplets.
Definitely. And we saw Mitchell Martin earlier using stuff like Spell Canceller. You don't know if other players are going to be on something like that as well throughout the tournament. That would be something that he would definitely not want to see, because you have to turn your monsters into tablet form. Not being able to use spells would be devastating for him. And, the Snake Eye deck, pretty good at being able to spell summon any monster you want from your deck, thanks to the combination of Beatrice, the Lady Eternal, and Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon.
Yeah. There's a lot of steps involved, but essentially you can grab anybody.
And when we mentioned Snake Eye has the capability to do anything in the game at the moment, it's just
That's pretty broad.
Well, how much would you limit yourself?
What, can you fusion summon? Oh,
Yes,
wait. Yeah,
yes.
you can.
Yeah. I certainly can.
They literally can. They're past synchros now, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. This is Game 3, Round 8. Both of our players are X1. That means they have 6 wins, 1 loss. Being 7-1 with 1 round to go for day 1 will feel good, even if one of these players loses round, which one will, unless they draw. Moving on with an X2 record, still solid with only a few rounds to go in the tournament.
That's good.
You get the lead with the bonfire here. What you want to see, you did not draw nothing.
It's almost impossible to draw nothing.
Yeah, that's what we haven't seen any of that today, really, where someone just opens their hand and just passes. But
I've seen a lot of this happening where the player has passed, and I don't know if that's going to be another case of those, because normally when you do lead with bonfire, you get the pop bar to try to mitigate Droll.
I think I see a cross-out designator in hand, so there is at least a way to play through this.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to debate if he can play through the Imperm without the cross-out and hold the cross-out for maybe a secondary.
A Nibiru or something like that.
I mean, he does have the Dia Velstar in his hand. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't need to. Oh man!
I see a couple pieces of Exodia.
He Bruce opened 2 pieces.
Oh no!
And the Rainbow Bridge.
Oh no! Not like this.
Yeah.
But the 2 monsters on the field, Die Velstar is going to set original Sinful Spoils. Things aren't looking good here for Dakota.
What's the 4th card? Do we see that?
Thank you.
I don't think so.
I think it's Singan Jin.
It might be
from
Singan Jin,
Millennium, which is a good card, but on its own, going second, not a lot.
Especially if you're already going to get burned 1,200 at some point here, because you're not going to stop what Bruce is going to be putting on the field.
Certainly the case now. Original is going to summon Snake Eye's Poplar, which is going to grab him Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. That's going to let him place the Snake Eye from his deck to the Spell and Trap card zone. Probably going to be that Snake Eye's Die Velstar.
Right, so now we've gotten to the point that would normally happen with just Snake Eye Ash, but you can't quite do the regular combo here. It's still negated by Imperm.
Aspect.
Well, oh no! He forgot.
Nope, it's negated. It's negated by Imperm. If anyone is listening that can hear us on the stage, Infinite impermanence negated Snake Eye Ash effect. It cannot resolve. Please, someone listening, go tell them. I know there's people listening.
Negated.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
we go.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
a huge mistake here from Bruce. This is the opening that Dakota needed.
Yeah. Oh, Bruce,
He got too
rubbing his
comfortable.
brow
Got
now,
way too
realizing,
comfortable.
what have I done, and what are the other options? There's a Droll and Lockbird in hand.
It's not over. All he has to do is make the anima, use the Poplar effect, put the Snake Eye Buster back on the field,
and
then
what?
just go from there. Go
Fiendsmith combo?
I guess,
but it's not as good as it could be.
It's not as good as it could be, but it's still playable.
Bro, I even told myself that like 3 times.
Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, we feel that.
Poplar effect target Snake Eye save All-Star. Yep.
At least he knows these lines, right? He's used to being interrupted.
Yeah, he needs to shake off the mistake and keep on going and do what he can from here.
Yep, just play tight from this point on. Ooh, I don't know if I would ever put the Ash back there. I want to summon that back off the Princess.
Hopefully he's not too flustered to get back into this game.
Oh no!
Just going for SP.
Did he side them out?
Siding out the Fiendsmith cards.
I have heard some people doing that, but
oh,
wow, just
no.
SP pass.
Oh, he played around the Winged Dragon Sphere mode.
All right, so he's going to put Singendin Wakes from a Millennium in the Spell and Trap card zone. Now he can pay 2,000 life points to take it out of Tallow form and make it a monster.
Now he has the ability to use the Divine Temple to summon that Snake Eye Ash to try to load himself up if he wants to.
Hilariously, that would then re-enable the Winged Dragon around Spear mode that was just drawn.
Do we know what the set? Oh, the set is the cross. Oh, we are going to finally get hit with the Droll and Lockbird here. That's going to cut him off from finding that copy of Ankh.
Thinking in response to the Droll.
What do you mean?
You could summon the leg and just start kicking, Bruce.
I love it. Yes, leg. Attack with leg.
Oh, we are attacking with... he opted not to use the temple here.
Interesting.
He could have done Temple then Droll, but I guess he doesn't get the search off the Snake Eye Ash that way.
I guess just keeping it in the back for now. He does have original in the graveyard, so he's fine if he does make it to his turn.
So what can Dakota do with these two monsters? Because he can still place the Golem if he wants and special summon it, I believe.
I mean, that's full Fiendsmith combo.
I don't know if he needs the search. I gotta look at the text on that, make sure it's not all part of one effect. I have it right here.
Set one. Passed her.
Now then you can add one Wedgie Temple.
He's just passing.
I don't know if I searched it all.
I believe he set the Rainbow Bridge Salvation.
Yeah, but Bruce doesn't know that.
Yep.
He has to respect it.
We'll assume it's probably... I mean, it could be
Bruce has no cards in hand, right?
Yeah, this is going to be off the draw.
No, he has the original in the graveyard.
True.
That's a good one. That's a really good draw.
Oh, very good draw.
Just slam it down.
Yeah.
Wow, him not making the big board actually hurt Dakota since he wasn't able to spear run everything away.
It's really
all
funny.
part of the plan. All part of the plan.
This is all according to plan.
Yep.
Oh, now Snake Eye Ash is coming down to resolve again.
Bruce gives a little chuckle as Dakota laughs with him. I think Dakota realizes the situation that he finds himself in, looking at that hand.
Just to draw that combination of cards in a 60-card deck is so unlikely.
Yeah, I think you have to do something. You have to use one of the cards in hand to try and go into Fiendsmith combo and at least get some kind of field, but it's tough to know in those situations. Dakota opted for this decision and is now going to be on the receiving end of a second Snake Eye combo. This one will not be stopped.
Here comes Ash back thanks to Snake Eye Oak.
Still has that cross out for another copy of Infinite Impermanence, so he's not really worried about anything.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're still in his deck?
Interesting. So he's going to go Moon. It could have been a little rattled just from the mistake, but now he's going into Requiem. Requiem's going to tribute off to Summon Engraver.
Engraver can now send the Sengenjin. Just clear up a little bit.
Requiem effective equip.
Yeah, Engraver does it destroy or send? It sends?
That's good.
Because Sengenjin can't be destroyed by card effects.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It looks like you were just going to use Snake Eye Oak.
Okay.
Yeah.
He can push it back into the tablet form, though, if he wants.
Oh, he'll come back.
And Dakota already had to pay 2,000 life points to use that Sengenjin Mix from Millennium.
What does Rainbow Bridge of Salvation do on the field?
I'm pretty sure you just can't activate. I think you need to like add Rainbow Dragon or something.
It's
to
like
your
something with
hand.
2 level 10s, right?
Yeah, it's something very hard to actually resolve. Let me pull it up on you, and you're on the best
But
app
watch,
on
we're
my
gonna go
phone.
into Nightmare Phoenix right now just to bait out.
If there are 2 more different monster types among the level 10 or higher monsters on the field, it
Very
shuffles
cool.
everything back, and each
Funnily
player
enough,
draws 5 cards.
Can he do that with the Exodia cards? He can get at least one.
he might.
They're all spellcasters, though, I think.
You might.
That's good.
We'll have to ask Dakota afterwards if he's been able to pull that one off, because I don't think it's going to happen this duel. Bruce is in the driver's seat. I do not want to beat around that bush. It seems like if he can assemble the push right here.
How dare you
this
use that
duel
word,
will
a
end.
symbol. Dakota just seething
Didn't
right now.
intentionally do that, but I'm very proud of myself now.
It works. So Lacrima coming down, going to add Engraver back so we can discard the Fiendsmith Engraver to go for Fiendsmith's Tract.
I mean, the field spell is buffing everything, or at least all the little ones right now, so we don't have much more to go.
No, we're mere moments away here from Bruce.
Unless we're
taking
reading
this
that Mirror
game.
Force, you know? Yeah.
I mean, he's playing against a deck that he doesn't know, so at any face down card could literally be anything. Could be a super polymerization he could be worrying about. There's all sorts of different cards.
I mean, he might end up just making a Desiree at some point just to check it if he doesn't want to try using a Phoenix, because he is aware that Rainbow Bridge is in his deck. He doesn't want it to be, but he's also not really concerned if it is, right? He's just, you know, it's just a little bit of relief if you hit the Rainbow Bridge, because you know that's not going to actually do anything impactful. It is free cards, but it's not actually doing anything.
Thinking here.
Now, important to note.
I think he really doesn't want to mess up after the turn 1 play.
Also important to note that a loss for either duelist here will not mean the immediate end of their tournament run. They still could look to try and win out from here and make it to top 64, but a win feels so much better because, I mean, I saw you were talking about the pressure of duelists in this type of situation. We're over halfway through the total number of rounds they're going to have to play now.
All right, we're going to be using the original to put back the Ash and add a different level 1 fire. Well,
Not
so
that one.
that is not how that works. The original puts it back to the bottom of the deck after the fact. So it has to be a different one. Oh, okay, that'll do.
Yeah, in the end, it's all the same. But you definitely have to have another copy. In Master Duel, it wouldn't work that way because Snake Eye Ash being limited to 1.
It looked like he was eyeing
point.
the Flame Bridge, because likely there's only 1 copy in his deck, so he might have considered putting it back, but it looks like we're just going into the Phoenix
Nightmare
here.
Chilling 1, Poplar Chilling 2, targeting Snake Eyes Bellstar.
That's good.
And I think as soon as you see that Rainbow Bridge, you're probably feeling pretty good if you're Bruce.
It's better in the graveyard for Dakota, but he needs to survive this turn first.
What do you think the likelihood of that is, Billy Break?
Very low, very low.
There are 4 mysterious, powerful cards in Dakota's hand.
Two of them are so strong they're forbidden.
No, I believe they're limited.
Yes.
I think he has 2 of them, though.
Yep.
No.
How did he manage that?
What's going on here?
So Fiendsmith Tract is going to add Fabled Lure, then discard the Fabled Lure. Fabled Lure is going to special summon itself back to the field in true Fabled fashion. Now he's going to link away Sequence and Nightmare Phoenix.
Access code.
Access code.
Okay, so we were talking about the limited extra deck space. We're seeing that Bruce is playing the access code Talker, which is one of those cards that's been dropped from some people's lists because it helps you end the game.
As I mentioned, Singenjin Front Wakes from a Millennium can't be destroyed by monster effects.
Destroyed by monster effects.
That's okay. We still haven't used Princess, right? We can work our way back up.
Can we?
Well, he has the Snake Eye Bellstar. He hasn't used it yet. Oh, he also has Engraver.
It attempts to destroy it.
Yeah, it'll just attempt to destroy it.
Yeah,
Just
he
resolves
did
as normal.
banish. He did activate the effect. So judge is saying, nope, it went through.
It's definitely an easy effect to overlook. It is the first sentence on him, but it kind of just like blends in with the rest of
Sometimes
the
that
text.
first one's the one you don't read because you just kind of assume that it's going to be something not important.
It is the most vulnerable one to skip, yeah, for sure.
You're at 6K.
He could do, like, I mean, now he's worried about something like Nibiru the Primal Being, but I don't know if he can be that concerned about it anymore.
Want to do some math real quick?
Oh, the math teacher's doing math. I'm sure
Hopefully he doesn't do it wrong.
Sure, the students are cheering at home right now for Bruce. Has he run the calculations? Does he see the line?
Oh, is it just
I think
enough
he
damage
just has
that
it
second?
here.
4,300 to 2,750.
1550.
With the 1,200 from the Lacrima
Yeah,
afterwards, it
that'll
probably
do.
is enough.
So 1550 for the first hit.
450.
Checks out.
18.
Clearly, none of us are math majors or math teachers.
I trust that he sees that it's enough.
We
I
will
think it would be
defer to
hilarious if it wasn't, though.
Can you imagine?
2650.
Think of the story.
And then he's at 250 after
Hopefully his
that.
bosses don't see it.
Or his students.
He's at 250
Yep.
after the attacks.
That is
and here
enough.
we go.
Links them away for Appaloosa, the 4 materials.
Appaloosa.
Yeah. Lacrimosa.
Lacrima effect.
There we go.
Lacrima is going to do 1,200.
And that is enough. Is he going to reveal the hand?
That
There
would
it
be
is.
it.
Unfortunate. Just threw in a couple pieces of Exodia in a 60-card deck. But what a fantastic match.
Yeah.
We did get to see 2 unstoppable Exodia incarnates come down in game 2, but unfortunately not enough to walk away with the victory. But I'm glad we at least got to see it. He's down X2, so if he still wins out, there's 1 round a day, 3 more in the morning, so he's going to need to win the next 4 rounds in a row to really have a solid chance at making top 64. But I hope we get to see him again.
He's won plenty of rounds already. It's not like he's any stranger to being able to defeat the Snake Eye strategy. I imagine he's played plenty up to this point. He just got really unlucky here, right? You were not really expecting to draw all of those pieces, especially when you're playing 60 cards. It's designed to really declunk those, but sometimes the variance does happen. Those cards are still in your deck. You're going to see them sometimes.
Yep, and it looks like that Bruce is showing him that he did side in Spell Canceller to let him know, like, if he didn't mess up, this is where he was going to really try and shut him out of the game. But he's even explaining the combo to him, to how he's able to special summon it with the Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon. But it was a good match. And I mean, you're going to be playing later rounds. You're going to lose to some solid players like Bruce, but it was still a fun one. I mean, that's the thing about this format. There's a lot of different decks you can use. Obviously, there's a couple decks like Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, Yubel that are kind of sitting at the top as the decks to beat, but I wouldn't call them unbeatable.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to really get around them. And we saw, even if the combo wasn't messed up here, I think he would have just played into this the Winged Dragon Arouse Free mode. That might have actually given him the point he needed, because then he would still have access. He wouldn't have been able to beat the Droll, but he would have still been able to clear the field.
Yeah, really what it came down to, that Droll and Lockbird shut him down. Unfortunately, that card is really good against the Millennium deck, as it adds a lot as you're going through your combos to eventually get to a Millennium Ankh. If he had that Millennium Ankh, it would have done wonders for him. Unfortunately, instead of drawing one of his 3 Ankhs, he drew 2 of his 5 Exodia pieces. Unfortunate that the other 3 cards couldn't have been the other 3 pieces of Exodia.
I mean, this is what happens when you play 60, right? There's 5 of them, and there's only 3 Ankhs. Well, something's going to happen.
Yeah, you're down to... You're destined to draw bad, even in a 60-card deck, unfortunately. As someone, I've played 60-card decks plenty of times, Infernoids is one of my favorites, and I can't tell you how many times I opened up with, like, double Infernoid Deviati in my 60-card deck and ended up losing. So, unfortunately, even though you're building your deck to try and have that not happen, it's still going to happen.
Yeah, and there's still the chance that at some point in this tournament he's going to be able to reveal all 5 pieces just drawn naturally. It's very unlikely, but still could happen.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to give it to Bruce, too. Like, even though in Game 3 he made a fatal error, something like you can kind of forget that the Snake Eye Ash is negated, previously turned infinite impermanence, he was able to realize it. Maybe still didn't do the best board he could have made turn 1. As you mentioned, he could have maybe summoned that Snake Eyes Diabellstar, because he did have a fire in his graveyard. The Snake Eye Ash he put in his graveyard, right? Yeah.
I thought he did summon it. No, like, or did he not summon it at all?
No, I don't think so.
No, because he put the Snake Eye, he put the Ash back. He just made SP Little Knight.
Oh yeah, it was the Ash that was in his Spell and Trap card zone. Because he had the 2 monsters already on the field and just went to the Little Knight instead.
I think maybe because he put the Ash back, he realized, okay, there's no reason to go for Princess anymore, or like go into that line, because the Ash was now on the field. So
it was like a mistake followed by another mistake, and then as much recovery as he possibly could.
It could have been on purpose. We don't really know. Maybe he thought he was a little bit better off with SP Little Knight. He thought maybe a second point of interaction would have really cut him off completely. So he didn't want to give it any risk, just put on the Little Knight and then hope that he doesn't have anything on the kickback, and then just being able to focus down on having the original and you're just playing on another turn.
Yep. Definitely could have been the case, but I think Kangas ran away and ran up to the stage to do an interview with our winner. So Kangas, if you can hear me, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Bruce after a very close win, but a win nonetheless against Exodia of all things. I gotta start. Was that anywhere on your radar coming into this event?
Oh yeah. I've been prepping for Exodia. No, of course not. I have no clue what any of those cards do. Absolutely none. I just knew that they all searched. So I was like, I'm gonna have Droll, hopefully, and then it worked.
Okay, we were talking about it on stream, but I have you here so we can confirm. Were you reading Ankh for the first time when he handed it over to you and you read the fusion spell?
You know what's crazy? I pulled 4 from the boxes that I opened of the most recent set. I haven't read that card yet. Like, I just knew that it got to the card, and so I read it. I was like, wait, shuffle 5 back. Oh my, what? And then when he searched Secret Village, I was crazy. It was crazy.
It was a very unique strategy. Really fun to watch him pull it off, and it almost took you out with that third duel. Let's talk about the decision. I don't want to put you too on the spot here, but what was going through your mind? Was there some nerves going on the table? What were you thinking when you made the Snake Eye Ash move when it was already impermed?
So I remember telling myself, don't use Snake Eye Ash, don't use Snake Eye Ash, don't use Snake Eye Ash, don't use Snake Eye Ash. And in that process, I just said Snake Eye Ash, and then just sent it to grave. And that's when I was like, I started resolving. I was like, wait, I can't do this. And I put my deck down. I was like, nah, yep, that's how it is. But clearly, it was the right play. He had a sphere mode in hand. So I played around it, so it was perfect. That's exactly what I was planning on, so it's good. It's good.
Well, when you say don't use Snake Eye Ash, the last thing you say in your head is Snake Eye Ash, so it just kind of lingers there, right? You mentioned that you're a math teacher. Are any of your students aware that you're here this weekend competing?
Yes, they like to make fun of me whenever I lose on stream because I've done it twice so far. This is the first time I haven't biffed it, and I'm here, and so I'm going to talk about it with them when I get back after summer. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is no class. We're just going to rewatch this match. Maybe skip some of round 3, so some of that third duel.
Yeah, we're going to skip the third duel. We're going to skip the third duel. We're just going to show them the second one. It was cool. Then they got to see Exodia, and then call it a day.
Thank you so much, Bruce, for coming on. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it back over to the casters.
All right, thanks, Kangas. Funny interview there from Bruce. But I promise you, it's better to read cards than not read them. But
I'm staring at Billy, and he looks so disappointed.
Oh, I took my glasses off, I'm shaking my head. But Bruce is a veteran of the scene. He was one of the top 16 players that competed on Friday. But you got to do what you got to do with your own mistakes. I think it's funny that he talked about this being the first time he didn't mess up and lose his feature match, but he was close.
Yeah, it came down to the wire. He's mentioned that even though he did win, he did make a couple mistakes here, but you're able to recover, and you just got to keep playing.
Yep, that's right. And talking about keep playing, there's a lot of different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Beyond the TCG. So we're going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's the best way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Digitally. And there's that new selection pack, Eternal Partners. I don't know if you know what that alludes to, but Yubel. All those Yubel cards just came out in the game, so if you're a fan of the Yubel deck, you can actually play it on Master Duel. They have Fan of Yubel, all of the cards. It's a really strong deck in there right now. I'm playing Fire Kings in Master Duel right now, but it's a lot of fun. So if you're at home watching, haven't checked out Master Duel, you really, really should.
I've seen a lot of people practice Yubel actually from the Master Duel expansion because they
came out at a really great time.
Yeah, they have almost everything. They don't have the Fiendsmith cards. I think that's fair, but they have pretty much everything else.
Definitely, yeah. It's a lot of. the Fiendsmith cards are brand new here, so yeah, they're not going to be right there in Master, but you can do all the other stuff. Phantom Yubel is probably the big one that they really got that you can practice with, but you should definitely check out Master Duel, Duel Links as well. We have the other promos you've seen where we have a main event series monthly. You can win some awesome prizes, some cool game matches. You can only win through those tournaments, and of course, plushes like the Rescue Rabbit plush. But we're going to have one more Swiss round today before we finish our first day and come back for 3 more rounds in the morning before we cut to top 64 and eventually find out who's going to join Ruben and Jose on Team North America to represent us at the World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our final round of Swiss.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put 2 competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
But there's a twist. Each week, we have a themed deck that our competitors must build for the duel. Competitors will compete in 2 rounds. The first round for practice, as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other. And then, we let them duel it out and crown this week's Master Duelist. And along the way, we'll also get to see who the better coach is, right, Alec?
It's me.
All right, let's get into it.
For this week's episode theme, we are very excited to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh's roots with classic decks.
Introducing our first competitor, it's Jeremy Vicious Lopez. Well known for his commentary in the fighting game community, Jeremy has been featured on ESPN. Welcome, Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
Yo, Paul, yo, Alec, thank you for the very, very warm introduction and for even having me on the show. Being all the way back here for this Yu-Gi-Oh! Match is going to be real, real fun.
And his opponent, father, champion, and content creator, Justin Wong, known as J Wong. Justin is one of the most decorated fighting game competitors in the world, with a record 9 EVO World Championships throughout his storied 20-year career. Jaewong is a household name in the fighting game community and one of the first American fighting game players to be sponsored by an esports organization. Welcome, Justin Wong.
Oh man, thank you for having me. Thank you for hyping me up. Thank you for making me feel old. You know, I'm older than Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've been growing up watching Yu-Gi-Oh.
So Jeremy, I have a question for you. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? How did you get started with this game?
It all really kicked off with the TV series, right? Just overall, like, that exposure very, very early on, really admiring the series, really admiring the game. It just pretty much took off from there.
Wow. And I'll kick the same question to you, Justin.
Man, as any other kid, watching the TV show and understanding how the game works to like playing a bit more at like a card shop, growing up in New York City and playing in like these Swiss format tournaments.
Let's talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So this game has been out for a little over a year now, and I gotta say, it's huge. Have you guys played the game at all? What do you think of it, and what are you kind of hoping to see for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Maybe you can start us out, Jeremy.
Every time they release a new set, the first thing on my mind is like, yo, what's going to be the standout theme for Master Duel? What's coming out in the next set? Because I always like the big theme. I'm a big collector.
I wanted to make my old decks. I used to run Elemental Heroes. It was just amazing that I could still get those cards. I could still run those cards.
That is very true. And so now we have a little bit of information on both of our competitors. The next step then is to prepare for battle. Alec and I are going to separate and coach our individual players. I'll be working with Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
And I'll be working with Justin Wong.
So let's get into it, see what cards they're playing, and let the dueling commence. All right, guys, so we're gonna take a look at what deck Jeremy is cooking for this classic duel. We've got Master Duel open, and Jeremy, I wanted to ask, what are some of the monsters that you're running in your deck?
Sure thing. Well, one of my favorite things to kind of tantalize the opponents with is some of the set monsters or set cards that I want to put down from the monsters, right? I do have Man-Eater Bug that kind of stands out, Sangan, as well as Witch of the Black Forest. Those three are going to be very, very key components in kind of preventing any sort of like big aggression from my opponents. We're talking about the classics. I'm trying to bring out that Dark Magician as much as possible, right? But if I can't get that beat stick out, just in case, I do have Dark Elf just to kind of establish herself, right? But I'm not going to be swinging too much with her because of the cost, but she will be a hefty attacker just in case.
Yeah, that's true. I really do like these 2K defenders. 2,000 defense is a lot. It's going to be pretty difficult to swing over. I think that'll be good for setting up the tribute summon of Dark Magician.
One of the key components that I do like utilizing, obviously, is the trap holes, right? I'm going to be mixing and matching a little bit of having like one of those backed up with like an MST to kind of force the guessing game, right? That's part of the fighting game part of it. I want to implement 50-50s as much as I can. I want to try to rely on maybe like Mystic Elf and Aquamador for a little bit, and any sort of like spells that I would need to kind of help combat my opponent. Fissure for some of the big monsters that I can't get rid of by swinging over.
If you fall really far behind, I like that you got Monster Reborn for the revival. I really like this trap lineup, honestly.
I appreciate that, man. Like I wanna make sure that I at least make you proud because you're gonna be coaching me for a little bit. So let's do it. I want to see whether or not this deck can take down Justin.
I'm here with Jay Wong, and we're gonna take a look at the spice that he has in his deck for today's challenge.
The spice, the classic, obviously, you know, we got some regular cards, Giant Soldier, Stone, you know, protect my defenses just in case I can't have a monster. I need some stalls, right? And you know, Solemn Judgment, I think this one is a good combo just because like if I had a Blue Eyes out and I can attack, right? I can use Solemn Judgment. I'll take out half my life points, but Blue Eyes might live. And then maybe I can equip a Megamorph in the next turn, right? Because I had to sacrifice all those life points. It's very like Kaiba-ish, right? You have like your Battle Ox, your Legend, Mystical Genie, you know, Blue Eyes, White Dragon. You know, I love my Blue Eyes. I love my dragons. I added Man-Eater Bug to protect me as well. I love that card. Yeah, Man-Eater Bug's pretty good, man. Change of Heart. Very, very strong card for sacrificing monsters as well.
Oh yeah.
Wall of Illusion, where you just return the monster to the opponent's
so
hand.
Rude.
It's very rude. It's fantastic.
I have no notes on the deck list. This looks very solid. You want to use as few cards to get rid of as many of your opponent's cards as possible. But with this deck list, I wish Vicious luck because he's gonna need it.
All right, well, I guess it's a pretty good time for us to get a little bit of a warm up and hop into a practice game.
All right, y'all. Let's head to our first round.
Let's do this, yeah? Even in the practice stage, let's go.
Yeah, all right.
All right, how are the cards?
Sangan and probably bait something out by throwing down MST.
So he sets the monster down. He's thinking hard about it.
I think I would eat the attack.
Okay.
Come on, man. I'm a genie, bro. Grant me my 3 wishes.
I like that.
Yeah, soul exchange, man.
That's heart of cards right there. Oh, he's thinking.
What is he going to use?
I'm not going to activate anything.
Oh, he's letting it through. What was the cards? I want to see. Oh, he has 2 Aquamadors. That's a huge
He really
one.
thought he was going to wall us out.
Battle phase, straight up.
Genie, grant my second wish, Genie. Come on.
We could take this, right?
I'm okay with taking this, yeah.
Yeah.
Grant the second wish.
See, I've been out feeling the pressure.
Well, he knows how to bait out reactions, bait out cards. I'm not going to give it to him, right? So
let's just keep it. Gotta play it safe because that mirror force.
He's playing it super safe.
he's playing exactly like a Justin Wong would.
I figured if we play like as safely now, when I can't coach you, it'll already be in your head.
Yeah. How dangerous do you like to play? Like, do you like to really toe the line?
Yes.
If I know Paul, I do. They're scheming.
I think we could save this Wapaku one more turn.
That makes me feel like he has nothing.
We're bleeding. 'Tis a flesh wound. It's fine.
Okay, we'll take that.
That's our monster now.
Ooh, brutal.
I hope it's something good. Then they'll really feel bad.
This one's mean.
I feel like we're playing how Kaiba would play.
Attack, Genie! Grant my third wish!
It's okay.
Hey man, look, it's just a warm up, you know. It's just a warm up. Things go wrong. It'll be better in the real thing.
He's just a top deck god.
Should we get Raigeki or Change of Heart?
Let's get the Raigeki because we're mean.
I call forth the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh,
Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, that's fine.
And we take out by a trap hole.
See you later, bud.
So the big problem that we have right now is that he's got resources to deal with any monsters that we manage to get on the field.
Wait, no, we have reinforcements.
Maybe he's doing his like winning speech art.
I guess Maneater Bug.
Is he baiting? He's baiting, right? Like he's.
What the?
What is that?
Then I'll activate reinforcements.
He's gonna MST.
Yeah, he's an MST. He's in a BM.
Then I'll Heavy Storm.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
You know what? I'm not gonna go down swinging or without swinging, so I'm gonna get rid of his just because. How do you like that, Justin?
Oh wait, that's Wabaku.
That's not gonna do anything to me.
This BM can like totally turn on him, like because that's a lost Maneater Bug. Like, cause it's not gonna kill us.
Okay, and then Axe of Despair.
GG.
Yes, it is. Yes,
now
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Battle phase. Yeah, that's it. At least he has Karibo. Okay, good.
Got it.
I thought about it. Wait, what if you got Karibo? Let's go.
I appreciate the guidance for the most part. You know, like we tried our best. I'm sorry that I'm not big enough for the backpack to be carried in, so we'll work on it. You know?
I don't know about that. I feel like you've already got a really good grasp.
Well, now I've passed down all of my skills and knowledge to you.
Thank you.
It's time to take that and bring it home once again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We will try. We will try. Hopefully the heart cards are back on my side again.
It's time to jump into the real match. Round 2, where I will simply be casting, and he has to take the walk of a duelist on his own against Justin Wong. Let's see how it goes.
It's time for the main event of our deck flexing event.
Listen,
all right,
man,
Jeremy.
You had me in the practice one pretty convincingly, right? But I think I got the heart of the cards on me this time.
I hope I keep the heart of the cards.
We're putting what they've learned to the test. Jay Wong versus Vicious.
Yeah, somebody's got to feel out, what the other person might have set on their field. It's really tough to tell right now.
Hey, if you wanna get rid of my field now, that Raigeki you did from the practice round early.
Unfortunately, I don't have a Raigeki, intent.
Yeah, so we're still mirroring each other's moves. This is crazy.
This is so many cards in play. Nothing is in the graveyard.
Who's gonna flip their monster first? That is the question that I want to know.
Oh, what is that?
Relax over there. Relax over there, Justin.
Dark
Relax
Elf?
over there.
Ooh. So we have our first monster. We've got Dark Elf.
2,000 attack?
We'll swing.
Pay 1,000.
Yeah, you have to pay 1,000 of your life points to attack with Dark Elf.
I mean, I have a Sangan.
Sangan's going to let Justin get a card to his hand.
Man-Eater Bug.
Man-Eater Bug, oh man. Man-Eater Bug's a troublesome one.
Why are you good at 50-50s outside of fighting games?
And then I'm gonna activate this. Change of Heart. Give me that monster. What monster is this? That's a Sangan?
Oh, he follows a Change of Heart.
We're taking the monster.
And then we're gonna summon the big boy.
So he tribute summons Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay, so first big summon of the game.
Okay.
Coming out.
I got some.
He starts out with Heavy Storm.
The bait Megamorph.
Oh, interesting.
That was a bait.
That actually was a really nice bait.
Well, guess what? Get him out of here.
Oh,
get him out of here.
How is that little hand able to destroy a dragon?
Now suddenly a game that looked pretty squarely in favor of Jaewong is turning around very quickly because he's using Monster Reborn to bring back Jaewong's Blue Eyes White Dragon and use it against him. That's huge. That's really huge. Okay,
so he said, I'm not the only one taking damage here.
Really? You gonna take my
grandpa
card?
has no pathetic cards, Justin.
Come on, pins and needles.
Oh, Solemn Judgment. This just pays half his life points, negates the Dark Hole.
Wow, Solemn Judgment?
We'll take that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Respect the beard, Justin. Respect the beard.
Oh my god.
Got 15 health. I knew it!
He had Raigeki too!
Ooh, he had Raigeki as well.
God told me you were gonna do it! I'm out! I knew it!
This duel suddenly got so much scrappier.
Very.
No, I'm scared. I don't know what you have there.
Good. I don't want you to know. I'm about to get roasted for this play, right? Side by side, baby.
He looks good. He looks good.
Side by side.
Stylistic choices.
I think it's checkmate.
Yeah, this might be, unless that's a monster in Vicious's hand right now.
Oh,
wait, it's not even made of
The wall of illusion.
That's kind of rough. Bro, the fact that I can't kill it
makes
it even worse, man. Do not tell me he's got the blue eyes right now. Oh. That was rude. That was rude.
Is it rude?
All right. Now, if
so 450 is enough to kill Vicious's life points off here.
If Jaewong's been paying attention to my lessons, just go straight to battle phase and attack with the bug.
And your bug?
Hey man, GG's, bro. All right.
Oh,
that's
so
the second
scared.
time.
That's it.
That's the game.
Bug wins the game.
That's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Man-Eater Bug. Let's go.
It's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Excellent.
That was very tense.
These competitive fighting game players are different.
Yeah, they're built different. Yo, that game, you guys.
Crazy.
That game. I didn't expect it to get as intense as that.
I was being taught. You taught me, don't put all the eggs in the basket. I'm just playing lame.
That was really great dueling.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Jaewong. He wins.
You are our first champion.
Thank you.
But I have to say, congratulations to you both for a game very well played.
Thank you guys for even having us, man. It's been a lot of fun. Like it's such a cool like full circle kind of journey.
Thank you. It's an honor, right? It's an honor playing with also Jeremy as well too.
Thanks for watching. This has been Deck Flexing. Stay tuned for next week where we'll have 2 new competitors compete in our next theme, anime decks.
That's right, and you guys can download Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. Available on consoles, Steam, and mobile. Play for free now.
See you next time.
There once was a monster so powerful, it was split into 5 pieces and sealed away. But now the time has come for you to unseal this mighty monster. Behold, the unstoppable Exodia incarnate. Can you handle its unlimited power? Yu-Gi-Oh! The Infinite Forbidden, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
And welcome back again. We have to say it for the last time today because, again, we promised you 9 rounds of Swiss, and it is the 9th round. It's been an incredible series of duels. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this, and I know I say it every time, and then the duelists just shock and amaze, right?
I mean, that last round got the Exodia. That was pretty impressive.
Really cool stuff. We've seen ancient gear today. We've seen so many cool stuff, but this is going to be a real treat. We haven't seen anything like this before, at least not for the tournament. So let's throw it to Kangas on the stage to introduce our duelists.
And final feature match of the day in the blue chair from Hamilton, Ontario, Daniel Wynn. His favorite card is Infernity Archfiend, and he's an archaeologist, just like Grandpa Moto. In the red chair, coming also from Toronto, Ontario, Sam from Team Samurai. His favorite card is Yubel, and he would like you all to know he is a very professional Yu-Gi-Oh coach. Duelists are ready. Let's get into game number 1.
So this is going to be exciting because Sam, again, is playing some really cool stuff here. And across from him is going to be, you are seeing that right, a Gimmick Puppet Horus deck being run by Daniel.
Gimmick Puppet Horus, I think this is the first one we've had on stream this just today. In fact, the entire week so far. But this is 2 Canadians battling it out. I did not expect that.
Hey, North American World Championship qualifier is not in name alone. Canadian duelists can proudly represent this region in the World Championship. And both of these duelists are set up pretty well. When you look, 7 wins, 1 loss. It isn't quite a bubble match because, again, you do have to have a certain amount of points for day 2.
That's 19 points if you want to make it to day 2. Now, here's the thing. Do they know each other? Okay. Sam is going to be a bit more well-known for sure, but has Sam ever played against Daniel?
Well, I guess we're about to find out. He's certainly an experienced duelist, and again, he'll do anything for his fans, but I've got to make the Gimmick Puppet joke of Quattro, who will do anything for his fans, because again, this deck receives so much new support in the Infinite Forbidden, and it's not even the only Gimmick Puppet tournament in contention to make it to day 2. This is going to be some cool stuff.
I mean, Sam is a very strong duelist. He's also topped YCSs previously. And Sam, as a content maker, it's very different. People that are making content and them playing competitively, you're going to feel 2 sides of that person. They're not going to be the same person.
No, it's almost like the Yami Yugi and the Little Yugi, right?
Yep.
Which Sam is it that you're fighting? The competitor, the entertainer? Well, we know that he made it this far into the tournament by doing just great duels. So hopefully we get to see that here. But again, Gimmick Puppet is a very interesting deck because it doesn't even really give the opponent a chance to play. It's very powerful.
Well, of course, they do not know each other's deck. And this is going to influence how this die roll is going to go. So we're going to be going into game number 1. We're going to proceed to the die roll now.
All right, Sam giving everything he got.
Oh, got an 8. And Daniel rolling, and I can't see the last one.
We got to try that again.
Oh, no, it's 6. I was going to do a reroll. I fell off the table.
Oh, and he fell off the table again.
Lucky 7? Oh, no, it's okay.
7,
It's okay.
okay.
This is still on the table, just not on the mat. So 7 to the 8. Well, Sam has the choice here.
All right, Daniel, stand by. Main phase.
Stand by into main phase now. Sam, I believe he's choosing to go first.
Start by normal summoning Samsara D Lotus.
Oh, this reveals the matchup right away with the Samsara D Lotus normal summon. We're going to use the effect. Is that going to be okay? The effect seems to be okay, unhindered. Spirit of Yubel has been special summoned onto the field from the deck. That's going to lead to the effect of Spirit of Yubel. That's going to be setting Nightmare Pain onto the field. I believe that is Nightmare Pain.
Usually is, and what a great start again. Not every Yubel deck needs to have Nightmare Throne in the opening hand to be able to make powerful plays. Again, using the Nightmare Throne to destroy the Phantom of Yubel there, and go ahead and grab another card. And then Spirit of Yubel. There's so many Yubel cards now.
You got a Phantom, you got a Spirit.
Yeah. Well, we're about to see Yubel herself.
Yubel directly from my deck.
So we're summoning out Yubel directly from the deck through Spirit of Yubel, and of course the Nightmare Pain added the Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Zero attack Fiends. You know, the theme of this duel right now.
Certainly a lot of different combo options you can have, and Daniel certainly pensive there, thinking about what his plays might be next turn, but we are just seeing the Gruesome Grave Squirmer there.
Oh, well, if I activate that.
We're gonna, Gruesome Grave does activate to summon as long as you control Fiend monster. So with that summon is going to be successful.
Yeah, so it's like active like an. Sorry, I was supposed to ask.
Again, it's been a long day here. Each of these duelists were here bright and early in the morning and have battled through 8 rounds of Swiss. So again, just have to kind of make sure you get off the nerves, get off a little bit of the low energy, and get right back into the dueling. Sam, considering his next move here, let's see what he does.
So we are going to get the Yubel sent to the Gravebend. That's going to summon out Terra Incarnate.
Gruesome Grave Squirmer using its full capacity there to go ahead and destroy.
Yeah.
And, ooh, looks like we're going to link this off immediately.
Link summon. I mean, there's tons of options here. Are we going to go into... Yes, we are going to be going into Lord of Yama of the Unchained.
The Unchained monster I'm going to add is, of course...
Sam says, of course, it's probably the Unchained Soul Lord of Sharvara.
Alright. Now, by shuffling back Yubel, Terra Incarnate, and Yubel from in the graveyard directly.
We are going to be putting back those cards. Well, this is some form of a fusion of sorts, and that's going to summon out the Phantom of Yubel.
Beautiful quarter-century secret rare copy there, and a great answer here to prevent maybe a Nibiru from showing up or something, because of course Phantom of Yubel can change effects your opponent uses into destroying a Yubel from various locations.
Now this is a very smart way to kind of set up the entire field. You've got yourself the Shavara in hand, you have the Lord Yama that can, if it does get hit the graveyard, well, we're going to be able to summon back more Fiends, but now, after the Phantom of Yubel has been placed onto the field, this is the moment we start playing the Fiendsmith cards.
Certainly safe, and since the Fabled Luri was discarded, we're going to go and bring it back out with its mandatory effect.
I'm going to link away Fabled Luri to the grave.
And we're going to be linking that away.
Special summon the Fiendsmith Requiem.
All right, this is where it really starts to speed up here. Daniel, very quiet there, just giving a thumbs up. Doesn't seem to have too many points of interaction, not trying to reveal anything.
Fiendsmith Engraver directly from my deck.
So we're going to summon out the Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck. I mean, tons of options here. This is where everything starts to branch off into all sorts of play. We're going to see where this play is going to end up now.
Well, especially when you're uninterrupted, or at least not yet. The sky is the limit. Sam certainly can take control of this duel, and we'll see what it is that he decides to set up.
Hobbling as a fly. Alright.
Sam thinking out loud to himself, not sure what card he wants to put out next. Again, he hasn't had anything bad happen yet in this duel.
I'm going to link.
They're performing link summon here. We're going to take away the Lord of Yama. We do have an Unchained name on there, so it could go into Soul of Rage. There's so many options here. It is going to be the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Certainly been a very popular combo to go ahead and get things set up with an Unchained monster in the field, and either of those powerful trap cards. Been a little bit of a debate, do you want to run Escape? Do you want to run the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained? But fun stuff either way.
I'm going to activate Gruesome Gravestorm.
We're going to activate Gruesome Gravestorm. That's going to summon back one of those Fiend monsters. Now, that is not in the graveyard. Be careful. It's been a long day for sure. The nerves are coming in.
It takes a lot of dual fuel to keep you going 9 rounds in.
Yeah, I gotta stay hydrated, stay well fed, and now we got the Spirit of Evil summon back on the Gruesome Grave Swarmer. Now we're gonna activate the effect of Shavara from hand.
I am going to pop the Spirit of Evil.
Certainly a friendly reminder that Spirit of Yubel can continue to bring out copies of Yubel from the deck whenever it's destroyed because it is not a once per turn effect, which is really incredible and what has made Yubel so powerful since all those new cards were added to Phantom Nightmare.
Yeah, I'll just trigger. I just want to figure out what.
We got a trigger of Yubel for sure. Now, are we going to use the effect of Lord Yama because the monster was destroyed, so that does provide that option. So we're going to use the effect of Spirit of Yubel. That's going to summon out Yubel.
My deck.
Another beautiful copy there.
So we still have the effects of the Fiendsmith Engraver available.
Haven't hard committed that yet.
Yeah, very good. Yep. Now I am going to activate Fiendsmith Engraver's effect.
I spoke too soon, right?
There it is, Fiendsmith Engraver. So we're definitely going to see some Fiendsmith play right now. I don't think we've gone to some of the bigger links, such as Sequence. I think just being able to just choose when you use your Fiendsmith card just has been making or breaking a lot of these plays.
A lot of creativity, right? You're not locked into a hard line, so it makes your opponent, well, have a little bit more difficulty of choosing when to interact, if at all.
And there it is. There's the Fiendsmith sequence. And this particular card, well, of course...
Daniel's smiling to himself. Wait, what do you mean? I'm going to have my effects change to destroy a Yubel from anywhere. How weird.
No. Opening of Spirit Gates now. Wow.
We haven't seen a normal summon this turn, so there's the Dark Beckoning Beast.
No, I believe we have. We have. It was the very first summon. That's going to be the Samsara D Lotus.
Right, that's right. So you could still technically discard that card with the summoning. Yeah, bring it back, and then get the extra normal summon from the Dark Beckoning Beast.
But at this point, you can summon back a Yubel too.
That's true. That's true. That is the direction you're going, right?
Of course. Not to mention that the sequence has not activated its effect to perform that fusion summon just yet. It's not an on-summon effect, it's an ignition effect.
Certainly powerful. Dark Beckoning Beast, that hodgepodge of different Sacred Beast parts. Such a cool card and so neat to see it in really, honestly, all day.
We're going to use the opening of the Spirit Gates. We're going to discard a card. Now we're going to summon back a 0/0 Fiend. That's going to be Spirit of Yubel. Welcome back. Oh, we're going to overlay.
Wow. You know, I haven't seen that many Varadras, the final bringer of the End of Times, but wow, what an incredible card.
It's the End Times now at this turn.
Yeah, and I guess Daniel hasn't seen it either.
Rookie mistake.
Powerful card. We've got a monster effect changer. We've got the ability to link off your opponent's monsters. Now we're starting to use the sequence effect. And we're going to go for 3.
Oh, really going in there. Not sure what his opponent has to play, so we want to go ahead and bring every piece of the Fiendsmith puzzle here with Fiendsmith Desiree.
Desiree coming down.
Now one of these.
Ooh, this is kind of interesting.
Don't see the Unchained brought off every day, but it makes sense to bring out Apollo.
Appaloosa. Yep, that's going to be Link Summon. That's got 2 material.
1600. And then I will use...
We're going to use Sequence's effect to equip onto our Desiree.
Sure.
In defense mode. Lots of cards in defense mode. We're all playing around Lightning Storm.
So this it forces you to attack into kind of Yubel monster. Just 2 negates.
Yeah, you're forced to attack into Yubel monster. That's right.
And you take the damage, not me. And in this case, not Sam.
Is setting a card face down. I have an anticipation that card could be an Unchained Trap card.
I feel like we didn't
activate.
Search.
Yeah, it didn't get set onto the field. But you make whatever you can do with the hands you're given.
Yep, that's all you really can do. Taking a quick look at the graveyard here, Daniel considering what it is that's next.
Is Daniel going to reveal what he's playing here? Sometimes when you look at a field like this, maybe you just don't want to show what you can play.
It's true that this far into the tournament, maybe you don't want to show off things, but wow, we're starting with Imseti, Glory of Horus.
This is telegraphing a Horus-style deck, but Or it can just be an engine.
It's true. It could be its own deck. It could just be cards to help you get going. But it looks like we're going to negate that with one of the Apollousa's effects.
Yeah, that being negated, that's gonna hurt. That's 2 cards. That is a discard cost to go with it. Oh, and that's gonna reveal the entire deck. That is gonna be the mansion of the dreadful dolls.
It's Gimmick Puppet time.
Yeah, it's Gimmick Puppet. When this
And look
card
at
is
that
activated,
smile on Sam's face.
Of course, what does the card say? Well, when this card is activated, you get to add 1 Gimmick Puppet from your deck to your hand. Gimmick Puppet monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle and are unaffected by activated effects of your opponent's monsters except their Xyz monster. We do have an Xyz monster on the field, but what a crazy level of protection. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from an Xyz monster you control, and you can target a Gimmick Puppet in your grave, a special summon to the opponent's side of the field in defense position.
There's a reason.
So the game plan of Gimmick Puppet, for the most part, is to deal effect damage for the most part, and give monsters to your opponent to deal that effect damage, and you burn based off the attack points.
Some duelists that's left on this deck may be surprised to find out there are more Gimmick Puppets in the world than Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but let's take a look at some of those Gimmick Puppets by using Foolish Burial to reach into the deck.
Oh, that is a very dangerous card. I wonder which one Daniel's going to be going for. It could be Terror Baby. There's a lot of protection level cards in this deck, like Terror Baby, Bisque Doll. These are all wonderful Gimmick Puppets, but this is going to be the Gimmick Puppet Rouge Doll. Now, when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add it back to your hand. What a great way to play this card. This card's always going to come back to hand.
Good stuff, as long as it's not going from the hand, right?
That's right.
But it otherwise is a very reusable card, including off a Foolish Burial here.
And it is the monster that summons multiple cards. Are we going to negate this? It's going to be allowed. It's going to be added to hand. Okay.
Interesting.
It's going to activate the effect, and that's going to be negated. Yeah. You know what? That's going to seal the deal. Daniel can see the writing on the wall. I'm not going to be able to summon out most of my extra deck monster if I'm going to get blocked off right now. So Sam takes the game 1 with a fully executed U-Bell combo.
Did great stuff, but I think it goes to show you that there was the possibility that Daniel could have conceded before any of this happened. And that is something to consider because, again, at this stage of the tournament, maybe you don't want to give out too much information so your opponent doesn't know what's coming and doesn't know what side deck cards to choose. Although Sam's smile might show he's unfamiliar with Gimmick Puppets in general.
This is going to be an interesting one, for sure. See, I think Daniel could have revealed the MSID part. That's fine to mislead Sam. That was an opportunity. I'm like, yeah, I think I would have done the same thing. I would have played the MSETI and let that part be negated, and then I might have just like, no, I'm going to try to make you misside your next game.
Certainly an option to consider. Well, I couldn't get my King Sarcophagus, and the rest of these cards don't do anything. Tell you what, let's go ahead and close it up here and start things off. But interestingly enough, you know, going into this next game, you have to think, okay, what does stop Gimmick Puppets?
Gimmick Puppet has several very terrifying cards, such as we're trying to minimize interaction here.
Certainly attached to the graveyard there, but so is Sam, because maybe Sam doesn't want to include a Dimension Shifter in a U-Bell deck that would be very difficult to play with.
Well, knowing that, I would say 99.9% Daniel's likely going to be choosing to go first. This is the deck that's the opposite of Tenpai, opposite of Ancient Fear. You want to go first with Gimmick Puppet because you don't want to even give your opponent an entire turn to play.
Well, we'll see how this pays off. Again, shuffling through, you just kind of have to hope to get those individual pieces to the ultimate Gimmick Puppet puzzle.
This is going to be very neat to see how we're going to navigate a lot of the Gimmick Puppet cards onto the field. You're going to see the way that it can burn for damage, burn for game quite quickly. Most of the damage, it usually range from, the 31, 33,000, 2,000, and then that's over 8,000 alone, or you can go 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. But you have to be very careful of which monster you summon onto the opponent's side of the field and which string counters are on the field. If you accidentally activated your Gimmick Puppet of strings too early, that could spell, doom for yourself. Or did you accidentally summon a Gimmick Puppet of dark strings and accidentally destroy your own cards a little too early? There's a lot of intricacies when it comes to executing the Gimmick Puppet, burn damage effect and trying to take it on the turn 1.
You're absolutely right. If you're going to control puppets, you don't want to get tangled in your own strings.
That's the best way to put it. Thank you, Steven.
Well, let's see if that happens as we go into our second game here, game 2. of the final round of day 1 of the North American World Championship qualifier. But again, don't worry, we'll be here tomorrow with even more rounds. Let's take a quick look at the field here. And interesting.
Ooh, we get ourselves
a Mulcharmy Purila.
Perudia being activated here. There are gimmick puppets that are going to be summoned from hand. This is just Sam attempting to maximizing his chances to disrupt the burning effect as much as possible before things get really out of hand.
Well, we're going back to the mansion here, but Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring stopping it dead in its tracks there, and unfortunately that is good. So let's try this again.
That is going to be Scissor Arms, Gimmick Puppet Scissor Arms. Essentially, it functions much like, I believe, a Foolish Burial. So you're going to be able to send a Gimmick Puppet into the graveyard.
All right, let's go ahead and get that Gimmick Puppet to the graveyard now. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring already used up.
And that's going to be our Rouge Doll. Rouge Doll sent to the graveyard. Well, essentially, I'm just going to put it back in my hand. You know, that string is still attached when it hits the graveyard. Whoop!
There we go. There's the puns, but good stuff. Again, being able to play through, saving up that Foolish Barrel for after. Obviously, it hurt when the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring was used against a field spell, but we're not down and out just yet.
So that summon of the Rouge Doll is summoned from hand, so you are going to be able to draw a card, Sam. And that's going to be Little Soldiers that's also be summoned to the field. So I believe he revealed I think the monster revealed was a level 4. Oh, sorry, not a level 4, a rank 4. So he summoned the level equal to the rank that was revealed.
So that should put Sam's hand back up to 4 cards, right? We lost 2 and we gained 1 back.
And here we go. We're the Xyz summoning of Gimmick Puppet Fantastics Machinix.
Taking just a quick moment to read through the effect, Tom. Why don't you tell us what it does?
Well, this is a monster that you can detach 1 material to add a rank up magic spell from your deck to your hand, and then you can normal summon 1 machine monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your normal summoner set. But the moment this resolves, you're going to gain that additional normal summon, even if the monster is removed from the field. So we are using the effect. We have gain the rank up magic Argent Chaos Force. Oh, scary card.
I think we're ranking up now. Say goodbye to Quattro there. A little homage to it.
I mean, the hair and everything.
Oh, yeah, it's so cool when they work in stuff like that. But it's already gone, and we're off to the next one.
Now we're into Chaos Xyz Gimmick Puppet Fanatics Machinix. A little slight difference in the name. Of course, Quattro's true personality comes out. The Fanatics that he is.
He's not just a friendly entertainer. He's here and serious.
Yep.
Now, we're going to detach a material from the Cattle Scream that was placed into the graveyard. That's going to summon itself up by detaching the material.
Going to go ahead and banish our Little Soldiers as well to activate the effect there.
That is going to modify the level. Gain 4 levels onto that monster, and that's going to cause the next rank 8 summon.
Well, for this deck, 8 is the magic number.
And that is going to be Gimmick Puppet, or rather, number 40 Gimmick Puppet of Strings.
We're getting closer here. We might actually get to see this happen.
We're detaching. That's going to put a string counter on the Chaos Xyz Gimmick Puppet Fanatics. This is a very crucial point because most of the damage are always going to be coming from anything that has those Gimmick Puppet counters, those string counters.
Well, maybe time to see some effect damage now. Let's go ahead and detach the Rogue Doll and put a Gimmick Puppet across the board that isn't Gimmick Puppet Nightmare for once.
Now, that is going to be 2,000. If we choose to destroy that card, that's going to be on the opposing side of the field, but that's okay. We're going to go for our Argent Chaos Force. Now we're going to go into the Chaos Xyz number 40, Gimmick Puppet of Dark Strings. But because there is a string counter on our current Chaos Xyz Fanatics, that's likely going to be destroyed. And that's going to deal quite a bit of burn damage. And not only that, because you just performed a summon of a Gimmick Puppet monster, you get to summon back your Fantastics from the graveyard.
It's certainly a fantastic card there, but again, rank up magic, Argent Chaos Force. It's always cool to see these rank up decks come back in style. You know, every now and again, we've seen it with things like Phantom Rage and things like Raid Raptors, right? But there is a brand new one from Infinite Forbidden. Again, multiple people in the tournament being able to successfully use this effect damage-based deck. It's really cool, honestly.
So right now, putting the Cattle Scream on the other side of the field, that's going to lock out the ability to use Infinite Impermanence, which is part of the game plan here.
activate his effect, put a counter on.
And
All
we're
right,
going to
there's another
activate
one.
the effect of the Dark Strings.
Yeah, string down. Yeah.
And that's gonna put a string counter onto the Cattle Scream.
Time to start clipping those strings and doing some damage.
Oh boy, this is gonna put quite a few monsters on the opposing side. Now we're gonna put the number 40 Gimmick Puppet of Strings on the other side as well.
No, like these two.
They're performing a Link Summon. That's going to be the Gimmick Puppet Link monster. That's going to be Chimera Doll.
It adds, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Chimera Doll is going to be, I believe it's adding a Gimmick Puppet into hand. That's going to be Terror Baby.
And the art on these cards are just
That is Bistall that just got summoned onto the field.
Such fearsome things to look at for sure, and Sam's getting an up close and personal gaze at his new collection of Gimmick Puppet monsters.
Baby, affect target.
Oh, there's the Terror Baby.
Now that's the additional normal summon you get from the original Fantastics monster.
His effect blows up.
And on the summon of Terror Baby, I think on summon Terror Baby, that's going to summon back the the Chaos number 40 Gimmick Puppet of Dark Strings. And on summon, that's going to destroy the monster with those counters. And we have 2,000 damage going through if this destruction is going to happen.
Blow it up, and you take 2K.
That's 2,000 damage. That's 30, I believe that's 31 and 2,000. There's less than 3,000 life points left on Sam's side.
It won't take much to end it from here, and Sam getting a masterclass again how this deck works, even playing through powerful interruptions like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and not really collecting that many cards with the Mulcharmy Perilia.
It's hard. It's definitely a hard one. And we're going to go for M-Seti. M-Seti throwing away Skill Drain as part of the cost. That's going to set up...
From the Exodia.
Oh.
Sorry, no, that's wrong.
That's going to set up, of course, there it is, the Sarcophagus.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's only being locked from the extra deck. He still gets to summon his Horus monsters as additional materials, and there's that magic number, 8.
Yep, and there's the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder, number 15. And that is going to finish it up because when you destroy...
Huge applause there, the crowd. Being here all day, they are still excited to see really interesting duels. And again, we never got to the next turn. Not a lot of things that you can do against effect damage. At least this format, people are not prepared.
This is going to be a very difficult one for Daniel to come back from Game 3 because Gimmick Puppet could be a one-trick gimmick.
It's a gimmick puppet, huh?
Yeah, and the gimmick is to deal a lot of effect damage. Maybe we're going to be surprised by Daniel. This is, of course, something that maybe Sam didn't prepare for as much. The Perilia definitely did not, work out. Because then once you start throwing, monsters on the opponent's side of the field, a lot of many types of destruction just stop working. Like Infinite Impermanence, that's not going to work. And that would have been very, very crucial to have that type of negation available. So, you know what? You just have to brush it off and go into game number 3. The side decking is going to matter a lot, especially for Daniel. Daniel knowing that he's not going to be going first, since that one turn was more than enough to take out Sam. And side decking, this is going to be crucial.
Certainly crucial. Again, both duelists have great records again, if I recall correctly. 7 wins and 1 draw. That's a heck of a lot of points. Should be 22 total. But you don't just want to rest on your own laurels. You need to be charging forward because, again, making it to day 2 is one thing, but making it to our top 64 tomorrow is a whole nother deal after we play 3 more rounds of Swiss.
Now, if you're wondering how much damage was dealt at the end, just remember that Giant Grinder has a twice per turn effect that can destroy monsters on the opponent's side of the field that are special summoned. But the thing is, if that's an Xyz monster, you're also dealing the damage on the attack points.
Oh, and that's right. And you're giving them an Xyz monster. What a perfect combination. Sam just kind of looking up there thinking, what do I do next? As Daniel smiles to himself, shuffling through the cards, thinking in his side deck, okay, I think this is the right stuff. I think I'm ready to present my deck and maybe survive long enough to repeat that combo.
I think one of the key cards that were played in that last round has to be the Mansion Rebel. Those one of the cards that ended up landing on the opponent's side of the field, dealing that damage. Gimmick Puppet love it to see it. All right. But I don't know how anyone feel to be facing off against it, looking at your hand. That opening hand is going to be so crucial, whether or not they're going to be able to successfully execute that full 8,000 damage in one turn.
Certainly what you need to get things going. Sam, a little stoic there again. Locked in as the competitor Sam, not the entertainer Sam. Making sure that he is ready to rage through this duel on likely what'll be him going first. Again, you want to be prepared, and obviously he already knows his opponent is shut out once he gets everything across the board.
Side deck wise, I think Daniel's going to change it up for sure. If you want to know what happened in game number one, Daniel actually does not have any disruptions from hand, allowing for Sam to get a full combo. But post-siding, that's a completely different story. And now we're going into game number 3, the all-important game 3. Now, both of these are going to make it to the day 2.
But they still want to have great records because they're not playing just to show up here tomorrow. They want to represent North America in the upcoming World Championship.
Get that top. And even after that, there's still many rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! For them to play, even after the Swiss round.
Tomorrow is going to be a long day for either of them.
Starting off with Fiend Smith's Tract, it's going to get into the Fabled Lurie. Fabled Lurie is going to be discarded. Fabled Lurie effect is going to activate. That's mandatory. And there is no Droll and Lockbird to be met with this play. Otherwise, that would have been really, really good. But here we are.
Certainly would have stopped things. We all know that Droll and Lockbird is a powerful card there, but unfortunately just nothing going on Daniel as he checks Sand one last time and lets Sam proceed with his plays. But we're going to see that Light Fiend hit the graveyard for a Link 7 likely of there it is, the Requiem, Fiend Smith Requiem.
Requiem effect. Let's go to some out the Engraver from the deck.
Well, let's hope it's not playing a Requiem for this duel if you're cheering for Daniel, but let's see what happens next as we go into the deck and reach deep, likely for the Fiend Smith Engraver there.
There it is.
There it is.
Special summon into the middle zone in attack position. Oh, immediately going for the Tract Fusion. That's going to telegraph a card in hand. There's going to be another copy of the Fiend Smith Engraver. Going to go for 2 copies. So this already itself sets up the Lacrima.
Into.
It's 2. It's 2. It has to be Lacrima. I don't think there's any other material here.
Lacrimosa.
Gotcha. So we are seeing the Lacrima here.
Lacrima is going to summon back the Fiend Smith onto the field, unless it's going to be negated. Daniel is saying, nope, you're good to go. Good to go. We're going to send those two to the graveyard.
Reborn it back, and then we'll...
Sam may get an opportunity later to do a little bit of effect damage back to Daniel, but right now we are just going to go ahead and send those 2 cards to the graveyard, likely for the Fiend Smith sequence. And there it is.
Now, is Sam going for the...
I am going to activate Sequence's effect.
So we're going straight to sequence. We're not going to do the effect damage. So the reason why you wouldn't do the effect damage, likely, is because you want to maintain the amount of Light Fiend monsters into the graveyard. There are certain Link monsters you probably want to keep in that graveyard just in case. And this is probably ways to kind of play around that.
Wishful thinking for a burn damage battle, but you're absolutely right as those cards return back to the deck and extra deck respectively.
He's going for the Aerial Eater line. So needs a little bit of help going into the U-Bell cards. Now this lets you send a Fiend into the graveyard upon the summon of Aerial Eater. It's really, really good. This bridges the line between the 2 decks, which is why the Fiend Smith U-Bell is so popular in this weekend's event.
And Aerial Eater is a level 6, so there's some crazy stuff that can happen later if we see Beatrice Lady of the Eternal there.
Mm-hmm.
You good?
That's going to put... Ooh, Spirit of U-Bell into the graveyard.
Interesting.
Now I'm going to activate...
We're going to activate a card. We're going to go for the Fiend Smith Engraver activation.
Haven't committed yet to a specific play. Sam making sure he closes this out right.
Oh, wow.
So the opening of the Spirit Gates likely being used to add the Dark Beckoning Beast, and also now you can bring back that Spirit of U-Bell with a simple discard.
Yep. Feels like a 2-step Monster Reborn.
Definitely some great stuff, and showing you how flexible the Fiendsmith Yubel deck is. There are so many roads to that zero attack Fiend.
So we're getting that normal summon action here from the Dark Beckoning Beast. Dark Beckoning Beast likely going to add a card that mentions, I believe, any of the Sacred Beast monsters. That's going to be Chaos Summoning Beast. All right. Chaos Summoning Beast added to hand.
It's like we'll do a level 0 for level 0, or it's going to be 0 attack for 0 attack.
That's right.
Does help some duelists choose to run multiple copies of Dark Beckoning Beast, others choose Chaos Summoning Beast because, of course, that gives you different names for different situations, including for Appaloosa with a goddess there, but it looks like we're just going to discard and special summon the Spirit of Yubel.
Spirit of Yubel likely going to be setting a Nightmare Pain onto the field. You always want to set the card, you know, even if you get stuck under Drone Lock, where you can still set cards from the deck, you just can add them, summon them, you know, stuff like that. All right, so that's set onto the field.
Certainly a safe way to get that out without triggering anything else off. We'll probably see that Nightmare of Pain flip up. It looks like we're looking at the extra deck first here before we do anything.
I mean, we can definitely insulate the play a little bit. We have loaded our graveyard, we've loaded the field. We're going to go for the additional normal summon of the Chaos Summoning Beast. That's the additional summon.
Dark Beckoning Beast, very powerful there, allowing you to bring out additional fiends. And there's the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama.
I mean, we're loading that graveyard full of cards and full of, you know, follow-up interaction, just in case, you know, we are met with, you know, a certain rock from the sky, Nibiru, the primal being. And this is going to allow us to add from the Lord of Yama, the Shivara, Unchained Soul of Shivara.
Well, it looks like we're doing a very massive Link summon here. Also sets up the grave for some follow-up Phantom of Yubel plays soon enough. But for now, let's just say hello to a 3-material Appaloosa.
2400 attack. That's really, really strong. We know a lot of the gimmick of the cards need to activate, and we saw in the very first game how everything can get shut down just with Appaloosa. So a wonderful monster to put just to counter Daniel's strategy.
Also prevents any Nibiru's from crashing down, depending, of course, what is in Daniel's hand. But he seems very stoic, just giving the thumbs up there and allowing this to proceed as destroying Yubel has, well, destroying Spirit of Yubel has brought Yubel out. For the gruesome Grave Squirmer search.
The graveyard is fully loaded. There's still the Engravers. Who knows where this line is going to go? Now, we got more summons with the gruesome Grave Squirmer. Are we going to bring back the Engraver?
Oh, activate Fiendsmith?
Okay, so it's Fiendsmith time. We're going to dip back into that line, especially now that we have the protection of the Appaloosa there. It's a little bit more confident play here because, again, you're not as worried about your opponent jumping in. You've got something to say, hey, I'm still playing. Let's negate that effect at least once per chain.
I mean, we also have opportunity for Phantom of Yubel, so we can just layer on layer. Got to maximize that level of disruption.
Also gives you a little bit of choice. Maybe I don't want to negate your effect. Maybe I just want to change it.
Activate the effect of Gruesome Grave Squirmer. That's going to be special summon onto the field.
Yeah, it's a 10, yeah.
You don't have to destroy the card.
Certainly a heads-up play there, not over-committing. I mean, you might want to bring out the Terra Incarnate, but it's not what Sam intends right now.
Sorry, you're not popping, or?
No, I'm not popping.
Yeah, we are not perfect. That's confirmed. Yeah, that's right.
Actually,
no, he said he wasn't gonna do it. He said you commit to the play.
You answered the question. Unfortunately, this is the North American World Championship qualifier, and there's a wonderful head Chedge said in the announcements. The best duelists in North America do have to act like it, so you do have to follow the rules.
Okay, so we are gonna be summoning out Unchained Soul of Shivara. That has to destroy a Fiend on the field.
Pardon me, give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm freezing out. Sorry, give me a second.
Sam just taking a second to make sure he's making the correct plays there.
Summon. Sorry, a lot of pressure here.
Experiencing a little bit of pressure. I think he's still gonna go for it. I think he's still gonna commit to the play. Just have to basically choose which monster he has to destroy.
I feel like destroying the Yubel is probably the easiest. Replace itself with a Terra Incarnate, unless it's sitting in the hand or some awkward thing like that. You could still summon it, of course, but maybe it just doesn't feel as right.
Let's summon. We have to choose the destruction. I think we're going for the Grave Squirmer. Maybe we have to follow up with more graveyard summoning, because now that that's at the graveyard, oh, we're going to go with Lord Yama? Lord of Yama is going to activate in the graveyard.
Banish
a monster was destroyed. That's going to allow us to summon back another monster onto the field. So there could be a reason why we don't want to destroy that U-Bot, because it's level 10. If we could jump out another level 10, that'd be great. But instead, we're going to summon back a Lacrima.
We definitely have 2 6s on the field.
No, sorry for Thank you, bro. Thanks for being very patient with me.
What would the 2 6s actually go into at this point?
Well, it looks like we're going to find out as Sam grabs both the Sharvara and the Lacrima and sends them to the graveyard, I guess, for a Link summon.
Very interesting line that Sam is going for. We're going to be going for the Unchained Soul of Rage. Oh,
So perhaps
there.
setting up a way to link off your opponent's cards into another monster there, maybe a way to get rid of the gimmick puppets before they can even start things off, and giving a little insurance there to the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Definitely some thoughtful plays here again. Even if it's at the end of round 9, even if you know you're going to make it to day 2, you're effectively still in the bubble given the stats that you have for your win and loss and draw record. So Sam really wants to get this right.
We're going to go for the Engraver, putting it back. Are we going for the little bit of extra? Oh, we are using the Lacrima effect to inflict 1,200 damage to the opponent.
Still plenty of time on the clock left, but the burn damage battle has begun. Effect damage for everyone.
Now we're going to be using the Gruesome Gravestormer. Summon back the Spirit of Yubel with 2 10s. I think we're just going to overlay those into Varudras.
Well, it is the end times. This is the last duel of the day.
It's the end times, and this is also the end of the turn if you're going to be committing cards such as Varudras.
Does seal those Yubels away, not to be returned as fusion materials for Phantom of Yubel.
Don't forget, Yubel has a mandatory effect at the end. You have to either tribute a monster or else you're going to be destroying your own Yubel. And Yubel destroying Yubel does not trigger the Yubel.
Not without a Nightmare Throne, it doesn't.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Taking a quick look here just to make sure that we're doing everything correctly.
Okay, what's something Varudras?
Yeah, there's something of Varudras. Set 1, and we're going to pass turn.
Certainly a great board, but it's time to find out if Gimmick Puppet Horus has what it takes to clobber all of these monsters.
Well, the biggest danger likely is going to be the Appaloosa. Definitely. Oh, I heard Battle Phase just now.
No way. Is this duel about to even up?
We're going to see evenly matched? Okay, well, evenly matched is going to be met with the Varudras. However, is there a follow-up here? That's going to be the cost.
Would it be another evenly matched?
I mean, that's doubled evenly is one way to clear the field. And here's the thing. Gimmick Puppet, they don't need the Battle Phase.
They don't. They just need to do effect damage. Oh, wow. Sending the card and evening things up, and also getting rid of additional cards.
Now, how many things are you going to attempt to negate? Because you definitely want to negate the stuff that Sam's going to leave on the field. So we're going to hit the Appaloosa and the Varudras. There's no point in keeping those cards on the field if they're not going to do anything.
And everything else really won't protect. The only hope for Sam may be the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage, able to link off a monster and may be able to interfere with the Gimmick Puppets, cut their strings before they even get to dance.
That's right. I think one of the biggest things about this current field is lacking a Desiree. It's lacking a Desiree. If there's a trap card to activate, you can activate a trap card and then kind of turn off the Forbidden Droplet. But that was not available, so we're going to leave the Unchained Soul of Rage on the field. What a big play. And for a deck that just like to inflict burn damage, I would have to say...
He's got it!
He's got it!
We might be doing this. The crowd, after so many times, so many competitive champions just sitting there in the front row, still entertained by an incredible deck based around entertaining.
Why is that card such a big cheer from the crowd? Well, now all of the Gimmick Puppet monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle and are unaffected by the activate effects of your opponent's monsters, except their Xyz monster. And last I checked, that blue frame of Unchained Soul of Rage is not an Xyz monster.
Yeah, color me blind, but if I see an Xyz monster on the field, I don't think that Unchained Soul of Rage is going to be doing anything. So yeah, you're absolutely right. This is basically uninhibited play. And the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage does have attack points, so it's really just adding to the equation of effect damage.
So, Little Soldier into our Rouge Doll. Rouge Doll has just revealed a rank 8 to summon out a level 8. We're just going into the combo, and the one mansion is enough for the combo.
You don't want to come into this haunted house.
She next.
And we get to go into our Gimmick Puppet Fantastics Machine X.
They're Xyz monster, so it's only affected by Xyz monsters.
Yeah.
So the only way I can affect is Xyz, right?
Sam realizing that unless he had an Xyz monster, there's nothing he could do. There's the handshake! Daniel just giving a little bit of a shout out to the crowd. Everybody just absolutely head over heels with Gimmick Puppets. And Daniel just surprised even at itself. Just cannot believe that it happened. But it goes to show you there were so many different decks that were unlocked by the power of the Infinite Forbidden. And this is definitely one of them. And not even the only one in contention in this tournament.
See, Daniel came in here with a game plan, knowing that, hey, if I have to play through your entire field, I'm going to play the ones that are absolute board wipes. Absolute board wipes, such as Evenly Match with the Evenly Match, paired with Droplet, some of the best combination. Take away that Evenly Match off of the field. Not only that, you get to clear the rest of the field off. It's incredible of how much you can do with this, just the Gimmick Puppet. And then you can focus back onto what you do best, doing that burn damage.
Just an incredible thing. And Sam, he saw the combo once, he didn't need to see it again, and it shows you that there's so many different ways to win a duel, right? It's always nice to see those alternate win conditions, whether you're doing effect damage. Maybe we got to see enough Exodia pieces on the board last round, but so cool again how many different styles of dueling that all these competitors from all across North America have come here to show us.
I mean, Infinite Forbidden definitely showcased that the support that they get in this set will be game-changing, and we're seeing it here today and over this weekend. And eventually we're going to crown four people to go to the World Championship.
Only one of them can be the North American World Champion, but you're absolutely right. We will send 4 competitors to represent along with the 2 that we had yesterday. But hey, speaking of numbers, let's go ahead and go to the field. And, one of those things where there's just so many really cool things to see again.
Let's take a look at Gimmick Puppet. You know, Gimmick Puppet, we saw Gimmick Puppet, we saw Ancient Gear. Lots of different decks, and these are the decks that don't really require the Fiendsmith package to operate, which is also really cool because everyone's like, oh, we're going to put Fiendsmith into everything. Well, not everything needs Fiendsmith.
No, we saw Ancient Gear win just fine. Again, what an incredible day of dueling. I mean, there are so many historical duels, so many crazy things that happen. But I got to say, Gimmick Puppet effect damage, there's got to be a way to get through it. It almost makes you wonder, like, Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood. Do I need life points again?
That would definitely counteract the entirety of that Gimmick Puppet play because you have to summon those large monsters. You gain the life points, they can take it back, but I'll still be at 8,000 life points at the end, if not more. You're going to give me more life points.
There's certainly some choices to consider later. Of course, all the duelists for this tournament are locked in, but it's something for you at home to think about. Just interesting stuff, just thought-provoking duels.
So any surprising decks today for you?
Gimmick Puppet? No, just jokes aside, of course, because that was well supported, but everything's been really cool. I'm sure the fans at home and those in the Twitch chat are just so loud over what it is that we've got. But speaking of loud, let's go over to Stephen Kangas and talk to our winner.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm here with Daniel. Victorious Daniel right there in a 3-duel series. First off, congratulations. Second of all, Gimmick Puppet. Talk to me about why you chose to bring a very unique deck to the WCQ.
Oh, it was so budget, and I had like the book in my collection for a long time. So getting the new cards and playing today was within my budget.
Within the budget. It's also a unique strategy, though. So talk to me about you as a player. Do you oftentimes gravitate towards maybe more of the fringe decks that aren't on everyone's radar coming into these big events?
Yeah, I definitely like to play rogue at my locals and stuff. So it's a lot of fun playing a meta deck or a rogue deck.
How many feature matches have you been able to do?
This is my first one on the stage. I've done the written one just on round 8. So I'm excited to do more.
Well, congratulations on winning your first feature match. Did it add any extra pressure being up here and having everybody cheering either for or against you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like a big name like Team Sam facing one of those guys. Yeah.
Well, this is just the start of your legacy being born here, Daniel. Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on the win. And I'm going to let you get going and get prepared for tomorrow. And now, with that being said, that is the show, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to the WCQ Day 1. Reminder, we will be back live